Hello everyone and welcome to coverage of Magic Spotlight The Hobbit. What a pleasure it is to welcome you to the Brisbane Convention Centre here in beautiful sunny Queensland, Australia. My name's Riley Knight, I'm joined by Kira Turetsky. Kira, great to have you along today. We've got a huge weekend of action-packed Magic to bring to the viewers.
Don't we just, Riley? We've got 9 rounds today of closed decklist Swiss Modern. Very, very excited. And tomorrow, even more exciting, it's a cut to day 2 where we've got 6 more rounds of open decklist and then a cut to top 8.
Yes, indeed. So 15 Swiss rounds of Modern before our top 8, and there is some serious money on the line for the players who make it to the top 8, huh?
That'll be $50,000 US, Riley, and I cannot wait to see how it all shakes out. We're in a metagame where there is no one singular best deck.
Yes, we'll come back to talk about Modern in just a second, because the other thing I want to remind people of, it's not just the money that's on the line here for this tournament this weekend. 8 Pro Tour invitations as well. So much at stake. These players are going to here. They're going to come here. They're not going to make friends. They're here all business, all weekend. 8 Pro Tour top 8s, 50K on the line. What a weekend! All
blood, guts, and glory here at Spotlight Series The Hobbit.
But you mentioned Modern. Let's talk about the format a little bit. You mentioned that it's in a good spot. Modern has seen a lot of changes, not just over the years, but in recent months. There's been bannings, there's been unbannings. What can we expect from the Modern format across the next couple of days?
Look, we know the decks that we're going to see. We're going to see Neoform. We're going to see Goryo's. We're going to see Titan, even with a Lotus Field ban. We're going to see Energy, even with a Flage ban. The field is open. There's new decks. There's Trudge decks. Everything your heart can imagine, we're going to see it here tomorrow.
One of the things I've always enjoyed about Modern is the fact that it's there's always a combination of both the new and the old. Old decks sort of come back, they'll have a resurgence, there'll be a new card that sort of re-enlivens an archetype. But then there are these new decks that come out of nowhere because a card is printed with some weird, like the Trudge deck that you've mentioned. So for Modern fans, old and new alike, there's a lot to enjoy, a lot to learn this weekend as well.
There's so much coming up. In between our rounds, we've got deck techs, we've got artist interviews, we've got content interviews, we've got it all set and ready for you coming up this weekend.
Yes, indeed. You don't have to do anything the rest of the weekend. We've sorted it all out for you. You can spend the rest of the weekend with us. It is a great pleasure to have your company. The rest of the coverage team is standing by to bring you all the action. It's not just Kira and me. We've got Thomas, we've got Molly, we've got Andrea, and Molly and Andrea, I should say, Andrea Mengucci.
Yeah, clarifying point.
The
one and only.
World famous Andrea Mengucci has flown all the way to Australia to be part of this event. He's excited, Molly's excited. They're standing by right now to get stuck into round number 1 here at Spotlight Series Brisbane.
Thank you, Riley, and thank you, Kira. Thank you at home for joining us at Spotlight Series The Hobbit here from beautiful Queensland, Australia. I'm Molly Rowe and I am here today with Magic personality Andrea Mengucci.
Hello everyone, thank you so much Molly, thank you so much Let's Play Games for inviting me all over here, on the other side of the world in Australia to talk to you about my favorite format, Modern. Spotlight Series, very exciting. The Hobbit, such a cool set. So yes, a lot of cool event happening around the world, and I'm very proud to be part of this one.
I think Andrea literally said to me before stream, what better way to spend 2 whole days than talking about Modern? So the energy is very high here in the booth, and we are super excited. We are in the room with 574 players here to play competitive Modern at Spotlight Series Brisbane. The biggest event since GP Sydney in 2019, I think, here in Australia, which is just incredible. Magic is back, baby! We had like a similar turnout yesterday for an Australian-only format, 7-Point Highlander. We had 217 attendees in a side event. It was just incredible, and then on-demands all day. Kira and Riley just went right through it. There is something for everyone here at Spotlight. We've got artists, we've got vendors, we've got mini golf. But more importantly, we have competitive Magic, and we are here today to talk you through 9 rounds of Swiss today, 6 more tomorrow, and then a cut to top 8 for an incredible prize pool of $50,000 US, as well as 8 Pro Tour spots. So, we are Ready.
Ready.
Let's go.
We are ready. The players are sit down. I have seen already a very good friend of mine, a person that actually picked me up at the airport on Wednesday. So it is very exciting to see him battling out here. Joel McAndrew from Team Worldly Council, piloting one of the hottest new deck right now, which is Abzan Devoted Druid combo, which is really one of the deck of the moment, I would say.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Joel is a well-known personality around here, not only head of Heavy Play Worldly Council, but a mainstay at all of the major competitive events here across Australia, a well-travelled Magic player, and rocking today Abzan Devoted Druid combo, which I was speaking to him before this event, and he felt was particularly well-placed considering that we've got a closed deck list today for all 9 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, practiced against Joel on Thursday at his house, and he was playing at the Devoted Druid. You know, he has some spice tech in this deck, but again, this event is closed deck list day 1, so it's just an interesting way to approach the you know, the like open deck list treatment. It's going to be open deck list on day number 2. So
yeah, absolutely. It's do you really feel like it changes the game, Mengu, when you know, you are closed deck list versus open?
yeah, I mean, you play differently. You especially play differently in the mulligan decision, in the what to bottom, after keeping those 7 cards hand. But here we see Luke Kirk playing the colorless Eldrazi-tron, and starting in a very good way to filter your hand with double Devourer of Destiny.
Yeah, absolutely. That filtering is one of the reasons that this deck is just so powerful as well. But
Yes.
we're seeing a very prompt start from Joel McAndrew as well in a Badgermole cub hitting the battlefield.
Yeah, Badgermole Cub recently banned in Modern, but still you can use your playset very well in... sorry,
Banned in
recently banned in
Standard.
Standard, I wanted to say. You can use your playset very well in Modern, but now Joel just has the Cub and misses a land drop, which is quite important, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be testing for him. Looking in his hand, it looks like a rhythm as well. So, oh.
Yeah, on the other side, Luke doesn't have the Fable turn 3 Tron, just as a basic swamp, despite looking very deeply for that, you know, Tron lands with those Devourer of Destinies. But let's see, now Joel, very happy to see no Dismember, no Kozilek's Command.
Targeting that Badgermole
Yeah,
cub.
or no, the
Earthbent
land
land.
maybe. But anyway, Boseiju has been drawn, and you can use it to disrupt Tron, but here Joel really wants lands, and he has that. He has 5 mana right now access to him. Let's see what he's going to do.
Yeah, and I mean, Luke's not representing the natural Tron yet anyway, so Joel probably just feels that he can take off that turn by playing Boseiju and just generate more efficiency that way, right?
Yeah, and now Joel has access to 6 mana. He has Nature's Rhythm in hand, which he can play for X equal 2.
Yes.
And
So what would he be searching up for X equals 2?
you can get the Devoted Druid. That's the card that you will eventually need to do the infinite combo, and you can even harmonize it next turn to get the Vizier of Remedies, which gets him infinite mana, and then you can use the other Nature's Rhythm to get the Crater Hoof Behemoth. That is how this deck works.
Well, thank you for preempting my question that I was about to go to, Mengu, about how does this deck work. It feels like Joel's off to a rocketing start. What's Luke thinking right now? Where does he go from here?
Well, Luke needs to stop this, and he needed to get a Tron land into play to play one of his powerful 7-drop or just Karn. Let me see the sideboard. There's a very powerful card that he may have access to. He doesn't have it. Curse Totem. It's like Karn Curse Totem stops all the mana dork from adding mana, but does not have access to that. So I want to say that you know, Luke has probably going to lose this game, but I believe it shows us that Luke won game 1.
That's
and we
right.
got into game 2.
Yeah, for those watching along at home, we've come straight into game 2 on this match. So Luke handily took down game 1, and we are looking at a post-sideboarded game. So very relevant, looking at his sideboard about whether he's got those answers.
Interesting pickup here.
Yeah.
Chooses to get Sean Chi Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu. That is the most newer, the newest addition to Modern with the Marvel set, and it's a 2-mana 2/2 that says you may activate abilities of creatures you control as thought this creature have haste. And well, that is a
Very relevant in this deck.
yeah, very relevant. And then you can tap it to a 2-mana of any one color, but you can spend this mana only to activate abilities of creatures, which in this deck can mean fewer activations. But we see now the second Nature's Rhythm for the Devoted Druid there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we know that Luke is definitely going to crack that expedition map and try and find that third Tron piece, well, assuming he's got one in his hand. But are we just too late?
Yeah, I would say we're pretty low now. Joel is able to, thanks to the Shang-Chi, make the Devoted Druid add mana immediately. And that way you can get 3 mana and then untap it. And now it can use the Nature's Rhythm Harmonize ability, tapping one of those cubs to get access to the Vizier of Remedies, and then he has the combo. So the Shang-Chi actually gave him the win this turn by giving haste to the Devoted Druid.
Yeah, and I think that that's a line that you are looking for from such an experienced pilot like Joel. I know that he's done lots of reps on this deck, and knowing that he really wants to be going off this turn, he made that calculated decision. There we go, Vizier of Remedies, just as Mengu called it, representing an infinite combo here now.
Yeah, the infinite combo is because you cannot, the Devoted Druid will not get -1/-1 counter whenever it untaps, so you can't just repeatedly untap it. And that way you can get infinite mana. It's one of the many ways to get infinite mana, and then you use the Nature's Rhythm from the graveyard, getting the, usually you can now get something like Tivar the Pummeler to then pump all your creatures, so on and so forth.
Yeah, there's so many different ways to use all of that mana once he's got it, particularly with a harmonizable rhythm still in the graveyard. So we're seeing that activated, or cast now, with that mana. I think it was for 4.
Yeah, Joel has now infinite mana. He's maybe thinking, like, how am I going to win this game? And I think Tivar the Pummeler is just the best way.
Is it not Craterhoof Behemoth at this point? Maybe. I mean, it seems like he's got lots of options. He's, I think we just heard Joel say X is 10.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you have infinite mana, so you don't need it. Okay, he's going to go for Duskwatch Recruiter, which is a way to just get, look at the top 3 and then pick up a card, and then you just keep getting it and doing it, and then eventually you'll put enough creatures into play that the Behemoth is lethal. I think, like, that was fine. Like, either way, you know, Tivar was just faster. Like on Magical Line, you would go for Tivar because you have less clicks. But here on in paper, you can just go Duskwatch Recruiter, and then you just win the game that way. So this is, of course, this is a paper Magic tournament. So the Devoted Druid deck is slightly better here because you don't have to like go through the click on tap, which might lose you enough time on Magical Line.
Yeah, you don't have to worry so much about the clock being, you know, chess clock style. This is my minute versus your minute, and you don't have to click through every single one of those triggers as they appear, and you can just demonstrate the loop verbally to your opponent.
There's a few decks that are better in paper. One of them is Yawgmoth, because that deck is a deck that goes the infinite life combo that in paper wins games. On Magical Line, it doesn't. So, and the Devoted Druid deck is similar, but only for the timer reasons, I would say.
Yeah, look, the big one for me is Amulet Titan in that category, but that's just a complexity thing as well. So we saw a blistering lightning fast game 2 to that matchup, which brought us tied 1-1. So we're in for a very exciting game 3 here. I wonder, you know, what are these players both thinking about from a sideboard plan? So Joel's about to go into game 3, not on the draw. So you know, is his plan still that combo? Yeah,
I mean, his deck is only combo deck, but there was a card that, again, the Yawgmoth deck plays as very good against Tron. It is Fulminator Mage. And in this deck, you have access to Agatha's Soul Cauldron, so you might have access to it. But Tron is on the downswing, so maybe Joel decided to not focus too much on that matchup, so he doesn't have Fulminator Mage, and he's just relying on, honestly, just his normal plan to win game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's likely the case. I think we're getting an indication that we are ready to go and see what's happening for Game 3.
Okay, so Joel's going to be on the draw. Luke is going to be on the play. So hopefully he'll be able this time around to develop his Tron Lance. But we see here a super powerful card already deployed by Joel even before the game begins.
Devourer of Destinies. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the line
From
of
Joel.
abundance,
Our
which
line of abundance,
is
yeah.
a way to get his mana dork online. And you can see that Joel mulliganed. He mulliganed last game as well, so he's both of the times on 6.
They both players actually mulliganed to 5 in Game 1 that we didn't get to see on camera as well. So it's been a very mulligan-heavy match for these two players.
Yeah, I mean, that's the name of the modern game. Wow, look at that. Luke already off of 3 permanents here. The Ogin's Labyrinth, Mindstone into Expedition map.
Ugin's Labyrinth, so strong.
Yeah, 4 mana for a turn 2 Chalice on 2, which is incredible against a deck that, you know, both the combo pieces cost 2 mana.
Yeah, that is something that Joel will definitely need to remove from the battlefield before it stops.
Yeah,
Joel has any of his games.
Joel has a lot of ways to remove it.
Absolutely.
It's whether or not he side him in. He has the Rep Decay, Force of Vigor, and he has a new creature here, Chomping Changeling, which is a 3 mana 1/1 that when it comes into play, you destroy target creature. Target artifact or enchantment, and it has Changeling.
Not to mention the standard green deck sideboard staple of Collector Ufe.
Yeah, Collector Oof is important to shut off the Mindstone and the map, but it's going to be only be able to put that into play with a Green Sun Zenith, because Chalice of 2 would stop it.
Still stops it,
yeah,
absolutely.
so Bajimo Cup is a good draw, but doesn't do it
not
right
playable
now.
right now.
Yeah, I mean, we see a Boseiju, which is another way to get rid of that Chalice. And Joel has the mana to cast it with the Dry Arbor, which adds 2 mana because of the ley line.
Yes.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Passing the turn with that
with that option
up.
available, yeah. So Luke's been off to a blistering start here, and we're seeing an Eldrazi Temple come down to ensure that there is lots of mana on the colorless Eldrazi Tron side of the field.
Yeah. Strange sequencing, you know, cracking them up in your own turn after making a land drop.
Yeah.
It's not something you commonly see. Let's see what's the reason why.
Another Eldrazi Temple fetched up.
Yeah, thinking that tapping that Temple this turn makes me think he doesn't have Kozilek's Command, which is, you know, the strongest card in the deck, and to many degrees the strongest card in Modern.
Well, the most played card across all decks at the most recent Pro Tour, I believe.
Yeah.
And yes, just an incredibly strong multimodal card that finds presence in many, many decks across the modern metagame.
Yep, Chalice of the Void, just a couple of copies in the sideboard to go along the 2 copies of the main deck. I wonder how many copies Luke submitted in this game 3, if he has the full playset or just a couple of them.
As you pointed out when he played it, I think it's very strong in this matchup, although he must know that Joel will have many answers for it as well. So.
Yeah, and we see one of them here, Boseiju Who Endures, one of the strongest card in Modern, really, which is both a land and a disenchant. Unbelievable card.
Yeah, so versatile. Played in almost all green decks across the metagame, for sure.
Yeah.
Look, that's the name of the game across Modern, though. It's versatility. It's cards that do more than one thing. Whenever you want to have optionality in such a powerful format, that's what you're looking for from the cards that you're registering in your 75.
Yeah. So now Luke is going to be able to get that swamp. Luke has access to 1 swamp only. He doesn't have any basic waste, but even if he did, he couldn't get that with the Boseiju.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So now Joel can cast all the mana dork he wants. He has Bajimo Cub, and let's see what else he's going to do here.
There's a Delighted Halfling in hand as well.
Yeah. So he goes for Cub to turn on the Overgrown Tomb.
Yep, so that'll now tap 3.
Yeah, we see the Devourer of Destiny under the Ugin's Labyrinth, and thanks to the Eldrazi Temple, next turn Luke will be able to tap 7 lands and put the Devourer of Destiny into play, and is going to be able to kill either the Cub or the Ley Line of Abundance. Let's see now.
And I mean, that Ley Line of Abundance acting like an additional Cub, and definitely something
wow.
that...
Going on with all the mana in the world, and he has even a payoff for those mana. That is the Land of Abundance.
We're looking at it tapping now for 4.
Yeah, that tomb taps for 4. 2 extra for the cub, 1 extra for the ley line.
Yeah, so we're seeing a Delighted Halfling in Joel's hand, and I think it's a Nature's Rhythm.
It is. So let's see if Joel can do something crazy with that card. Nature's Rhythm is, of course, an X green. You search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less, and then it has an harmonize of X and 4 green. So you won't be able to put into play. You won't be able to put into play the.
We'll be searching for something for 1?
For 2, I think. That tomb tapped for 4, I believe. I don't know if he had the mana to also play the halfling. But anyway, Joel has now 0 cards left in his hand.
Yeah.
And he has 0 mana left in his pool. So he will pass the ball to Luke, who needs to find a way to answer the board. And Luke has a very powerful card in his deck. The card All is Dust, which reads, each player sacrifices all permanents they control of 1 or more color.
It's only a 1-of though, right?
It's just a 1-of, and there's no copies extra in the sideboard, but this would totally be the best card that Luke has access to.
Yeah.
He draws a card with Mind Stone, and he has enough mana next turn to play that Devourer of Destiny with the temple that he searched. So 2 temple has 4 mana, plus those 3 lands is 7.
If you're casting a Devourer of Destiny here, Mengu, what are you targeting?
Maybe the ley line, because the ley line is a payoff, but if you're casting Devourer of Destiny, okay, so 7 lands are about to be tapped. Oh my god, it is the All is Dust.
The 1-of in Luke Kirk's deck that would absolutely, you know, turn this game around ASAP.
Oh my god, and the Dread Arbor is green,
It
and
is green.
I don't know if those tombs are green. I guess Earthband makes them green. Let me read it. Target land you control becomes a 0/0 creature with haste that's still a land.
So
I
they're
think
colorless then.
I think it shouldn't die. Yeah, I think the tombs shouldn't die. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
But still.
that's correct. But, you know, it's still just 2 Earthbent lands that tap for 1 now. They're not quite as valuable as they were before.
Well, it's just 1/1, no abilities really. So, but Joel has no cards left in his hand. So this is devastating. All is dust.
And that Nature's Rhythm in his graveyard isn't even accessible. Harmonize cost too high here for Joel McAndrew.
Yeah, it costs 4 green, so stacking for 2. And now we know that Luke has Devourer of Destiny, which, well, it doesn't do anything, but it's, as I like to say, a Visitrix. 7 mana, 6/6.
It is a big body that we imagine is about to hit the field.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Tron was not needed for Luke. Those Eldrazi Temple were good enough to speed up that All is Dust. Of course, Eldrazi Temple gives 2 mana to any Eldrazi spell, and All is Dust is a Kindred instant Eldrazi. That might be the reason why maybe some of you were surprised to just see that 5 lands were tapped to play a 7-drop.
It's look, multiple multiple types in general as well, really relevant for Luke's deck in the casting of Emrakul, the Promised End. So things that are kindred and instant, you know, bumping up that total number of types in graveyards, and just good in general for this Eldrazi Tron deck.
Yeah, now unfortunately, the Chalice of the Void is just stopping all those 2-drop in hand to be able to, just be played. And now Luke is finally taking over the game with this Devourer of Destiny.
Oh, and a Kozilek's command, a big one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We talked about it before, and this is the strongest card in Modern, and we're going to see it a lot throughout this weekend.
Yeah, so Luke has 9 mana available right now, so Kozilek's command for...
A lot, which also not only is going to add an extra mode of dealing 1 damage per creature that comes into play because of the Glaring Fleshraker.
Glaring Fleshraker, a very strong card.
And you can just chain Kozilek's command now and just kill your opponent because you get mana, and then you get a Kozilek's command extra, and so on.
Yeah, we looking at what might be the beginning of the end here for Joel McAndrew on our coverage stream for round 1 here at Spotlight Series The Hobbit.
Yeah, I mean, Joel played for his out. It was like, you know, had the position for the Chalice and then played an insane turn 3. But then the All is Dust arrived on turn 4 of the game and just ended
What
it.
a blowout. Yeah, absolutely.
All
Charles
right.
celebrating here for his opponent, always a good sport. Loving to see that Emrakul, the Promised End, come down. And just as I was mentioning earlier, you know, one of the things that enables that to come down for so much mana, a huge 13 cost, is that it gets cheaper for every type in your graveyard.
Yeah, he's not conceding though. He's letting the opponent play it out. Force of Vigor can only be played in your opponent's turn, so there's just no plays available here except, well, I don't know, jump attacking with your creature, and then eventually taking the game loss against that Emrakul the Promised End, which is gonna fly over those overgrown tombs.
Yeah. Well, the tombs won't be creatures for much longer. There we go.
Yeah.
You can see the broad, you can see the broad grin on Joel McAndrew's face here, like knowing that the game is over, but being a good sport and loving that his opponent gets to have this experience on the coverage stream, I think.
Yeah. All right.
Offering, sure you don't want to cast it into your chalice, which I
No.
don't think you could do anyway.
No, you
No
can't.
white mana available.
All right, so Joel takes an extra turn because of the Emrakul, and then the writing are, of course, on the wall. There's no way he can overcome the Emrakul, the Promised End, which is usually a card that we see very commonly paired with the Kozilek's Command because of the discount from the, you know, both types of being Kindred and Instant. Looks like the game is over here, and we're gonna advance to the either the backup feature match.
No, I think they're coming back straight back to us.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got a very short round one. Good to see you all again. Thank you so much for tuning in. You are watching Competitive Modern here at Spotlight Series The Hobbit in sunny Brisbane, Australia. Thank you so much for joining us. My name's Molly Rowe. I'm here with Andrea Mengucci. That's all for round one, but we will be back with you shortly. We're about to cut out and give you an exclusive interview with one of our featured artists, RK Post. We will see you shortly again for round two.
Hi, I am Ruby Hart here with our very own avatar of Hope, RK Post. Thank you for joining us in Australia again. Always good to have you here. I've obviously bought a ton of your tokens from other Command Fests and events. Excited to have you at more.
Thank you.
I have a bit of an Inquisition of Kozilek for you.
Okay.
Obviously, the Hobbit set.
Wow. Okay.
I've done my research.
Yes.
The Hobbit set is all about the journey. And so I'd really like to ask you what influenced the beginning of your art journey.
Oh, I drew a lot. When I lived on a small farm, so I just drew a lot. But I never had the inkling or the notion to actually be an artist because I didn't know how the hell you can make a living at being an artist. I mean, who does that? I have no idea, unless you want to teach. So I started with math and science in school, and then I went to college, and then eventually it switched to graphic design, and then to illustration. So it was an epic journey. It was a very long journey.
Ooh, of course. And honestly, a very productive one. Look at all of this that you've got here this weekend. You are essentially the token master.
I think so. In paper, there are over 1,200 of them now, but that's over 12 years.
Okay, well,
So
I'll
I've
have
had some time to add to it.
I'll have to keep collecting.
Yes.
What is your favorite thing to create art of?
Oh, goodness. Well, with my magic journey, I've done a fair number of angels, so I do like drawing angels.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and then not drawing the same thing repeatedly, just kind of making them different every time is, kind of a challenge. You do want to challenge yourself.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, that's beautiful. So obviously you did have a card in the Hobbit set.
I do.
Can you tell us a bit about that?
It's Saruman of many colors, and I used another magic artist as the model for it. I don't know if many folks know Phil Stone, but he did a lot in the D&D set.
Oh.
But we were at an event together, and it's like, Phil, I'm painting this card. I need you to hold this can of monster, pretend it's a staff, and I'm going to take some pictures of you. So, yeah, so there's that.
That is incredible lore.
Yeah.
The wizard stuff, the original wizard stuff.
Can of monster.
Yes, of course. So with your style, obviously with your tokens, it's very unique. What influenced your style overall?
When I first started out, I used pen and ink a lot, and now I've, kind of gotten the time and the ability to draw that way again. I don't know, it's kind of fun just going back and then going back to where you started and exploring it a lot more, and maybe trying to get a little better at it.
Oh yeah, so still connected to
Yeah,
your artist
when I
roots.
first started, drawing in pen and ink, then I was still figuring things out. Even more recently, especially like getting likenesses and things, I didn't have a particular skill set. But if you do it repeatedly, you figure things out as you go along.
Right, practice,
Yeah.
practice, practice. Of
Yeah.
course, that's great advice for any aspiring
Yeah.
artists out there.
And if you get worse, then maybe rethink your career.
or be abstract.
Yeah.
In that sense, what card do you feel represents you the most? One of your cards?
My personal favorite is Unmask. It is a story element from Mercadian Mask where Volrath makes his appearance, but I had the ability to kind of look at the list of potential cards that are coming out. I was working at Wizards at the time, and I picked that one, and it's like I sort of had a thought in my head, and that's one of the few that kind of followed through from the beginning to the end and still kind of maintained whatever vision I had in here.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, so no, I still really like that, and I, even though it's not Hobbit related, in Spider-Man I got a chance to repaint it, but with Spider-Man.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so it
Always
was
good
fun.
when a vision comes to life.
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Absolutely.
And you definitely have the talent to do that. What is the most unexpected thing about being an artist?
Starting work on a card game 28 years ago and then traveling around the world and still signing those cards 28 years later. Even though, yes, I've done some new ones since the beginning, and I've been in and out over the 28 years. To actually think that a few cards in this one game that was already popular at the time would still have this longevity.
Oh yeah,
That's crazy.
we're out here thriving.
Yeah,
Fact
I
that-
know, and it's still doing amazingly well. So, I mean, who would have known?
Oh yeah, especially first spotlight
I
event
know.
here in Australia.
There you go.
So very special for you to be here.
It is.
So what is most precious to you?
It's precious.
Precious.
Time. I don't get much. I do travel a lot, and yeah, if you ask my people back home, yeah, it's like time.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
infinite amount of time, infinite amount
I don't
of
have an
time.
infinite amount of time. No.
We all wish we had it.
Well, I'm not talking about in the grand scheme of things, time on Earth. I'm just talking about time to get things done and to enjoy life a little bit more and things like that. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you get some time to enjoy everything Spotlight has to offer as well.
From right here.
Yes. And then beautiful sunny Brisbane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Seattle summer here. It's kind of crazy.
Is it your first time here?
Yes.
Beautiful. So hopefully you get some time for the beach.
No, I'm flying back home on Monday early. Yeah.
Not quite.
Sadly.
What color archetype would you say you are in Magic?
Usually I go black.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, even though I like angels. Yeah.
Oh okay. Is it for zombie reasons, for any
It's-
particular theme?
I mean, if you look at some of my other work that has nothing to do with magic, I just like dark and gritty things.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Love that.
I don't know.
Everyone's got their own thing.
I know. I like being sad.
Well, it's time for this skittering monstrosity to lightning bolt out of
Wow.
here. Thank you so much for talking to us today.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Redsky, Kira, great to have your company today. You're very excited to get stuck into our continued coverage of this modern tournament.
I am so excited. I have been thrilled for the modern season. I can't wait to see what we've got. We've got two really good, very formative decks of the metagame right now. Do you have any favorites?
Oh, in this matchup or just in general?
No, in the modern metagame.
In general, have you seen this Boros land destruction deck?
The Ponza? Yeah,
I'm all
I
about
have.
this. So good.
Oh, okay.
I just want to punish people. Like people aren't respecting basic lands enough.
I agree.
If you don't respect basic lands, I'm going to get you.
Look, any deck that plays main deck Blood Moon,
Exactly.
deck after my own heart.
I
love it.
I've loved effects like this new deck with the Wildfire, whatever else, and ghost score it, not ghost scoring people, you're demolition fielding people. If they're not playing basics, mate, they're going to get. Anyway, sorry, I shouldn't get people excited about that. That is not what we're going to be watching in this match at all. No, we are going to head down to the feature match area now for round number 2, which is being played here between Simon Linnebury and Martin Prosser. We've got Mono Green Broodscale versus Mono Red Storm, or Ruby Storm, as it's sometimes referred to. Do you have a favourite between these two decks, Kira? What are you looking for in this matchup?
I will say, selfishly, I am a fan of the Mono Green Broodscale deck. We are also, of course, Simon Linnebury did win Regional Championship 11 up in Sydney earlier this year. So great to see him back here competing for more chance for glory.
Yes, indeed. And a great start for him at 1-0. That's how you want to start your day. Martin Prosser as well at a comfortable 1-0 here, playing this new and improved, I suppose, Storm deck. Storm has been around for a very, very long time. Basically, since the beginning of the modern format, there has been a Storm deck. Whether it's been good or not is a different question. It's been hit by various bans. It's sort of come and gone. It's a deck that does have a lot of an appeal to a sort of older school player, Kira.
It's true. And there's something about Storm as well that is just so fun. There is something about casting spells over and over and over again, and this deck rewards what the game is all about. The game is about casting spells, and this deck absolutely more than anything else rewards you for it.
Yes, you're not really playing to the battlefield with Storm. You do have Rail Monsoon Mage, a very important part of the deck, of course, but no, this deck is all about playing on the stack. On the other side of things, however, it's a little different with Mono Green Broodscale. This is a combo deck that is looking to play to the board. These decks kind of ships in the night, to be honest.
Yeah, these are decks that do two incredibly different things. And oftentimes as well, what I love about this matchup is the mono green versus mono red. The single color.
Yeah.
So much of the modern metagame right now, we're splashing in different colors, we're moving in different directions. But look, Simon straight off to a start. Urza Saga. This card is so unbelievably pivotal in this deck because you can go get your Blade of the Blood Chief.
Opening things up with a Soul Guide Lantern, which is actually going to be relevant in this matchup. The Storm deck does play out of the graveyard a fair bit, with some of the cards it plays looking to get extra value out of the bin. Past in Flames has been a staple of Storm decks for a very long time, essentially since it was printed.
I actually love the one of main, like in the main of the Soul Guide Lantern, just because you have so many different decks that incidentally interact with the graveyard in one way or another, like your Goryo's decks and the likes. It's so great to see something that's kind of a nod to the rest of the metagame.
And also just, it's kind of free to play when you're playing Urza's Saga, right? The one of, it's good to have that sort of toolbox to try to give yourself as many options against as many different decks as possible. No, very wise inclusion here, and will do some meaningful work in this matchup, you would think. Any sort of graveyard hate very welcome against something like Past in Flames. Now, important to note, this isn't something we get so often these days, Kira, in the modern age of competitive Magic, particularly with the rise of digital platforms and what have you. Generally, we do play with open deck lists, but here at the Spotlight Series, it's a little different.
It's true, but that's only true for today, Riley. Today we are playing closed deck list, 9 rounds of Modern. Tomorrow is a cut to day 2 where we go open and we spill secrets.
Yes, but until then, a lot of players will be making, well, not completely shots in the dark, right? Because you'll have a knowledge of your opponent's archetype, but you may not know exactly what options they have in their starting 60, in the sideboard, that sort of thing. So fascinating to see that affect the dynamic of gameplay. Now, as we see, Ral Monsoon Mage, the most important card for Storm to get things going. And the main reason is for that first line of text. Instants and sorceries cost 1 less. So all of a sudden, your Pyretic Ritual is tripling the mana. Manamorphose is gaining you mana instead of just being even on mana. Desperate Ritual, same sort of thing as a Pyretic Ritual. Really, really important card. Exactly what you want to see on turn 2.
Look, Ral Monsoon Mage, whether it's the Ral or it's the of the Gnome de Plume Ruby Medallion. One or the other. Anything that makes my red spells cost less to cast is going to make me very happy. Here we have Malevolent Rumble from Simon. This card is unbelievably powerful.
Go on, tell me about it.
I love Malevolent Rumble. The ability to look at the top, well, you reveal, of course, to your opponent, look at the top 4, put a permanent card from among them into your hand, rest into your graveyard, and then create an Eldrazi spawn token.
Yeah, it doesn't do everything, hey?
That little extra bet of mana can be so important in these mono-green Brood-Scale Trudge-style decks, the Eldrazi Tron decks, that are just trying to get to big mana as quickly as possible. And as well, the card selection off of Malevolent Rumble is just fantastic. We can see her from Simon, Sowing Mycosan, and that's going to be a Basking Brood-Scale, Gemstone Caverns, and another Urza's Saga, taking the Basking Brood-Scale. And this is one of the important parts of the Eldrazi Brood-Scale combos. Of course, the Brood-Scale part of it is in this card. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on Basking Brood-Scale, you may create a 0/1 colorless Eldrazi spawn creature token with sacrifice this creature, add 1 colorless. And that just so happens to go incredibly well with Blade of the Bloodchief.
Reckless Impulse on the other side of things. Another very useful card, almost a divination if things work out here, flipping 2 Wooded Foothills. Ral Monsoon Mage, of course, making Reckless Impulse cost just 1 mana. So for 1 mana, you're getting an incredible deal here.
What a discount. I think one of my...
50% off. One day only. Oh, it's not one day, it'll last all day. Ral's here to give...
In this economy.
In this economy, look, we're taking what we can get, and Ral is here to provide us with those bargain bin basement prices we crave. Back over to Simon now, who has set things up nicely. We're going to see Urza's Saga tapped in response to its 3rd chapter here, floating a little bit of mana, by the look of things. And then it's off to search for a 1-drop. And no surprises there, Kira. It's one of the combo pieces, Blade of the Bloodchief.
Blade of the Bloodchief. And look, this is, well, why off of the Malevolent Rumble I love taking the Basking Brood-Scale when you know your Urza Saga is about to go to 3 and you can go get the other part of the combo. It just sets you up in a really easy, beautiful way.
Reminds me of Ancient Stirrings into Expedition Map type thing. You know, you really just get a huge amount of control over the cards that you get to leverage. And look, this is, yeah, Simon here firing on all cylinders. Cavern of Souls here, naming Eldrazi. Counterspell's not going to be super relevant here, but all the same, we're going to see the Basking Brood-Scale equipped with the Blade of the Bloodchief wiggle that Eldrazi spawn around. What's happening here, Kira?
Well, we're going to make an infinitely large Basking Brood-Scale. We're also going, we can see here, we're putting the Thought-Knot Seer down, so we're going to take a card out of out of Martin's hand. We've got 2 Desperate Rituals, a Poetic Ritual, Ruby Medallion. We'll take the Ruby Medallion as well. We're also going to Kozilek's Command.
Yeah.
And so he's going to scry through his deck to the best of his ability. We're likely as well...
You can just stack your deck with the Kozilek's Command, right?
Yeah.
When you've got infinite mana, you just stack your deck?
Yep.
Yeah.
You do exactly what you need to do to get out of the way. And Martin's saying, can you show me exactly, please, what you're going to do?
And this is really important in a closed deck list environment when you don't necessarily know exactly how your opponent's going to beat you. In this case, it's going to be the Clearing Fleshraker. And, wow, a game 1 handshake. Or was that game number 2 that we just saw there? I'm not 100% sure. It could have been a game 1. In any case, a tight little win there for our Brood-Scale player there. This deck is it has exactly what you want in any combo deck, right?
It does indeed.
It's fast, it's resilient, it has disruption. It can protect itself with something like a Thought-Knot Seer, but also just super consistent.
Look, again, I am a big fan of the Eldrazi decks that are in Modern right now, and it must be said, Kozilek's Command is an incredibly good card.
Yeah.
It does everything. And it's insane that it does absolutely everything. And when you have cards like Eldrazi Temple, where you can put 2 mana into your Kindred Eldrazi instant, there's something about that is not fun for your opponent.
Yes. We are going to head back down to our feature match area now, though, after that brief interlude. And we'll see what lays in store for us here as we head into game number 2. So I can confirm it was a game 1 handshake there, which you don't always see. It's a rare thing to see, but it looks like Simon. We'll get that graphic updated to indicate that Simon has won, or maybe we won't. We can just remember it ourselves. A fun challenge.
We remember that Simon won this
Simon
game.
Won game number 1. Yes, comboing off very tightly indeed on turn number 3.
Look,
turn number 3.
some of these Eldrazi decks, by turn 3, you're feeling a little bit nervous. Like on Trudge as well, if they've got a Trudge down and they fight rigging on turn 3, if they Emrakul you,
Yeah.
wah, wah.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Yep.
Simon as well, now on the draw, has a Gemstone Caverns in hand, so is already ramping before his turn has started.
Must be nice. All right. So I saw in hand from Martin Prosser what looked like a silence there, actually.
Ooh, I do
No,
love...
sorry, Orum's Chant. But a
Yes.
silence effect.
A silence type effect is really good. The difficult thing with a silence type effect between the Basking Brood Scale and the Blade of the Blood Chief is those are not spells that you are casting.
Right, yeah.
If you were just activating back and forth and sacrificing a bunch of things,
once you've got the pieces on the battlefield, it's kind of too late. Speaking of the pieces you need, look at this. We've got Kira's favourite card of all time, Malevolent Rumble. Going to take the forest there, the full-out John Evan forest, beautiful to behold. And gain that critical Eldrazi spawn. Really important piece of the puzzle. The more that we realize, like, the more you talk about Malevolent, I see why it's your favorite card of all time.
It's good in all formats. You can even play it in Pauper.
Oh, true. All right.
What can't Malevolent Rumble do?
That's very true. Yeah. Remove a creature? No, but it can find your removal that does.
Yeah, you can't put a sorcery into your hand, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
There's a few things it can't do.
Is it colorless permanent or colorless card?
It should just be put
No, it's just a
permanent from among
card.
them.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed up with. I'm getting mixed up with
Ancient Stirrings.
Ancient Stirrings.
Yeah.
Ancient Stirrings for an ancient commentator like me. Yes, indeed. Elegant Parlour here. A Surveil land for Martin Prosser, who I think likes what was on the top. Oh, no, we're having a look now. Yeah. Let me consider things. I love these cards, man. The Surveil lands are so good. So good.
I'm so I can't believe we printed them. They're great.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're just fantastic.
Yeah, so good. And fetchable too. Oh, baby. All right. Turn number 2 now for our Storm player.
Look, it should be said as well that turn 2 can also be a very pivotal turn for Storm decks, but this is not one of those turns.
Not this time. No Ruby Medallion, no Ral Monsoon Mage, just a Ship it and see, and so not great for our Storm player here. Can Simon pull something out here, particularly with that Gemstone Caverns? What a card, man. It's such a silly card.
Look, and it may just very well be that Martin is planning to hold up a bit more interaction, something like that Orum's Chant, or even potentially coming out of the sideboard. We could grab something like Prismatic Ending.
Yeah.
Depends what we've got, because we've got 2 colors here, so we can hit that Basking Brood Scale.
True. If Martin is even playing Prismatic Ending in the sideboard, we don't know.
There's no way to know.
There's no way for us to know.
Usually that's why you run white in the Storm decks for Orum's Chant and Prismatic Ending.
But that's no guarantee that Martin is playing
we
those
have no
cards.
idea.
Of course, it's a closed deckless event, and we don't have access to sideboards.
How could I possibly know
We certainly
that?
don't have them loaded up in front of us on the iPads and laptops that we're looking at here, Kira.
No, absolutely not. I don't even have a laptop.
No, I've never. What is? I don't even know what a laptop is. I've never seen one. Never used one in my life. All right, no, but we do have a Well, maybe it's in the sideboard. Wear tear, probably in the sideboard here. A useful card when it functions as a Stone Rain. How about that? It's taken care of that Urza Saga before it can do damage. Go and fetch up one of the combo pieces here. Really, really nice from Martin. That's going to get him back in things.
One of the things about the Mono Green Brood Scale deck is that it does fold really easily to Artifact and Destruction, as well as,
of course, as a creature-based combo deck, of course it
does. Look, Force of Vigor, scary card.
Yeah.
Force of Vigor is a scary card. Don't have to worry about that in my mono red Storm deck.
No,
but,
well, you've got your ruby, Amulet or whatever it's called, the ruby Medallion.
Well, Martin's not playing Force of Vigor.
You don't think
unfortunately.
So?
Ooh.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Who knows what's in that sideboard?
There's only one way to find out, and it's to play the game.
And it's to get to day 2 when it's an open decklist event.
Look, it's Ancient Stirrings.
Ancient Stirrings. Now, here's an ancient card.
We did it.
Ancient Stirrings, another excellent source of card selection for these mono-green colorless decks. But Simon has been slowed down a little bit here. And another Ancient Stirrings, thanks to that surgical wear tear, getting rid of the Urza Saga. So this is something that we do see in Modern, typically. The sort of gangbusters linear combo decks slow down a little bit, add interaction post-board. They're less good at enacting their own game plan, but conversely, they become better at disrupting what the opponent's up against. And it's one of the greatest challenges for a deck like this is balancing the interaction that comes in after sideboarding while also being able to enact a proactive game plan.
Yeah, 100%. Taking the Boseiju off of the Ancient Stirrings as well. I'm even thinking we're not taking it for land. We're taking it for a Ruby Medallion.
As an interactive spell, as an interactive option, I should say.
Which is very fun because normally you wouldn't be able to take a spell like that, quote unquote spell,
We did it.
off
We
of
finally
the
did it.
Ancient Stirrings.
You
We figured it out.
You can take a removal
You can
spell
take
off of a green card selection. Yep, we did it. We did it, everyone. Well done.
Look, to be fair, there's not exactly a shortage of colorless cards in Simon's Eldrazi deck. So Ancient Stirring's pretty much always going to successfully find a card to take off of it. But look, this is certainly a slower game this time around, and I'm going to eat my words.
Yeah, Simon making fools of us all here.
We've played the Boseiju as a land.
I just wonder what, like, I'm looking over hypothesizing what this deck might look like in my mind's eye.
I'm bringing up a mental deck list.
As I consider what this deck could possibly look like. You think about the late game that this deck could have, particularly against something like Ruby Storm, if they have gone into this more disruptive angle, if they aren't, going for broke, enacting their combo as soon as possible. You play something like a Thought Knot Seer, which we saw last, such a good card against a deck like Ruby Storm. I'm looking at other cards like Sowing Mica Spawn. I don't know. The Storm decks don't often need a huge amount of mana to go off because they've got their rituals and that sort of thing. But then, you build up towards things like Emrakul as well. This deck does have a different dimension to it, is what I'm saying. The Eldrazi deck can play on more than just the, Broodscale U axis, I think.
For sure, and right now I'm looking at the number of types of cards in Simon's graveyard and looking at all of the spawns that we have. Glaring Fleshraker is going to come down now as well. We saw this win our game in game number 1. And I'm very much interested to see where we look to interact now.
Oh, we're going to play Arms Chant? All right. Okay. Arms Chant.
So we'll Orem's Chant now, and we won't be able to cast any more spells this turn.
Yes, that's going to shut Simon down for the rest of this turn.
100%. But yeah, we're at this point with the Monogreen Broodscale deck where we've got enough types in the graveyard. We've got more than enough mana on board. We could just Emrakul next turn if my numbers are correct.
Yeah.
Instead, we're going to Pyretic Ritual, and this is always the start of the scary storm part.
The Pyretic Ritual for 1?
That was a Pyretic Ritual for 1.
Was there another mana floating that I missed somewhere? I must have missed something here. All right, well, we move on. And this is what you need as the Storm player with a Ren's Resolve, acting as essentially a source of card draw here. Finding Metamorphose. But this Storm deck filled with redundancy, with things like Reckless Impulse, Ren's Resolve doing the same thing, Pyretic and Desperate Ritual doing the same thing, Metamorphose doing a bit of both.
And replacing itself, really importantly.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Hex Magic as well, a recent addition that does even more work in terms of making sure you've got access to all the cards you need. And because there has to be a balance, right? As a Storm player, you need to be casting rituals to get a ton of mana, but then you need somewhere gainful to put that mana into card draw spells and what have you. And then eventually you hit them with the Past in Flames, the Grape Shot, and everything else to take down the game. But right now, Metamorphose.
Go from one thing to the next. Burning through some of our saved mana, it looks like, from the rituals earlier.
Yep. And I think that was a Ral off the top there. I really like the distraction, the deception that Martin is attempting to get away with here, playing with Dimir sleeves.
Yes, we are trying to run a little bit of a psyop here.
Yeah.
Look at my beautiful Dimir sleeves. Ignore the fact that this is a, Boros deck, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And we're going to roll the dice on Ral as well. Ral, of course, having that other line of text to flip a coin, roll a dice per se. And if you lose the flip, deals 1 damage. And if you win, you may exile it, return him unto his Planeswalker side. And that's always going to be the best part.
Yes. Either way, you're getting that discount.
Looks like we've stonewalled a little bit here.
And this is what happens. This is what can happen. You bring in cards from the sideboard, and it can just completely stop you in your tracks when it comes to comboing off, right? I was talking before about trying to find the balance between bringing in interactive options to disrupt what your opponent is doing, while also being able to proactively enact your game plan. And we're just seeing this brick wall. Martin hits this brick wall, flips over 2 interactive cards that don't further this plan of storming off. So it is a risk. It obviously can increase your percentage points when you do have excellent interactive options, but then if you draw them at the wrong time, if it doesn't come together, it can be a bit of a brick wall.
100%. And we did see that upkeep Orem's chant, so Simon is going to be walled off for another turn, but we can also attack.
Yep. Didn't kick the Orem's chant.
No kicking here.
So takes 4 down to 11. And an
we'll
activation.
Adapt.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that works, right?
It totally does work.
A couple of points of extra damage with the adapt, but also with the glaring flesh rake. They always do this to us, man.
Tongue twister.
I feel like at least well, there's one in every set where the creative team is like, we're gonna make the commentators earn.
You know what the
their
worst
money.
one I think is?
Go on.
Colstoke Gearhulk.
Colstoke Gearhulk.
Yeah, from Aether Drift.
Way back when I had a lot of trouble with Honored Hierarch.
Oh.
Because I'd say like Honored Hierarch or whatever. Disaster. Absolute disaster.
The emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, this is flesh freaking gear Hulk or whatever it is. What is it?
Colstoke Gearhulk.
No, glaring flesh
Glaring
raker.
fresh raker is what we're dealing with.
Fresh laker. Yeah, no, fresh laker. You know, someone who's just joined up to LA. They're a fresh laker.
Well, look, here comes the Hex Magic, just as you said, and we're going to roll again for Rao.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure we took if we didn't flip Rao, we take the damage off of that as well.
I think it's a May.
Oh, is it a May?
Yeah,
you may flip it out?
You don't have to flip him. You don't have to flip him. So, yeah,
there you go.
not forced to.
You may exile Rao. Similar to the Tamiyo one as well, then.
Yeah.
You may.
Yeah.
Though why you wouldn't flip a Tamiyo, I couldn't tell you.
Sure, there's some weird niche scenario where people would want it. Maybe it's got 100 +1 counters on it.
True. I've watched people draw half their deck.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. Reckless Impulse as well. We were rolling first.
Yep, so we've got Hex Magic into Reckless Impulse. We've got Manamorphose, another Ral here, and I don't think a land has been played just yet. So, Martin, this could be it. This is a good-looking turn here for our Storm player. Mana, cards. I don't know exactly what's in hand, but with that Manamorphose, plenty more mana coming. Another card off the top as well. So here's the Manamorphose.
Look, the pressure is seriously on for Martin to effectively storm off and also literally storm off, because the pressure and the threat that Simon is representing on the turn back is Emrakul. And that's going to be a really difficult thing for Martin to deal with if it resolves.
That was a ritual. There's a ritual and a grape shot in hand here for Martin. So this could be it actually now. There's no... it needed another source of card draw. A Past in Flames would have been excellent as well. It effectively acts as card draw here. Although only 2 red floating, I think, but hasn't played the a land. There's the Arid Mace available. I don't know. I don't have the best idea of what's in Martin's hand. I think just Pyretic Ritual. Is that a land and a
grape shot?
And a grape shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, not good.
Not what you want to see at this point, because again, you're choke pointed into comboing off now.
You can play Grape Shot and just clear the board and try to slow things down a little bit. The other thing is, with all these RAL activations, it's kind of added up. Martin's on 7.
Martin's on 7, and Simon has only done, I think, 5 damage to him.
Yeah.
So a lot of this is Martin's own, it's Ral's fault.
Yeah. Ral giveth and Ral taketh away. All right, we're gonna see a Grape Shot here. This will clear the board out a little bit.
Yeah, we're at storm count.
Who knows?
I think
impossible to determine.
Storm count.
Is it 4?
6? I thought it was between 5 and 6.
I just saw Martin
the 4.
write 4
we're writing
on
4
the,
down.
on
All right.
Yeah.
Storm count 4. And again, look, even with clearing the board, you are still
getting Emrakul.
You're still getting Emrakul.
You're still getting Emrakul.
And that's a hard thing to deal with. And that's, dare I say, Emrakul remains a boogeyman of the format. This lurking spaghetti monster threatening to take your turn for you.
Yeah, so you try to do as much insurance as possible to prevent the damage from being too bad when that happens.
Yeah.
Try to put yourself in a position. Oh, okay.
So we did have storm count. We had
jump
storm
over to
count
the table
4.
there quickly, and we're back.
Storm count 4. So Ral entered with an additional 4 counters. So we're at 6. We can plus the Ral as well, and our instants and sorceries, you'll never guess, they're going to cost less.
But there's nothing to cast, right? Just the grapes
there's
in hand.
nothing to
Still
cast.
4 floating mana.
Yeah.
No blue permanent, so we're not drawing a card off the -2. Yeah. No, poor old Marty P here. Not the turn you would have been hoping for, I think. All right, we're going to draw a quick letter here. End of turn.
Yeah.
Oh, this is to distinguish the different exile piles. End of next turn. Ah, very good.
Hey,
very good.
Big
Thank you.
shout out to
Thank you, mate.
Sadie,
Yep.
to our table judge, so that we can better understand what's on the table.
Keeping things nice and clear here.
Communication is key.
Not just in Magic, but in life.
But in
Kira.
life.
Yeah. All right, downstairs with Raoul. Nope. Thinking better of it here.
Yeah, this is, look, without another way to draw more cards, without another way to burn through, we just have this grape shot, really. And I think we're just increasing our storm count here so that we can clear the board as much as possible.
Yep.
The big problem, right? What do you if I am Martin, I am ignoring the spawn. Forget the spawn. Pump as much damage into the Brood Scale and the Fleshraker as possible, because I think if we count the types in the graveyard, you are getting Emrakul either way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so spending a bunch of the damage on the spawn, while it might initially seem...
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Like your opponent has 10,000 billion mana.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Commercial district. Now, another surveil. Okay,
Now
Ral
we
does
tick
go
down.
down, targeting the glaring Flesh Raker.
There we go.
Okay.
Flawless execution.
And are we going to see a grape shot as well?
2 damage to the Fleshraker.
Okay, surveil. There's a desperate. I think there was a desperate ritual on the top there, and they got a very quick look at it.
I'm certainly feeling desperate. This is a stressful point here.
And a grape shot.
And a grape shot.
Storm count 5.
Storm count
Storm count
5.
All right.
3 to the Brood Scale. And
all right, clear up 2 of the tokens.
Yep.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So, are we taking another point of damage? Oh my goodness! I think Martin's lost every single Ral flip except the one that was used to flip the other Ral. No? Oh, didn't lose this one. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Seems to have mixed it up whether he's calling odds or evens on the dice roll.
Tough
for the coin
spot.
flip.
Back to Simon. Do we have an Emrakul in hand?
Or like, the rumble, the stirrings, the way to find a threat of some kind.
Rumble, stirrings. Really, you just wouldn't want to see a Thought Knot Seer. There's not, there's one card in Martin's hand, and I believe it's the land.
Yeah.
So we do have 4 for Eldrazi spells. We're using... So we're adding 4. This could be a Sowing Mica Spawn. Oh, it is a Thought Knot Seer, so we do want to see what's going on in the hand.
All right. Well, Mountain is what you hit, and...
Thief of Existence.
Oh, boy. All right. What does this card do?
Let's pull that bad boy up.
So another Eldrazi here. 1 colorless green. When you cast a spell, exile up to 1 target non-creature, non-land permanent an opponent controls with mana value 4 or less. If you do, Thief of Existence gains. When this creature leaves the battlefield, target opponent draws a card. So it's very similar to Thought Knot Seer, except it hits things on the battlefield. So it removed the flipped Ral.
I don't hate that as a choice either, and continue to force Martin to take damage off of this Ral that has already put him to 6.
It doesn't hit creatures, so you couldn't go after the other Ral. But
non-creature, non-land permanent.
A great choice.
Great choice. Your only choice.
Your only choice.
Sometimes
the only one you could make. Very good. Well, actually, no. Technically, Simon could have chose no targets. It
Yes.
is up to 1. It's for the pedants.
Love an up to
Gets
1.
stuck in.
I love an up to 1.
An up to 1, yes. But yes, Thief of Existence. And we'll see what's next on the docket here. Streams are a little choppy here. We apologise for that. Had a few gremlins chewing on the wires today, unfortunately.
Just a handful.
A handful of technical issues. And it looks like, unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap things up there, or we're going to try to get things sorted, more details as they come to hand. Ruby Storm is a deck that I don't think has had the success that it deserves. I don't know if this is just me speaking as a Magic boomer, wanting Storm to be good again. But it seems to be a very consistent deck with a huge amount of redundancy. It is vulnerable to disruption, but it's a combo deck, of course it is. But it just doesn't ever quite get there. And you look at it on paper and you think, like, why, man? Why is this deck not good enough?
Well, again, there's something really iconic about Storm as a mechanic. There's something really fun about continuing to just cast spells one on top of the other. And we'll see if we can get there.
All right, we're back. So we saw the Thief of Existence. We saw the Thought Not Seer. It looks like Martin Prosser did absolutely nothing. Although I think it was kept a Desperate Ritual on top, which surprised me when you don't have any. You've got lots of mana just with the lands. You've got a Ral. At that point, that's when you need, you know, the Hex magic. That's when you need the Past in Flames, the Ren's Resolve, the Reckless Impulse. But anyway, Martin on 6 here, facing down a what looks like a potentially lethal board, a Colligan. Sorry, I knew I was going to do that at some point.
K-command.
A K-command. I should have just gone with that. The Kozilek's command is enough to wipe things out. The lethal board state created by the removal of the Ral as a blocker. And so that's all she wrote in our match there between the mono green and the mono red decks. Brute Scale, we talked about how it does have that other element to it. It can sort of just play a, you know, attack you, block this, whatever creature deck. Not what you're trying to do with this deck, certainly, but it is one way to win a game, particularly when your opponent is on 6 and hasn't had much luck with the top of their library.
Look, going a bit long and sometimes just top decking an Emrakul, that can be enough.
That can be enough.
That's enough in its own way.
Or just beat them to death with the Thief of Existence and a Thought Not Seer. That'll do it too.
One or the other.
I think we're going to be able to head over to another match, waiting for confirmation from production on whether we do have a backup match. No, it looks like we are we're going to head straight on to round number 3 after this. I've been told, however, that in the meantime, to keep your seats warm, to keep you occupied, my friends, do stay with us. We've got Jeff Laubenstein, the famous Magic artist here in Brisbane, joining us at the Magic Spotlight, The Hobbit, and our intrepid reporter, Kira. Not Kira, your Kira. Ruby got the chance to catch up with Jeff over in Artist's Alley. So stick around. We've got an interview with Jeff Laubenstein on the other side of that. Round number 3 of this modern tournament continues. We'll see you back here very soon.
All right, my name is Ruby Hart and I'm here with Jeff Laubenstein for some show and tell at Spotlight today.
Oh my goodness.
I have some questions for you, some burning questions.
Fantastic.
What influenced the beginning of your artist journey?
Well, let's see. Like many of you, I was a kid that could draw. So if you think about grade school, there'd be like 2 or 3 kids that could draw better than everybody else. It sounds awful to say it that way, but there were a couple of kids that were a little more comfortable with it. I stuck with it. I've been drawing since I was a child. And Star Wars, Star Trek, Planet of the Apes, all those sci-fi movies and TV shows really got me interested in making imagery along that way. And role-playing games as a career sort of happened when I was in high school. D&D was being created. I have to tell you that because this is the Hobbit weekend, my very first check with my very first job, I bought the big red leather Tolkien Lord of the Rings. It was the very first thing I bought. With my second check, I bought the Hobbit.
So a real Tolkien connoisseur.
Oh, for gosh sakes, yeah, I love Tolkien.
Of course. Would you say that Tolkien? Would you say all of these, all these pop culture influences influence your art style at all?
Very much so. Certainly, European comics, English comics influenced the way I draw. When I was painting for Magic, I thought, you know, I could paint naturalistically, or I could paint pure colors, a thick outline. It's going to be a postage stamp, and I wanted everything to read. But when you blow them up, they're cartoony as heck.
And they're amazing.
But that was on purpose.
So your favourite thing to create art of would be cartoony or?
Well, I like telling stories with pictures. So whether I'm working on a cyberpunk game or something for Magic, I want to imply more than what's on the page or what they see. I want them to think, if I'm doing the drawing right, it implies there's a bigger universe behind it. This guy's about to get a sandwich down the street. This guy is, the buttons on his coat came from a party the night before. You know, I wanted to expand the universe, which is fun. Your storytelling.
Beautiful, minute details that we wouldn't even known about.
No, which is the same thing when you're drawing characters rather than pristine, beautiful models and stuff. I want people to look like people, so I'll draw big people, little people, I'll put warts on them, I'll put tattoos on their face. I want them to look like they've been lived in. The characters have been lived in rather than just an idealized character.
That's really beautiful.
Well, and it's fun to do that way.
Of course.
If there's lead actors and there's character actors. I think the character actors are more fun to draw.
Oh yeah, more interesting. And speaking of characters, the Hobbit set has just released.
I know, it's super fun to be in Australia when the Hobbit's coming out.
Yes, and you don't necessarily have a card in the set per se, but if you did, what art would you prefer to make?
Well, I certainly would have enjoyed doing the Hobbits, practically being one myself. Whenever I'm with the magic artists, they've all got a foot on me. I spent a lot of time looking up their noses, let's say. But that being said, I love the idea of let's go on an adventure. I've had that as an idea as I've traveled for the last 9 years for magic. I want to stay an extra couple of days. I want to see somebody play guitar on the steps of a church. I want to have a nice meal. I want to follow my nose with my camera and take pictures of whatever catches my eye. Otherwise, it's just pack, airport, show, airport, unpack. And I've done that. But if you stay a couple extra days, like we were out looking for koalas, and we saw 6 of them, and I spotted 3 of them as we were taking tours. And it was lovely. My wife got to see some humpback whales, some green sea turtles. We saw a tawny frogmouth sitting in the rafters in a brewery up on Tambourine Mountain. And so we had lunch with a tawny frogmouth.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how cool is that?
Welcome to Australia.
Welcome to Australia.
So do you have any more time here to explore as well?
This is my first show since I had a medical procedure, and so this is my test event. So we came from Chicago to Brisbane because of course you do.
Yes, naturally, of course.
And so we stayed a couple extra days, and we're contemplating a show in Spain and trying to figure out what we're going to do early in Spain, and in other cities as well. There's one in Germany, there's a couple in Italy.
Doing the world trip.
Well, if you have a choice between heading to, I don't know, Chicago or Bilbao, you go to Bilbao.
Oh yeah. So, and in that sense, you've come all the way to Australia. What do you like the most about, is this your first Australian event actually?
I've done several events in Australia, and as a family we went up to Cairns for 2 weeks, and that was fantastic. I'm happy to come down here at any opportunity. I really think it's beautiful. I love the no worry culture is a lovely way to go through life. It may, even if it's just for the tourists, but I think it's generally embraced by everybody, and it makes life easier.
Brilliant.
And kinder.
What's your favorite thing about Australian magic events?
Well, Glenn and company do a really good job, but I've enjoyed the exploring. I saw little blueies in Melbourne, the little penguins.
Of course.
I'm looking for the adventure that I can tack on to the show. And then the people I meet are always fantastic. I have drawn, in fact, in my sets, I've got for my bird token, there's a jabiru and a cassowary.
Ooh.
For birds, because
oh yeah.
I was coming down here, so I painted them specifically for Australia.
Can we convince you to do a bin chicken?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. We're going to throw you back to the Goblin Festival.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back. It's round number 3 here at Spotlight the Hobbit here in beautiful Brisbane, Australia. I'm Kira Turetsky and I'm joined by Thomas Anderson. It's good to see you.
It's good to be here, Kira. I'm overjoyed to be joining this broadcast. Like, Spotlight series is absolutely popping right now. The room around us, you can't see it at home, but it's so full of people. This is one of the biggest events Australia has ever seen in terms of Magic. Not just in terms of the people playing here enjoying it, but the prizes and the stakes. It's massive.
Hey, these players are playing for $50,000 US and 8 Pro Tour invites. We're playing Modern. It's round number 3. We're going to head on down to the table and take you into the action. We've got James Moises on Is It Infinity and Daniel Riley on Boros Land Destruction, affectionately known as Ponza.
Or Bonza for Boros Ponza. Yeah, it is a real Bonza deck, if you ask me. I mean, I'm biased. I've always been a red-white player or a black-white player, but those are my colors, and it's great to see a more controlling strategy out of them. That is actually my preference. They're not typically thought of as like slow roll controlling gameplay colors, but this Land Destruction deck has really been kind of redefining what it is to be Boros in Modern.
Is that the sound you make when you get Land Destruction? You just go Bonza.
Yeah, when you hit them with the Price of Freedom and they do not find a basic land, that's when you hit them with the Bonza, because that's when you know that your opponent you have them on the ropes. That's like this deck's win condition, actually. It's sort of no one single card, but they have a lot of effects that seemingly compensate the opponent for very cheap removal spells with a basic from their deck. But because so few Modern decks play more than 2 or 3 basics, you very quickly just start getting things like Erode, Path to Exile, Price of Freedom for free.
What I love seeing here as well is the Kahira companion for the Ponza deck. So fantastic, especially because kind of your only other creatures are your solitudes. So
yeah, it's
free
a
companion.
It's a package that I think a few different control decks across Modern have, but whenever you see that Kahira in the opponent's sideboard, it's usually not Elemental Tribal. You know what you're in for. It's a long, grindy game. They're not going to be big on win cons, and they've just got this little pet in the side to say, once I have you right where I want you, nice and sort of bound up, unable to use your resources for anything, this is going to come in and just finish you off.
Shudder in fear at the Kahira.
Exactly.
Is It Affinity, also a fantastic deck in the metagame right now, has some really scary starts as well. I am not, unused to seeing a turn 1 or turn 2 Kappa Cannoneer.
No, and that card, I think James Moses will especially be looking for the Kappa Cannoneer starts, because even though the Is It Affinity deck does have other very powerful payoff cards, right? This is a real setup payoff type of deck. You've got cards that are very, very cheap, low impact artifacts, but then you amplify their impact with those Cannoneers with Pinnacle Emissary that generate a ton of value off just casting 0 mana spells. But this Boros Land Destruction deck, it's not just Land Destruction. It's a huge control deck, and it has a ton of Wrath of the Skies and other sweeper effects that will really mop up the smaller things out of Affinity. So if it's not the big turtle, James isn't necessarily guaranteed to win, even with a hot start.
James is on the play, 6 cards, taking a mulligan, back on over to Daniel. Starting on Plains and Pass.
Beautiful choice of planes as well as Odyssey Plains number 335, if I'm right, and in foil as well. Fantastic stuff. The Connoisseur's Plains.
Knowing the collector number.
Only for that Plains, because it's also the one that I have a bunch of foils of. But James, this is a really... I won't say a slow start, but a measured start from Affinity. This is like the calm before the storm, right? Weapons Manufacturing, not a scary card on its own, but it can do really crazy things.
Weapons Manufacturing is oftentimes going to be the thing that creates your win condition, and not necessarily is a win condition on its own, but that in conjunction with all of your 0 mana artifacts are going to create your munitions. If you sacrifice them to Claws of Gix, we're going to deal a ton of damage to our opponent as quickly as possible.
James, taking a moment to read the land over there from Daniel, that's Kori Mountain Monastery, which is actually a really important card in this Boros deck. I wouldn't say it's like any one thing made this deck possible, but this land is certainly a big part of why it works. This is your card draw engine in this unusual red-white control deck. Once you get a few Sunken Citadels in play, they sort of discount the mana cost of the Monastery, and you can start drawing extra cards each turn cycle. But James is not looking for the game to go that long. Deploys Pinnacle Emissary, one of the threats out of the deck, but Daniel is right there to answer with Galvanic Discharge.
100%. We warped in the Pinnacle Emissary, and I did see in James's hand there was that Kappa Cannoneer, so it looks like we might have been hoping to get close to playing the Cannoneer this turn. We are going to still get that munitions token off of the Pinnacle Emissary entering. Galvanic Discharge is going to clean that bad robot up.
Which is really important, right? Because even if it doesn't have all the same cards as the affinity decks of old, what this deck does have in common with the history of this archetype is a snowballing approach to the game. Once you let them start getting a few artifacts in play, it's kind of too late to stop them in many ways.
It does get out of control really, really quickly. And as well, the Affinity deck is playing Metallic Rebuke, which can just, a well-timed counterspell from this deck, backbreaking.
Yeah, absolutely, especially on something like Wrath of the Skies, right? You might have one shot to clean up their board state because they present lethal so quickly. And if they are also holding that effectively a 1-mana counterspell, it could all be over. But Daniel, not under that kind of pressure right now, it seems.
Looks like as well we're going for an Engineered Explosives. This is going to be X is 1.
Yeah, that's a very interesting choice of Sunburst. I suppose maybe it doesn't matter too much to James. It is always just an artifact in play, which helps you with, you know, discounting your cards, but...
I imagine what he's thinking is that he's thinking Daniel's on Boros Energy.
Yeah, that's true. This is a closed decklist event. We should remind everyone, and Daniel hasn't shown anything until now.
Until now.
The fact that James had to read the Quarry Mountain Monastery, someone who is more familiar with this Boros Land Destruction deck might have seen that as a tell, but now Field of Ruin into Cleansing Wildfire is going to alert James. If he did think this was energy, something is up. No Boros Energy list is running Cleansing Wildfire right now. And this is tough because if you think you are playing around a bunch of 1-mana permanents, you're running into this deck that's on High Noon and Sweepers. It's the opposite kind of archetype, despite having the same basic lands.
100%. Look, and Engineered Explosives, the only option was going to be either putting 1 or 2 charge counters on it because we're putting either red or blue into it. So we were going to have an X equals 1 or 2 in this situation.
Yeah.
But especially if you're looking at Quarry Mountain Monastery in a Plains, it's not an unreasonable assumption to think that your opponent is playing Boros Energy, and in which case, an Engineered Explosives on 1, beautiful.
Yeah, it's not the kind of play that's really going to decide a matchup like this. And as I'm scrolling now, it doesn't actually seem, unlike other Boros Land Destruction players, I'm not sure that Daniel even has the High Noon's main deck that other players who helped popularize this list and put results up in recent weeks have in their lists.
Yeah.
So perhaps there's not that many permanents that are relevant to destroy anyway for Daniel. This is very much a sort of hand and land-based control deck, which is so weird for Boros, but that's the cool thing about Modern, right? The card pool is so deep, you can find so much flexibility and so many less thought-of strategies to bring out at an event like this.
We do have a Kappa Cannoneer down now as well, and this is going to be a really difficult thing for Daniel to deal with. Did you know Kappa Cannoneer has Ward 4?
Well, one of the only ways to get around that, I guess, would be to play a removal spell that by default costs 0, and then you can tap all 4 of your lands and just squeak that through it in... James, wishing he had that Metallic Rebuke play you were talking about, because you can see here how that's so backbreaking on top of already paying for the ward, but it looks like Daniel might have squeaked through out of that difficult situation. Kappa Cannoneer goes to the Exile Zone. That's one of James's big guns now off the table for Game 1.
Yeah, 2 Field of Ruins down as well. We are choked for red mana right now on the Quarry Mountain Monastery. We can't exile anything. And here comes Emery, Lurker of the Loch.
Yeah, one of the most powerful engines in Modern. There's so many good 0-mana artifacts to play. This legend is already discounted by them. It's not an artifact itself, I guess, but between setting up your graveyard for other effects, this deck may not use that as much, but being able to just replay more 0-cost cards out of your yard, that's what makes this deck so terrifying for Goyos. You can see those Tormod's crypts in the yard that just become like recurring graveyard hate. In this case, it's going to help fuel your munitions manufacturing and you know, just generally be a nuisance.
Also consider you can choose to target and replay the Kappa Cannoneer as well.
You can. Not the one that was exiled, but that one that's in the graveyard, definitely still alive. That's why I guess the distinction's important, and Daniel does have a lot of exiling removal. So.
Field of Ruin targeting the Spirebluff Canal. Is this a fail to find? We have 2 basics?
That's pretty much the average for Modern decks. And that's a huge sign. I wasn't joking. Like, if you could see a sort of anime like lens flare, eyes flashing for Daniel, as soon as you see your opponent fail to find on one of these effects, this deck has, what, like 20 cards that have the clause where your opponent searches for a basic. Now you know you can price to freedom their artifacts. You can erode their creatures. You can path their Kappa Cannoneers so Emery can't get them back, and your opponent is getting nothing anymore off of those. So now... Yeah, this one it's talking about value. So Avengers Disassembled, this is not a choose one or the other modal card. This is both a sweeper and one of those land destruction effects. And again, the fail to find. I think you're right, Kira. James is already out of basics, which means that very soon he is going to have to rely on just the mana he can generate in one turn, because this Boros deck is quite good at consistently having, you can already see there's 2 more demolition fields in play. So if you don't have any basics left, every land is fieldable.
Look, the other thing to consider here, right, of course, James's deck plays a lot of 0 mana artifacts. It is worth noting that it's obviously incredibly difficult to play a game with no mana, but if there's any deck that can operate on a limited amount of mana, it's going to be the Affinity deck that plays Welding Jar, it's going to play Mishra's Bauble, it's going to play Tormod's Crypt. You will, of course, and having the weapons manufacturing down already is going to be good. And with Daniel, potentially, like, you know, we know this deck doesn't play too many creatures. You can chip away with munitions if we're able to get a Claws of Gix down and start sacrificing them.
Yep, James responding to one of his last remaining lands being fielded by using the mana while he has it for a Galvanic Blast to the face, presumably. And that's important because, yeah, I noticed that there was a Wrath of the Skies pitched to that Solitude earlier. Not irrelevant considering that now James is really counting, okay, where do my points of damage come from? There's still munitions tokens on the table. This is a deck that can sweep those munitions away with other copies of Wrath of the Skies. James is probably going to hope to find a way to sacrifice those before that happens, because if not, you're going to really struggle to add up enough damage on Daniel, and eventually he can just hard cast a Solitude, start lifelinking some of that back, and then he's really out of your reach.
Yeah, you could, you know, if you're feeling really pressed up against a wall, you could opt for the Gentleman's Death, and you could wrath away all of the munitions and just go out the old-fashioned way.
Well, they only trigger when they're... Do they trigger on battlefield leaving, or do they trigger when they're destroyed?
I believe it's when they're...
When they die? If they leave the battlefield, my apologies. Maybe Wrath of the Skies is no help at all, but...
But we did see, we priced it for...
It is leaves the battlefield. Okay, sorry, I was thinking of Explosion, so don't Wrath of the Skies munitions tokens, but... Yeah. Wrath of the Skies, they're manufacturing as soon as possible.
We did Price of Freedom on James's last land
That's
as
so
well.
Sad. The price of freedom is very high, it seems, Kira.
The price of freedom is all of your lands.
And the freedom, it must be clear, the freedom here is Daniel, free from worrying about James casting spells on his turn. So now you talk about the Gentleman's Death. This is going to be an amount of damage, but not a lethal amount of damage.
6 damage just to clear up the field as well, sending Daniel to 10. But now...
Look at the board state.
What can James do now? And we've got a Field of Ruin and a Demolition Field down that says, any land you play, I will destroy. We buy Kahira from the Companion Zone, and now we can just attack with a Kahira.
And this is really interesting. Like, this is such a classically slow, like, anaconda of a control deck, this Boros Land Destruction pile. When they get the Kahira to hand, you know they feel quite safe. This is one of their very few other threats, the Legend of Roku. So it's cool in that it's a card advantage spell. It doesn't die to creature removal. It's hard to hit it with your own Wrath of the Skies. And then once it flips, it takes over the game in just 1 or 2 turns. So it gives you another slightly more punchy way of ending games instead of relying on that companion alone.
Look, as well, we've got 3 cards for our next turn, and there's another Solitude in that pile. So as you say, we can just now hard cast Solitude, gain back a bunch of life, start attacking. James as well is pinched without any 0 mana artifacts. Any land dies on his next turn.
Yeah, I liked what you were thinking about earlier, where James does have a lot of 0-cost spells. You can do things with Mox Opal, which are almost ritual-like, and kind of burst produce mana and try and assemble some sort of last gasp. If you could get to another Cannoneer, you could do something perhaps, but it seems that maybe James hasn't had those cards come together in time. You only have so many draw steps, and Daniel is not waiting around. Even with this deck, quickly advancing to your win conditions, Solitude in play, Kahira in play, Legend of Roku due to flip. This is a terrible spot.
Oh, the backside of Legend of Roku as well.
Yes.
How beautiful is that?
Oh, it's an awesome card. It looks incredible. The dragon tokens are really cool. Firebending's a fun mechanic. This deck's great fun for the person playing Boros Land Destruction. You don't even have to worry about what James is doing on his turn. At worst, playing a land.
Are you feeling like James to himself is just going Bonza, 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 Bonza?
If you had to read Corey Mountain Monastery, if you perhaps weren't as familiar with this deck, because it is quite new on the scene, I think. People are still figuring out this land destruction package, but I think it's been truly identified. There's a weakness in the number of basic lands in most modern lists, and we can exploit it. James is going to be the kind of player to very quickly recalibrate and consider how he opens the next game up to try and keep himself as safe as possible from this angle of attack.
So this could be Fiery Islet, paying life for mana to warp a Pinnacle Emissary. Oh, it's Claws of Gix.
Okay.
Claws of Gix.
To play an Emery, that's nice.
Excellent.
I mean, the Emery can help you get more cards out of your yard that cost 0, help you start to build up some kind of board state, but you don't have that many turns to do it. Shadow Spear in there, it looks like. That's a way to fight back and keep your life total high, but at least the Solitude and the Kahira are going to have Vigilance. It's very tough for James from here.
Again, like, James probably needed to wait a couple turns to pick these pieces up so that we could get down the Emery, because if we only have 1 mana, you need to have 2 0-mana spells so that we can get it down in the same turn.
Yeah, the Boros deck successfully forces you to play at its incredibly slow pace, and you see James just drawing one card at a time, kind of assembling piece by piece. Just this relatively normal play. Normally, you know, the Affinity deck is doing so much in one turn. Now you're forced to really work for it.
Hey, look, we're flipping the Legend of Roku to Avatar Roku.
Okay, so what does this do exactly?
Well, it's a 4/4 with Firebending 4, and for 8 you can create a 4/4 red dragon creature with flying and Firebending 4.
Yeah, I mean, and so of course once you get 1 dragon, that helps makes a 2nd dragon even easier.
A 3rd dragon.
It's a lot of mana, but at the point in the game you get to it in this deck, you don't have that much else you need to spend the mana on.
Indeed. And look, James is on a very healthy 22, having gained 6 life from that Kappa Cannoneer to start with. So Daniel has a bit of a ways to go, but it's not going to last long the more that we make those dragon tokens.
Yeah, so James, I mean, you could perhaps get... What line is James trying to put together here? Like, you still have this Emery, it hasn't been removed, so you have the chance to make some plays next turn. What do you have to think about your outs as long as you're still in this game 1. What are you thinking?
It's such a difficult spot to be in. You could potentially look at... Oh, here we go, Wrath of the Skies. Never mind.
I was like, maybe you can get an Engineered Explosives to 0, help control the dragon token. Damn.
White. So X is 3.
We're flashing this back as well, are we? Or
this is a different...
I suppose you can generate as much energy as you want.
Flashback on Wrath of the Skies.
Wrath for at least 3.
Wrath for 3. And then we have some floating energy.
Daniel, with a very confident, calm look on of a person who's really kind of in command of the battlefield right now.
James as well says, okay, thank you very much. I appreciate all the effort that you've gone to. I have no lands, no mana, and I'd like to pack it up and move on to the next. Look, and this is the power of Bonza. This is a showing force on how good the deck is, what it can do. And again, even up against a deck like Affinity, where you're able to put a lot of spells down for free, you still maybe need 1 or 2 lands to get through that.
Yeah, I feel like you mentioned Affinity's really strong in the meta, and it clearly has been, the statistics show it, but it also seems like quite a polarizing deck matchup-wise, because compared to other decks, you are one of the weakest in the field to sweepers like Wrath of the Skies, because the deck does kind of price you in to going all in and committing a lot of resources to get that huge turn. If you can't immediately win with a hasty Cannoneer, I mean, do you have to change the way you play this deck fundamentally now that you know you're up against a deck that has like 8 main deck sweepers?
It's really tough, and we saw the downside of using Wrath of the Skies to get rid of your opponent's board. It means you took damage off of getting rid of munitions tokens, and if your Affinity opponent is able to set up way more effectively, again, seeing a turn 2 Cannoneer as opposed to potentially that turn 3 Cannoneer could have been the difference between something that was backbreaking and staying on for an extra turn.
Yeah, I mean, if you were right, and James did read his opponent as being on Boros Energy, it's possible that he had a faster start he could have gone for, and he's just mentally made that correction and gone, well, I won't make that mistake again. And in Game 2, he'll be on the play, so we just saw a clinic from the Bonza deck, but if we see a blazing fast Affinity start in Game 2, you can get under Wrath of the Skies. You know, this deck's relatively slow to build its advantage.
We're going to dive back into game number 2 between Boros Ponza and Izzet Affinity. Affinity going to be on the play again. We've got James taking a mulligan, and it looks like Daniel's also elected to take a mulligan as well.
Which is interesting to me, because I feel like both these decks are fairly consistent. They both have kind of redundant effects for each of the types of cards they want, so maybe just not a great... Maybe it was all lands, who knows, but...
The other thing, too, with Daniel is he may be favoring looking for those land destruction spells and other land destruction lands. He now has the information that James is running 2 basic lands, and that's it. And so he could be making the strategic decision. And look, if Daniel also drew an opening hand that had no lands in it, you still do need lands. And so you're in a really tough spot of, again, like, and here we go. Price of Freedom. We're going to already thin James out on lands, and we've destroyed an Urza Saga of all things, which is a fantastic hit.
I have a question for you as our format expert, because I would know what to do in this spot. But if you're opening 7, it's otherwise clean, but you have one of your 2 basic islands in it. Do you mulligan that away so that you can lead on a different land? Because otherwise you're already down 1 searchable basic out of your deck.
No, it's a really prescient point. I think depending on where you line up, I think it depends on your other spells in hand. I think one of the things to consider really heavily is how quickly can you get a Cannoneer down. If your lands in hand have a turn 1 or turn 2, I think it's turn 2 Cannoneer, I'm almost priced into keeping it just so I can get it down.
Wow.
Blood Moon.
That's such an interesting counter, because James didn't even see the full extent of the utility lands package out of this Boros deck. But I think that he sees the Wrath of the Skies and how the deck played so liberally with it, and understands that this is a deck that tries to get as much value as it can out of the land base so that it doesn't have permanence that it's worried about wrathing away. So now you turn off the Corey Mountain Monastery, you turn off Sunken Citadel as sort of the deck's only quote-unquote mana accelerant. This might buy a lot more time for the Affinity deck to play, and you have your basic island there. So
the other thing that ends up happening,
however,
the other thing that ends up happening in this situation is now there are spells like Solitude that if we can't get our basic planes down are going to be a little bit more difficult. Things like Erode, again, like we're in a position right now where we're staring at a bunch of mountains. Even this Demolition is a beautiful looking mountain.
Yeah, and it's important that that Blood Moon came down so early, because this deck, with all of its Field of Ruin effects, those also allow Daniel to fix his mana by going and fetching a Plains, but didn't have the opportunity to do that. It obviously costs mana to use these, even if you're trying to use them as a fetch land. So now you're just trying to draw to your 4 basic Plains to get that white mana back online. And you're right, it's important for not all the cards in the deck. We saw a Price of Freedom come out there, but there's still that 1 basic island. So James has a temporary advantage, and that might be all he needs. As you said, this deck can close things incredibly quickly when it's given a breath of air to do so.
Look, it's a skateboard.
It's a munitions also, so that's like important. There's a bomb strapped to that skateboard, and we saw that even after James got cut off really quickly in the last game, Daniel took quite a bit of damage from munitions manufacturing. So
yeah, it is a really interesting situation to be in. We've got an Emery down as well. And look, we're just moving a little bit faster. This Blood Moon is going to help make sure that those extra lands that Daniel's running that are going to target James's and get his basics really constrained, he's now safe in a little bit in a better position.
Exactly. I mean, this is looking okay for James so far. I mean, Daniel is still, you know, in a turn or two could have ways to get himself out of this situation. Like Avengers Disassembled means he still has sweepers, even under Blood Moon, that can clear up at least the creature parts of this board, which will slow James down. But yeah, this is certainly much better than it was game 1. Oh, Daniel's tapping out.
It's a Legend of Roku.
That might have been the best card you could have had here, because now you get 3 more looks at that Plains, and if nothing else, a card that even the Affinity deck has to kind of respect if you're not closing the game out by the time this flips. And do you get 1 mana of any color next turn?
It is 1 mana of any color.
Oh, okay, so a little peek from under the Blood Moon. Daniel committing the Solitude here, and this isn't an Ephemerate deck, so if you pitch cast this, it is going away. You're expending significant resources here, but I suppose those white cards weren't currently doing anything.
Not at the moment, for sure. Sunken Citadel as well, not exactly the land you wanted to see off of something like Legend of Roku.
Not right now, at least.
Back to James. With that Emery out of play as well means we can't replay the Mox Opal that got milled. We're going to bobble check the top of Daniel's library.
Yeah, it's important information, I guess. Is that Plains? Okay.
Have a little bit of a look.
Not a Plains.
Yeah.
Okay, good stuff, good stuff. Keep that there. Now, what is James planning now? Still has, like, with that Emery gone, it still feels like you have to use the remaining kind of ammunition in your hand carefully.
Here's a really excellent question for you, and the players are going to ask this question as well. What happens, like, with Sunken Citadel, because Sunken Citadel has the line, choose, when it enters, choose a color. Are we going to be able to do that under a Blood Moon is the question.
I am not a judge by any means, but I believe you get to choose a color as it enters. It doesn't get the rest of the text, so the color you choose is sort of just for fun, but you do get to choose one. Look,
if you ever remove the Blood Moon, it'll be important later.
Yeah, actually, that is very important. So I potentially, yeah, choosing white there, it sounds like. And it'll come in untapped as well. So actually, thank you for your Blood Moon. I love having an untapped mana source.
Thank you, Blood Moon. We
Thank you,
appreciate you,
Blood
Blood Moon. More players should be saying, thank you, Blood Moon.
Oh, and actually, look at this, though. Is that a one of? Yeah, the one of Mind Stone. Whatever else that does, you got to read that carefully. It is a source of inevitability in this deck with that, like, late game activation of the then permanent ability. But for now, it does tap for white mana, even under a Blood Moon.
It does indeed, and we did use that. It looks like we used that white mana off of the Legend of Roku, as we mentioned. So, look at all the color fixing in this land destruction deck.
It's, you know, in all of the, material I looked at to research for this Boros list, because of course it's very much up my alley, I was very interested in it. I didn't ever really see that one mana being of any color pay off in as big a way as this, but it just goes to show, like, every fraction, every atom of your deck can matter at some point in a tournament like this. So now the one mana of any color, one off, becomes one mana of the color you want every turn, and Daniel is a huge step back to being in this match.
100%. The harness ability of the Mind Stone as well at the beginning of your end step, exile up to one other target non-land permanent you control, then return it. I mean, that's a good way to flicker your Solitude if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, this deck is full of these little ways where it can't afford to, like, commit a huge card or card slots in the deck to having these big late game engines. But, like, okay, my 2-mana Accelerant that helps me play under Blood Moon also gives me another little bit of late game power. I love how all the sum of these parts come together to, maximize the deck's potential.
You can also give something pseudo-vigilance as well.
Oh,
Attack
that's true. Yeah,
it.
Yep. If you don't have the Kihira around to
Fake
give the Solitude Vigilance. Okay, so it seems... Okay, we're baubbling again here.
Yeah, we had a brief judge call as we missed our first bauble trigger.
That's bad luck. So
which is unfortunate.
James now putting the die there as a reminder that, well, I won't miss it again, which is the right, just move on. It's probably not going to be deciding this whole match. There are plenty of other factors at play besides that one card draw, but it's tough. This is a high-pressure situation under the bright lights of the coverage area, and players are trying to keep track of a lot of things right now in a matchup they maybe aren't as experienced in as some others.
You know what else I'm noticing as well, Tom?
Yeah?
Both of our players are at 20 life still.
That is not uncommon for the Boros deck, but for James, it probably feels a little unusual. I don't know how many of James's matches have even gone this long so far in the event, right? You're 2-0 as Affinity. You might have had time to finish up really fast and go and get a second breakfast here at Spotlight the Hobbit, but no lunch breaks this time. You are in it for the long haul, especially a game down. You're going to have to scratch and claw for every W against this Boros deck, and Daniel despite this game not starting as well as it could have, does not seem bothered at all. Still seems like he feels like he's got the answers.
Here's Claws of Gix as well. We're going to trigger the weapons manufacturing, make another munition. And that's going to be one way that we're slowly going to start chipping away at that 20 life total.
And the Vexing Bauble, so we saw the Solitude gameplay before, not going to have that as an option. Your pitch spells are turned off. Could also just crack that at any time for an extra draw, which is important, the flexibility. And yeah, those munitions, like Daniel's might be at 20 life on your screens, but those munition tokens say it's much closer to 10.
Now be careful as well. We've got a flipped Legend of Roku. We attack, Firebending 4. We add 4 red mana, and we have enough red mana that we can create a flying 4/4 dragon.
True, we could. So could you also harness the Mind Stone as an instant speed effect, or does it have to be during the main phase? There's a few different mana sinks available, not even with the Blood Moon down. But the 4/4 might be more relevant, considering that there is a clock presented by the weapons manufacturing.
We also can't harness the Mind Stone right now because we have no white mana.
Oh, that's true. The Blood Moon is stopping you from getting that. It is the white mana source, and it has to tap to harness. So there you go. It is just the dragon. I was trying to be imaginative, I suppose.
It's a good question to ask. Wow, that's a dragon token.
Oh my goodness, it is. Yeah, okay. But the Blue Eyes White Dragon now appearing here, the blue and white card sleeve for Daniel Riley. It's a 4/4 flyer with Firebending 4.
And we are going to crack the Vexing Bauble as well.
Okay, so we wanted that card draw. Yeah, there's not that many. Like, the Solitude is relevant, but there's not that many free spells for Daniel's deck, and we do see one copy in the bin already.
Warp in a Pinnacle Emissary. Now, this is where we could get a ton of munitions. So our munitions, we're going to make one off of the Pinnacle Emissary entering. And now, because the other thing too, when all the drones enter from the Pinnacle Emissary, they're going to trigger the weapons manufacturing as well. So sorry, non-token artifact. It's not going to trigger.
No, the Kappa Cannoneer does. It's really tricky. This is like so many of these modern decks, they have effects that are almost the same, but then there's these tiny differences. Those are the intricacies of the deck. Daniel is not interested in hanging around to see what possible interactions the Emissary has. That Emissary is getting removed, and I don't know if James is regretting giving up that bauble right now, but second Solitude appears.
There is a Kappa Cannoneer in hand for James as well, so I think we were hoping to land it with the Emissary in play, but it doesn't matter. It still only costs us 1 blue because of all of the artifacts that we have in play. We're making another munitions, and we're going to put more counters on the Kappa Cannoneer, and that's going to be a problem. We're not going to want to keep attacking with the Avatar Roku, and we've hasted up the Kappa Cannoneer, and that's the other fantastic thing about this skateboard.
Yeah, the skateboard as a target for Urza Saga, even though in this case, we can't see the Saga around, has been such a great addition for these decks, but this one most of all. This is a huge threat. It can't be blocked. It can barely be targeted, and now you have one fewer turn to deal with it.
Ward 4 is essentially hexproof, it must be said.
We did see it get targeted in game 1, so it isn't exactly hexproof, but trapped under a Blood Moon, having already pitched 2 of your 4 copies of Solitude, Daniel does not have a lot of great answers, it seems like, right now, and James may have even be feeling proud of using that Pinnacle Emissary as bait. However, Solitude not the only creature removal spell in the deck. We see the Mind Stone tap for that precious single white mana to pay for an Erode. We're paying for Ward, and
remember as well here, with the island in play and the other island in the bin, there are no more basics to fetch out of the deck.
Yeah, no Welding Jar that time either. This is like one of the few effects in the deck that destroys, so unfortunately the Kappa Cannoneer cannot be saved in this instance. It will be eroded away to nothing, and as you say, you can't even find a basic to give yourself some solace at the destruction of your turtle.
Really tricky as well.
Another dragon.
We attacked and made another dragon.
Yeah.
Because all you have to do now, if you attack with both the Avatar Roku and one of the tokens, they each have Firebending 4. And so you can activate the ability to create another one, essentially for free, quote unquote.
Yeah, when I said it takes over the game in just 1 or 2 turn cycles, that's what I meant. Like, once you start getting it, quote unquote, for free, it is very, very fast as a clock, and now requiring multiple pieces of removal to clean up. So James is definitely going to be looking to race this. I mean, we're at 13 life. There's 7 munitions in play and a Claws of Gix.
Mox Opal, trigger the munitions.
So what's the mind game here between these two players? This feels a bit of a standoff right now.
Yeah, we're certainly in a difficult position. With James on 11, we can't block anything right now, so we're facing down lethal at the moment. I have a feeling we're going to be able to Galvanic Blast something based on leaving our mana open here.
We can eat 4 of the munitions with the claws, right?
Yeah.
Which gains you life and could potentially act as remove. The dragons aren't that big. They can be brought down by munitions tokens if you have enough to sack.
So here we go.
We're going to do this one at a time.
We're going to walk slowly down this path.
Is it 2 to face or 2 to a drag? Because that's a really important call for James right now. Where are the munitions fired?
They're going, looks like the first one went to face.
That's some confidence.
We've not activated a second munitions yet.
There's enough munitions there to kill Daniel, but maybe not enough time to fire them all.
Swing in, Firebending 4 3 times. We have 12 red mana floating now.
Daniel committing his gambit, definitely. And how will James respond to this, lethal flock of flyers?
Get another one. We can go to 1.
Yeah. Okay, looking good so far to hang in there. So James may be hoping to just live through this attack with the life gain from the Claws of Gix's sacrifice ability, which then means you could untap and fire more munitions at the face of Daniel Riley and try and bring us to a game 3, Kira.
It'd be really exciting. This is where it gets really tense.
Yeah, I feel like those munitions were almost forgotten about. Just sitting at the side of the table there, it's like, damn, it looks tough here for James, but look how fast both players' life totals are about to drop as they kind of cash in all of the damage they'd saved up over the course of this game.
100%. We will be able at this point as well, we'll be able to survive this attack and crack munitions on James's next turn.
And the thing about Daniel's deck is, this is an impressive force of dragons. There's not a lot of extra burst damage for James to be afraid of. He's taken the measure of these flyers at 12 power. If he gains more life than that, there's nothing that he's really afraid of Daniel doing to prevent him from untapping.
We can create another dragon. We've got enough mana to do it. But at this point, again, we're not looking good because there are just a pile of munitions.
It depends. I mean, the only burn that can go direct in this deck, right, is the High Noons out of the sideboard. It does have that Lava Axe mode. But
ooh, here we go.
We found a basic plains.
And we're going to Solitude our own creatures to gain life off of them. And we harnessed the Infinity Stone is what it looked like as well. No, we didn't harness it. We tapped it so that we could
The
cast.
2 white of Solitude. We've hard cast the Solitude. This is so good. So both players staring each other down. Both looked to have lethal on each other. And then both pull some life gain out of their back pocket in decks that are not super known for their life gain and manage to, it seems, stay alive for the moment.
If we have a Cannoneer plus any 0 mana artifact, we can swing in.
Cannoneer would be definitely the best draw here for James, it seems.
Looks like we're indicating Claws of Gix. We're
Sack
going
the moon?
Sacrifice the moon.
It is an all-purpose sacrifice outlet, one of the very few in Modern, so that's a little bit of utility there that we maybe hadn't considered. That unlocks some blue mana for James.
And that could be where we're hoping to get more blue for a Cannoneer.
Yeah, Cannoneer, Emery. Is there something relevant to sink into Stupor? There are colored spells in this deck, so we're not sure. Like, all of them could be relevant. You can also just eat all your lands for life gain, but I think the dragons are a bit too large for that to matter.
The difficult thing here, too, is when you take that Blood Moon out, you activate the Demolition Field. So Daniel's going to go get a land, and James doesn't.
They lock eyes, and James is like, I'm going to let us out I'm going to get rid of this Blood Moon. Don't do anything too crazy, right? And
Don't
Daniel's
do anything
like,
I
for
wouldn't do.
For sure, bro. And then immediately Demolition Field your land. Knowing, right, that James already got both islands out of the deck. So this is just down 1 land.
Yeah. Yes, I would like to fail to find.
But reminding yourself what's in your deck, never a bad idea, right? This match has been going on for a while.
Have a little bit of a looky-loo.
But I love this shows neither player seems completely sure who's about to win this game. So they are as tense as we are right now. Hopefully you were watching at home also on the edge of your seat.
Is that the island? Is that the plains I fetched? Oh, no, that's
We're just confirming what we grabbed off of the Demolition Fields as well.
It says that plains that paid for the Solitude last turn, the untapped one would be the land off the field.
Look, now choosing a color for Sunken Citadel really does matter.
That's true. We thought that it might not come up, but you know that plains marker clearly showing Daniel was setting up the late game all along.
So we've got multiple Cannoneer, and do we have? We need to be able to equip the skateboard.
I'm uncertain if there's any floating mana because this turns sort of that prolonged. There was that land activation between. James has tapped all his lands, but may not have spent all of his mana. He appears to have improvised for that Cannoneer, so he's paid for some of the cost with the artifacts he has available. You can obviously tap the munitions tokens. It doesn't matter whether they are tapped or untapped when they blow up. So you can pay for a lot of the cost. Now Daniel Riley, the one who has to really think. He's suddenly under pressure after kind of being in the driver's seat this whole best of 3 so far.
This is a tough spot because Daniel has lethal on the crackback.
Yeah.
But the problem is now the threat of the Cannoneer puts that in jeopardy so intensely.
Was there any way he could have afforded to hold off on that Solitude play until James's turn just to see if there was a need to, you know, you have enough mana to pay Ward on the Cannoneer if you had another Solitude, or was he kind of priced into by the munitions gaining the life before James untapped?
It's really tough to say because we've seen 2 Solitudes and the deck doesn't run, to my knowledge, this Ponza deck doesn't run very many. There's no way to know in a closed decklist tournament.
Yeah. I mean, I think it usually relies on just because it's like the only creature you can have with Kahira, but even so, you don't have many other options for life gain.
And that's Exacxes. Cannoneer,
wow.
swing, attach skateboard, because that skateboard is +1/+0.
It does, it gives +1 power. Everything matters.
Yeah.
Everything matters. Never give up, Kira. Despite like very quickly running out of lands, having to eat his own Blood Moon for sustenance. Like, this is like some sort of survival show. I'm out in the wilderness and I was forced to eat my own Blood Moon. But eventually I found a kappa that led me back to the promised land. And now James has earned a game 3 here against the Bonza Ponza deck.
Look, I love a game 3. I love a tense matchup. I think it's always fantastic to see decks at their absolute best. And of course, in that first game, we didn't get a chance to see the Affinity deck do its thing. And so getting it full on display, what a treat. This is going to be a tense game 3. We are going to have Ponza on the play.
Which is huge, right? Because that's a deck where if it has a weakness, it is the early game. It tends to be trading with your lands early when you are able to replace them. So those first couple of Price of Freedoms don't hurt that much. And that gives the opportunity for the opponent to jump ahead on board, and they have to catch up later with a sweeper once they've got your mana under control. But against a deck as fast as Affinity, can you afford to do that?
Look, and that is the time-old question, right? And something with Ponza, again, we have information multiple times we've seen. There are 2 islands. There are only 2 basics. You get that 3rd land destruction spell off, and you are free sailing for the rest of the game.
The other thing that's interesting, we didn't really see the presence of too many sideboard cards that game. So I'm not sure whether that just means that neither player sideboarded too heavily, totally possible. They can both just be confident in their plans. Or maybe this game we're going to see something like High Noon really turn the screws on the Izzet deck.
Well, let's turn back into game number 3, Ponza versus Affinity. I'm feeling really good for Ponza.
Oh, especially when we see that only one player is taking a mulligan and it wasn't the Ponza deck.
Look, again, these are tough decks to mulligan for, and especially Affinity is really priced into fast, early, aggressive starts.
Yeah, you're right, and it's sort of a different kind of mulligan logic to other decks, right? If you're playing a deck that has a really strong A+B combo, like a lot of the decks we see in the field today, you can know, okay, this is a combo hand, this isn't a combo hand, what am I looking for, what do the different cards in my hand do? But the roles of cards in this deck aren't always as clear-cut. How much of one, how much of the other you need. Do you keep a hand that just has the Emissary and not the Cannoneer? Do you feel like you need 2 of those payoffs to try and fight through the removal that Daniel has? Do you keep a hand that just has lands in it so you can try and fight through all the early land destruction? I'm not sure, right? It's up to someone like James to make those decisions based on their experience with the deck, and that's why Modern is so rewarding of building up those reps and really getting that player expertise.
I am such a fan of the format right now. I will say, look, do I think there's a problematic card called Kozilek's Command running around? Who's to say, really?
So people say there will always be a strongest card in the format, and there's a couple right now, but that card is really strong and incredibly versatile, and we're going to see a lot of it today. But neither list right now is running it. These 2 players are both 2-0, so there are other things to be doing in Modern, even with how powerful some of the standout cards are.
Look, and this looks like we could see a really powerful start from James here. It looks like we've got an engineered explosives. I think I saw Tormod's Crypt in there as well. Sacred Foundry to start for Daniel Riley. Look, and this could be representing either a road, this could be a galvanic discharge again, just something that if James decides he's going to try and warp in a Pinnacle Emissary, that we're going to stop him as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the Boros player lead on untapped Shock and then play a tapped Surveil land. So obviously the deck, it doesn't just have those 2-mana land destruction spells. There is a ton of 1-mana removal that helps it really efficiently stay on the board while it kind of wears down your lands. So Daniel at least trying to send the message to James that, hey, the first time you play one of those really impactful threats, it's gone.
Elegant Parlor, Surveil, keep on top, back on over to James. Fiery Islet land for turn. Did we draw a Pinnacle Emissary or a Kappa Cannoneer?
Would you say, like, obviously Affinity wants to not play out too many cards before it's ready to do the big turn. Is the big turn 2 usually, do you think? Turn 3? When's the right time for James?
It's really hard to say looking down the barrel of an untapped, like, red-white land.
Okay.
We're going to try and resolve Pinnacle Emissary now, and we're going to force Daniel to basically answer this question right now.
James briefly looking up and making strong eye contact there after putting down the Emissary. We saw last game Emissary actually preceded a Cannoneer and was able to successfully draw out some of that removal.
Yep.
Here it does again, draw out the Erode. I mean, you can't just disrespect the Emissary and leave it in play.
With the Welding Jar on the stack as well, we're not going to get a drone. So we're going to be able to go get that basic island.
Yeah, they're important that there is text on Welding Jar in addition to being a 0-mana artifact. It regenerates, which means that a destroy effect like Erode, your opponent could choose to give up their jar and keep the Emissary around. Daniel is not interested in giving James that choice.
I apologize. Pinnacle Emissary is a cast trigger, but we can't target it with the Welding Jar because it's not on the field yet, so you can't regenerate the Pinnacle Emissary.
Yes, yeah.
But look, I've got a 1/1 drone.
The 1/1 drone, it can block flyers. That helps if Avatar Roku's around, I suppose. Otherwise, it is an artifact. So again, James getting Daniel to use a piece of removal and still upping the artifacts on board. So if turn 3 is going to be the big turn, you've got a Kappa Cannoneer kind of down payment available.
Look, and here comes Field of Ruin. This is going to be the last time James is able to get a land off of a land destruction spell like either Erode or Field of Ruin. Going forward, every land destruction spell is for keepsies.
Yeah, and we saw the play draw difference there a little bit because last game James got the Blood Moon down super fast on the play and kind of cut off any fields before they could be used. Now, even if there is that field, as soon as it could come out, James has already taken a bit of damage.
Look, if we could draw Blood Moon now, I'm sure we'd be feeling quite a bit happier.
But Daniel has that Plains. Declaring an attack with the drone. First things first. Take
Here
one.
he comes.
Yep. Every point matters.
Back on over to James. I love as well the really interesting back and forths in terms of going to combat before playing a land or before casting any spells. And there it is. It's Blood Moon.
I mean, maybe not with the drone, but with everything else, like it does really impact your opponent's removal decisions technically. They might value removing that threat more than if they know you have a Blood Moon after.
Really importantly as well, we've gotten the Blood Moon down after we put the first lore counter on the Urza Saga.
That's true. So yeah, it will be in play with that ability now. You can
add colorless.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it is an enchantment mountain, and we're gonna price of freedom the basic, yep. So taking away that blue source, although James had that's such a great hand to keep there. You know, you love to have the Blood Moon when you have both your basic islands already, but actually, what if you didn't have both your basic islands, says Daniel, using up that red mana. And now, I mean, James still has a couple of mana, so he's in a spot where for now he can still have one of those affinity turns, but he has to move fast because Daniel's deck probably is going to provide him with a few more land destruction spells in the next couple of turns, and then you could have nothing again.
Remember as well, now that we've got a Blood Moon down, we have, other than the Mox Opals, there are no ways to generate colored mana.
Which means those artifacts that are in play are even more valuable, Kira.
Yeah. We need every single artifact in play.
Daniel playing a very nice-looking mountain there.
I always love it when a mountain somehow looks like a mountain, but also doesn't look like a mountain.
Yeah, it's one of those little things about Magic, right? You know, it's a red producing land, so it's got some mountains on it. And Cleansing Wildfire going to unfortunately continue the train. Daniel drawing, I guess, the right part of the deck to have under a Blood Moon. All the red spells going to continue. Both these two players just going straight for the mana base. It's like watching a war of gut punches.
It also does look like as well the Cleansing Wildfire targeted Daniel's own Elegant Parlor,
Oh,
so
interesting.
he can go get a Plains, and now we can hard cast Solitude.
Yeah, that's not like an unusual play. I wondered whether with already one Plains in play, Daniel would be satisfied, but clearly wants to have the mana for a Solitude.
Look, and that, again, if that's one of your threats, it's not a bad thing to do. We're going to buy Kahira and Sego.
Another double white card. So yeah, Daniel definitely getting some value out of that. You draw a card off the Wildfire as well. So this deck not uncomfortable under a Blood Moon, despite what we saw in Game 2.
Especially with where James is in his own mana right now, knowing that he only really has access to red, which, again, will let you play your weapons manufacturing. Double thumbs up. But with knowing that James is incredibly constrained on mana right now, it means that Daniel is at a better ability to go, 2 lands is fine. 3 I won't let you have, but 2 is okay.
Yeah, it's like cutting off the lands. It's so impressive. It even manages to really shut down this weapons manufacturing plan because unless Daniel decides to get rid of, although this is the one alternative, and we didn't see this last game, but the engineered explosives on 0 gives you a panic button as long as you still can produce 2 mana to get rid of all of the weapons manufacturing tokens at once, Kira. And given Mox Opals in this deck, even with no lands, it's still a threat Daniel has to be concerned about.
And this is where Daniel wants another land destruction spell right now.
Yeah. Great. How surprising for the Boros land destruction deck. I mean, I wish I had some land destruction.
Do you think they're playing more than 4 land destruction spells?
I have a sinking feeling that Daniel is, although we've seen a few already. So, you know, there are cards in the deck that do not say destroy target land on them. You know, we're working on that, the Brain's Trust for the archetype. But, okay, so Wrath of the Skies for probably not a super large amount, but it doesn't have to be, right? This deck is full of 0 mana permanents, and
it looked like it was for 0. Like we're just paying, we're paying white, and here's a great question.
Yes.
Judge, is Urza Saga still an enchantment under a Blood Moon?
Oh, yeah, right.
Yes.
Because normally this would die to the Wrath of the Skies, but it doesn't. It doesn't lose its non-land types.
No,
right?
so it is going to be destroyed.
Yeah.
So it doesn't lose its enchantment super type.
It's like enchantment, land, mountain.
Yeah.
And then the Urza Saga part is crossed out.
Yeah.
Mentally.
Mentally, it's crossed out. So it is an enchantment, land, mountain, and Wrath of the Skies is going to check to see if there are any other. I believe what is the wording on Wrath of the Skies again?
It's artifact, creature, and enchantment with mana value less than 8. And obviously as a land it has mana value 0. So this is normally a great card against Urza Saga. And even your Blood Moon cannot hide it from the Wrath of the Skies. So it was really interesting to me as Daniel here. Obviously you don't always have the opportunity. But is it worth playing Wrath of the Skies if you can't get rid of the weapons manufacturing itself? And you're just, because you are taking a bunch of damage from these tokens, but I guess it's worth it to remove the sack outlets?
Well, so what I was going to say is really important here is getting rid of the engineered explosives, because getting rid of the weapons manufacturing, you need to be able to spend the 2 mana to sacrifice the engineered explosives to get rid of everything. And if with this Wrath of the Skies, you get rid of the Urza Saga, if you can tell me how many lands will be left? It's going to be 1.
What? Oh, okay. I was getting to it in my own time, Kira.
I'm sorry.
Not all of us can be the format expert here. But you're completely right. So now you're down to 1 mana. This is like the one window. This is why being constrained on mana, even for a deck as hyper-efficient as Affinity, it somehow always bites you. Because you have to tap you tap out to play your cards on your turn. As soon as I untap, I'm going to at least have this explosives up, and Daniel will not let you have that opportunity. And so now, as your lands grow ever fewer, you have to find another way to represent that threatening damage. At least all of those munitions did burn Daniel down to 9. But how much damage can James really represent here? Like, I don't think we can have a Cannoneer unless your hand is incredible next turn.
The difficult thing, right, and I think Daniel is priced into playing the Wrath of the Skies there, just to make sure, and then we're going to play the second one as well.
That was just a warm-up Wrath.
But the reason as well you want to do it is in case the last few cards in James's hand are a bunch of 0 mana artifacts. He dumps a bunch of 0 mana artifacts. Maybe, let's say we end up with, a total of 6 munitions at the end of it, and then you deal 12 damage. That just gets really difficult because, again, it puts you in range of death.
So yeah, Daniel acted just the cerebral mastermind here. Doesn't even feel the damage from those munitions, just drawing out any last attempts at a comeback. But James, maybe too canny to play into it, has another explosives and sets it up on 1 here for the Vexing Bauble, I'm assuming. But Avatar Roku means you don't have that much time. You got to undo that Bauble. Then you've got to find some 0 drops to play. You got to find a way to make the 0 drops impactful. How long is that going to take you?
It's a difficult spot because this Affinity deck is priced into keeping cards in hand until you're ready to go for a really explosive Cannoneer turn, or if you're ready to go into an explosive Pinnacle Emissary turn. And here's the problem, right? Daniel now showing us exactly what is going to happen. We have Avatar Roku, and we're going to play another Legend of Roku, exiling more cards, giving us even more access to spells and mitigation, and just forcing James to stay on the backbone. And again, the difficult thing when keeping a bunch of cards in your hand is you're letting Daniel get way far ahead, especially with the current Avatar Roku out. We're going to be able to start making those 4/4 flying dragons, and we're going to overwhelm the board really quickly.
It's just such a stark demonstration of the difference in deck building philosophy. James's deck is all about the synergy between cards, the individual draws, many of them not super impactful. They're there to power up your big important cards. This Boros deck, obviously the land destruction spells are important. Legend of Roku is a huge threat, but it doesn't really have low impact draws that same way. All the cards are going to be playable when you draw them, and you're in a position now where you're building up mana and you don't care about, a sweeper going off. Whereas James, once he loses that onboard collateral, suddenly this looks like a hugely tilted matchup.
Absolutely. The other fun thing as well, right? We get to still play Kahira as our companion because the Legend of Roku front size is an enchantment.
Exactly, yeah. It's nice that there's these little ways to sneak in extra, creature threats into your deck to help this deck eventually end the game, and you still get to play your precious companion.
We are unfortunately going to end up legend ruling these Avatar Rokus, but by that point, you're going to be in a position, and you can just keep the one that's not summoning sick at that point.
It's kind of a flex to be like, and I still got another one of these. Your opponent's there drawing 1 card a turn and being, maybe once I've saved up 5 or 6 cards, I'll have a play worth playing. And you're like, yeah, I'll slam my second redundant Avatar of Roku just to look at another 3. I still got all these.
Exactly. And look, looking at another 3 is important. That first Avatar Roku hit both of the Wrath of the Skies. Like, looking at those extra cards is still really important.
Crazily enough, the deck that is trying to take the controlling role in a game, once it's diminished its opponent's resources and stabilized, is better at playing the end game. Who knew, Kira?
We're going to create another dragon as well.
Oh, my
goodness.
goodness.
James is not able to get out from underneath this with a very convenient somehow if we just put 7 more cards in our hand and a bunch of them are a Kappa Cannoneer and a bunch of 0 mana artifacts.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can find another engineered explosives to lessen the clock for a turn or two, but again, it's such an uphill battle, and James knows when he's beaten and is going to have to take his chances in the remaining Swiss rounds, but Daniel moves to 3-0 with a big, big win on Boros Land Destruction.
What an absolutely fun matchup to look at.
I think so, right? Like, obviously, if you're not a Land Destruction player, maybe not all those games were to your taste, but I love how that game too showed when that deck puts pressure on you in that unexpected way. You see, you have to use every part of your deck and find the lines, and James was able to do it, unfortunately, not 2 times out of 3.
Look, and these are 2 really good, really prominent decks in the metagame. Pawns is a little bit less popular, and I think people aren't willing to be the land destruction villain because it's not exactly a well-loved archetype.
There's a surprising amount. It's not the most popular deck in the room, but it's more popular than you might think.
Look, we're going to come back to round 4 shortly, but in the meantime, we're going to walk you through our Brood Scale deck tech. We'll be back with round 4 in just a moment.
Hi there. Welcome back. We are here from Spotlight in Brisbane for Spotlight the Hobbit, and we're here for our deck techs, breaking down Brood Scale combo. I'm Molly Rowe, and I'm here with Andrea Mengucci, who is acting as our format expert today. Mengu, tell me, what's up with Brood Scale combo?
Well, Brood Scale combo is a 2-card combo that actually was originated in Pauper, funnily enough. Now it's not more legal because they banned statistically, but in Modern we have a very similar card to statistically, which is Blade of the Blood Chief. Now this is a very easy 2-card combo. You put the Blade on the Basking Brood Scale, any creature dies anywhere, and it will just start triggering the Brood Scale. It's a counter, make a spawn, you suck the spawn, you get 1 mana, and that way you get infinite mana and infinite counter on the Brood Scale. Not only that, you also get infinite enter the battlefield of colorless creature, which means that if you have a Glaring Fleshraker, you kill the opponent.
Absolutely.
And once you have infinite mana, you can kill the opponent in many ways, like Kozilek's command, finding that Fleshraker. And yeah, that is the 2-card combo of the deck.
Awesome. It was a deck that we saw a lot of at the most recent Pro Tour Marvel. So why would you bring it today? Why would this be a deck of choice for you?
Well, as I mentioned, Kozilek's Command is the strongest card in Modern, and Eldrazi Temple is one of the strongest land in Modern. So you just have these unfair way to get on top of your opponent with very fast mana. You have just very cheap interaction and a very threatening and powerful 2-card combo. And some very powerful B and C plan, which is really the strength of just any successful archetype.
Okay, so let's say the combo doesn't go off. What happens? How does this deck play fair?
Well, you say you play fair. It's not at all how fair it is to pay 6 mana for an Emrakul the Promised End, but this is what this deck can do. This is a 13 drop that you can cast by tapping, well, very few lands because of Eldrazi Temple, that's 2. And then you gain your opponent turn and you can just, you just kind of win the game once you put a 13-13 against the opponent turn. But also this deck has Urza Saga, which is one of the strongest land of all time, which fetches for the Basking Brood Scale, but also makes some constructs. So for example, against my pet deck, Blue-Black Frogtide, sometimes just Urza Saga kind of can just win the game on its own.
Yeah, absolutely. I've heard that taking your opponent's turn for them is quite strong. So if you're sleeving up Brood Scale this weekend, what do you want to be sitting down against? What's the matchups look like for this deck?
Well, this is just one of the best decks in the format. I would say one of the strengths of this deck is that a very, very balanced metagame spread, matchup spread. You are playing one of the strongest deck in the format. So as I often say in Modern, there really isn't like the best deck. But you have to play one of the best decks and you have to know it inside out. And Basking Brood Scale is one of those decks that really rewards knowing when you have to go combo, knowing when you have to go mid-range, and even knowing when you have to side out the combo, because this is something that, just reading the deck list you don't understand, but sometimes some players really shape their combo very much and just go in on that Writing Chrysalis Emrakul plan. So this deck is super powerful, has a lot of angle of attack, and it's definitely one of the best choice for a Spotlight Series The Hobbit.
Do you think that because day one for Spotlight Series The Hobbit is closed deck list, when you've got multiple avenues like that and you're not quite sure what your opponent's playing, do you think that that's a disadvantage for this deck?
Not really. I think open deck list versus closed deck list is more of like an overblown topic that I'll definitely get. throughout the week. And I just think that this is one of the best decks. If you're playing it, you want to win, and you will likely win more because it's a very powerful deck.
Amazing. All right, well, you heard it here. Very powerful deck, a very good choice with Brood Scale combo here at Spotlight Brisbane, the Hobbit. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you again soon.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to live coverage of Spotlight Series of The Hobbit from Brisbane, Australia. My name's Riley Knight, and I've got a very special guest joining us here once again at the commentary booth. It's Andrea Mangucci joining us from beautiful Italy. Andrea, welcome. It's great to have you back here in Australia.
It's great. It's been so lovely to be here. Apparently, they call it sunny Brisbane.
Yeah, beautiful sunny Brisbane.
Because it is always sunny.
It's always sunny here in the beautiful sunshine state of Queensland. I myself moved up to Queensland from Victoria.
You leveled up?
In some respects, yes.
Okay,
yes, much more beautiful up here in Queensland. The weather, fantastic. Never gets cold. Lovely.
Yeah, they said it's winter. I
Yes.
came here with my jacket, with my
Yeah,
heavy
your
clothes,
scarves.
my scarves. I
Yeah.
brought 4 scarves.
Yeah, just in case.
And yesterday morning, jet lag, I did my walk at 6 a.m. It was cold.
Yeah, wintry morning.
But then at 8 a.m. was already so hot. And
yeah.
it's crazy because it's winter.
Yeah, middle of winter in beautiful sunny Queensland. Never gets colder than like, what, 22, 23? Beautiful,
Yeah,
beautiful.
great.
We're glad to have you here, Mengu, and we're very glad to have you watching as well around the world. Thanks for joining us here in Brisbane as we explore this modern format. And I'm very excited indeed to head down to our feature match area because my favourite deck is on display. We've got Jeskai Control to showcase here, and it's a real nasty version as well, Andrea. We're going to see Paris Pandey here with a Jeskai Control list featuring not just Teferi Time Raveler, not just Narset Parter of Veils, some very nasty cards to face off against, but also the Orum's Chant Isochron Scepter combo. Tell us about what this deck's trying to do.
Yes, this is a deck that tries to control the opponent. This deck came second at the last Modern Pro Tour by Pachi Sanchez, and has just been around for a while. You know, the reactive strategies have been a thing in Modern for a very long time, but since Modern Horizons 3 introduced a reprint of Orum's Chant, now there's lock of Isochron Scepter plus Orum's Chant is just a legitimate win con, and if you have Teferi Time Raveler, you really shut most of the decks out.
It's been interesting to see the way that the blue-white based control decks have evolved over the years. I remember when, for a while, we were sneaking Emrakuls in with, I've forgotten her name, the 4-drop Planeswalker.
Oh, Nahiri.
Nahiri, that's right. Yeah, that was big for a while. And then we just had, before that, the old Snapcaster Mage decks and that sort of thing. But now, Isochron Scepter and a Silence Effect.
Yeah, so on the other side, instead, we see Espergorio, which is one of the most popular deck in the format. We're going to have the metagame breakdown very soon, but I believe I read that Espergorio is the second most popular deck.
It is indeed the second most played deck this weekend here in Brisbane at Magic Spotlight The Hobbit. And doing very well is Itai Watterson. We've seen Itai around the top tables at many Australian decks. Mengu, a very accomplished and powerful wizard here. This is a rock-solid choice for a weekend like this, playing Espergorio, a deck with a proven track record.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the strongest decks. It can play a fair matchup. It can play an unfair matchup. Really hard for just anyone to side against, honestly. You see Griselbrand in the end, but this deck could have also just played like a turn 2 Frog here, a Quantum Riddler Ephemerate. So a very powerful deck that we're going to see plenty of in this weekend.
So what has Paris got to do here as the player who is taking a more, I guess, defensive role, more reactive role, like in the face of a combo deck like Goryo's Vengeance? What's the best sort of opening for them?
Well, that's the cool thing of the control. You don't have to move. You don't have to do anything. You have to react to what your opponent does. So if they pass, you're probably not going to jam Teferi here. Well, you could because, of course, Espergorio doesn't have too many interactions, but you could just pass the turn, hold up your counterspell, and just keep the game going. I'm surprised to see Spellsnare being surveilled to the graveyard because Spellsnare is an all-time best card against Espergorio because most of the threat of the Goryo deck costs 2 mana.
Including Goryo's Vengeance itself, of course, yes.
But, so maybe I think that Paris is just missing land drops, so that's why I bin the land here. I bin the spell there.
The other thing here is... yes, as you correctly point out, like, land drops are so critical for a control deck, and you can't really afford, I'll find the 4th land. Like, you're playing a very mana-hungry deck. You've got mana-intensive combos that you want to get going. So hitting those land drops really, really important here.
Yeah, and we see the 5 lands into play, 5 survey land, which is kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah, true.
Like, it really just impacted Magic so much, Carl of Manor, that just, made these Eternal formats with fetch lands just completely taken over by this surveillance.
Here's another fetch land. And look at this. This may be another reason. My read on this one, Mengu, and tell me if I'm wrong. My read on the 1 untapped land left to put Kahira in hand. That says to me there's another spell snare in hand here for Paris.
Yeah, very likely, as Paris only plays 2. One is in the graveyard, the other one must be in hand, as you said.
That's just Andrea's best guess. Of course, this is a closed deckless tournament. We have no idea exactly how many Paris is playing.
No, we do know.
No, we have no idea at all.
I know, I've written here in my MTG Melee account.
We have no idea. There's no way to know exactly how many spell snares are in Paris' deck. Mengu's best guess is 2, but who can say? Who can say? No, it's unusual for us to be playing with closed deck lists. I was making this point earlier. Often competitive Magic these days, in the digital age, of course, we have open deck list tournaments. But day number 1, closed deck lists, before we head into our second day, where we'll get access to all of the lists that people are playing here. Quantum Riddler being warped in, and a Thoughtseize now as well. Let's see if there is that other spell snare potentially in hand here for Paris.
Paris is going to respond to that with a Solitude, which is such a risky play, because now Itai can play Ephemerate.
Yes, and we might be seeing just that here.
This is an extremely risky play. Wow, I'm very surprised to see it.
Is there a card that's being used to evoke it?
Yeah, Kaihera.
Oh, Kaihera, right. Sorry, underneath there, I missed that, yep.
The Godless Shrine is untapped, and I believe an Ephemerate is coming down here.
Uh-oh. This is a great little value pickup here for Itai. And yeah, there's the Ephemerate. So draw a card, another card off the Quantum Riddler. A Thoughtseize here is going to pick apart this hand. And what do you take here? Probably the Scepter?
You might take the Scepter, because if Paras draws a Orim's Chant, then he has the 5 mana to lock you down. And Wrath of the Skies is a way to deal with the Riddler, but that's going to take 7 mana. So it takes a while. You have the Otuawara to buy some time, but yeah. The game isn't over by any means. The control deck has plenty of answers to this Quantum Riddler.
Okay, so the Riddler sticks around now, of course, because of the Ephemerate. Probably won't attack next turn.
Not. I think you just draw a card.
You just take the extra card, I think, particularly in a matchup like this, where you're not under pressure, where you can afford to take an extra turn off. Oh, and Narset's very nice here. That's a great rip off the top here.
Narset is particularly nice because it denies the extra card from the Riddler in the next upkeep. But I believe Itai has left on top a March of the Otherworldly Light, which exiles target creature, artifact, or enchantment. So it does not actually get rid of that Narset. So Itai decided to take the March with a Surveil because of, I guess, Icecrown Scepter at this point.
Yeah, making sure there's an answer to the threat that's in hand. But a tiny rip here for our Jeskai control player. Quantum Riddler takes out the Narset, but that has already denied the card draw, so getting good value there from the preventing that Ephemerate effect.
And now a land untapped. There's a Big Teferi in end of Paras. And Big Teferi, do you remember how I used to call it back in the days when it was illegal in Standard, Magic Arena? I used to call it Teferone. You had the small Teferi, which was Teferino. And then you had the big Teferi, which was Teferone.
Exactly. That works very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we say sort of like, you can, force, as Teferone eats a force of negation here, you can, in English, we sort of have the Teferi where like you put the 3 instead of the E.
3 fairy. Okay.
Yeah, 3 fairy or like 5, you try to put a 5 in there somewhere. But I like Teferino and Teferone. Teferone.
Exactly.
That's very good.
With that accent.
Yeah. A perfect Italian accent. You were complimenting me earlier on my Italian accent.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for that.
I was very surprised. A road here gets rid of Riddler, so Paras has been drawing some answers.
Path to the graveyard, as we'll see.
I'm surprised they played Otawara rather than a Plains, though.
Yeah, no, we saw that Paris had a bunch of lands in hand, right? Still got the Plains there, the Wrath of the Skies revealed as well.
Yeah. Wrath of the Skies, well, it's going to be able to kill anything that happens because the mana, there's so much mana into play already. This game is going to take a while here.
You mentioned before how the Espagorio's deck can sort of play different game plans. Isn't all in on the combo, can play a longer, fairer game if you like. Oh, and a Day's Undoing now. Okay, so we're going to sort of reset things a little bit. That's an interesting play here from Paris without any cards in hand. It's, I think, with 3.
He's going to play Solitude.
Play a Solitude just as a 3/2.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, that was a very good draw, I think, for Paras, because they were definitely very much behind here. The 0 cards basically to the 3, and decide to just restart. And Paras has access to Orim's Chant. So imagine they just go draw 7, pass. In your upkeep, Orim's Chant. Espagor doesn't have answers to that.
No.
So it just takes a turn off, passes, and then Paras untaps with 7 cards in hand and just start playing.
So essentially taking out the downside of Day's Undoing and the fact that you don't get the rest of your turn. An Orm's Chant would be an absolutely sick rip here from Paris. And we assume, we don't know, but we assume they're playing 4.
Yeah.
I'll just check here to see if my assumption is...
Yeah.
Well, we don't know.
And now Itai can just fetch up a land here. But you were saying something about, like...
There it is. Look, did you see?
Yeah.
Orm's Chant in hand.
Yeah. Okay, it decides to not fetch a land. Interesting. Then upkeep stop, and now Paris is thinking, should I play Orm's Chant now, or should I just, you know, hold up? Because they also have counter spells.
Yeah, I like this.
Orm's Chant kicked here, of course.
Yep. Prevent the attack.
Yeah, and...
Still 2 mana available.
Basically, that way, you just play all of a sudden a 0 mana Time Twister. Because you just play Time Twister, and then it's your turn again to play your spells.
Yes.
And again, it's game 1, so Itai doesn't have access to the counter spells that they might access to post sideboard with the you know, Force of Negation and Mystical Dispute.
If they're in the sideboard.
He can play a Solitude here. It's not great.
In response to the Orm's Chant.
Yeah, you just put more board presence for the next turn. That's probably the only spell the Itai could have played there.
And a Galvanic Discharge as well was drawn out of those 7 cards off the Days Undoing. Things have really turned around here. That Days Undoing worked out really, really well for Paris.
And you can't respond. You can't ephemerate it because, once again, you're under the chant.
So now it remains to be seen what are the cards that are left in hand here for Paris after playing that Days Undoing, because having navigated these treacherous waters so far, now has to do something to start getting further ahead, and Narset is a great place to start, particularly with that Guy Reach Sanitarium.
That's a 2-card combo. It's not great, but it's a combo. Oh, a response, you have to do this.
Faithful Mending in response to the Narset, of course, because otherwise you won't be able to draw the 2 cards.
And let's see, I see a Traxa. Let's see if Itai also has Gore's Vengeance. You can also discard Griselbrand. That's a card that Itai plays.
Yeah, draw an extra card on your opponent's turn.
Okay, they decide to not discard a Traxa because, of course, there are more than 7 mana to play a Traxa.
Right, and a Force of Negation now to take this Narset off the battlefield. That just goes to show how much of a threat that that Narset was, particularly with the Guy Reach Sanitarium. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Guy Reach Sanitarium Narset combo, each player draws a card, then discards a card. When your Narset is in play, you activate that, and it just means you draw a card, discard. Your opponent just discards. It's brutal, particularly when your opponent has no cards in hand.
Yeah, so I think Itai had a Force in hand when Paras played Orm's Chant. But he decided to pass instead.
Save it, okay. All right, here is now a Consult the Star chart. Looks like it's being kicked as well.
So Consult the Star charts here is kicked, and we are looking for more Orm's Chant to deny the Atraxa to be played this turn. Let's see if Paras finds it.
Looking at the top 8. Got a good chance, but no, doesn't look like it. Okay. I think I saw a Sink into Stupor, though.
Okay, I think we're going to go Thoughtseize into Atraxa here.
Okay, there's the Thoughtseize. Yeah. Oh, no, it was Lorien Revealed, Supreme Verdict, Consult, and then Teferino, and Narset.
Yeah, interesting hand.
Yeah, not a great hand in this position.
No, you might take Teferi just because that bounces Atraxa, but you also might take Narset because, you know, if Paras goes Narset -2, finds a Days Undoing, they have the combo right away. So it's a little bit scary to leave them with Narset, and if you're tapped out with no Force of Negation.
Narset into Days Undoing, another one of these nasty combos that's in this deck. Your opponent draws 1 card while you draw 7. One way to break the symmetry of that card, certainly. So let's see what Thoughtseize goes after here.
Yeah.
After Teferi.
Okay, the Teferi. So now
the onboard answer to the Atraxa.
Yeah, so now we can cast Atraxa with a Breeding Pool mana, of course. And we are going to look at the top 10 cards and pick up usually 4 or 5. Of course, this is one of the strongest cards when it was legal in Standard as well.
All right, land creature so far. Another, a sorcery. Oh my goodness, this is a great one. Look at this, yep. So getting at least 4 cards here. We're going to get land, Psychic Frog, Prismatic Ending, And then
Goryo's
the
Vengeance,
Goryo's
finally.
Vengeance as well
Yeah.
at last.
Yeah,
That
because
was-
we have Mending in the graveyard and another Atraxa in hand. So if Pyras answers this Atraxa, we can go Flashback Mending, discard Atraxa, and then Goryo, and then Ephemerate.
Yes.
And land has not played, so Itai can still represent Ephemerate.
We've seen some. This match has swung back and forth. Hey, we've seen some. We've seen some big swings as Paris reset very neatly with the Day's Undoing, and now Itai's come back with this Atraxa turn. Now we're back to Paris with a Narset looking for something. Doesn't really find it though. Consult the star charts off the Narset is.
Well, the thing is that if Paris finds Orim's Chant, he buys time, and then he has all his Planeswalker to gain value. And then eventually he can combo again, the deck can combo again with Days Undoing. So the game is definitely swinging to Itai, who has 7 cards in hand.
But it's not over.
But it's not over.
No. Orim's Chant, a really, really important card for this Jeskai deck. And 1 has already been cast.
There's 4.
And with 4 in the deck, you'd think that Paris would be drawing closer to finding it, particularly with Consult the Star Charts.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 Consult the Star Charts in hand. They haven't made a land drop yet, so they can just go, oh no, looks like we're playing Supreme Verdict instead.
All right. Okay. Well, Supreme Verdict is a very temporary answer to this Narset. Paris knows there's a Goryo's Vengeance in hand for Ito.
That's true. So they basically just put the Atraxa in the graveyard for them.
Yeah. All right, well.
Ooh, fetching a plains means that there's no more lands anywhere. Because otherwise you would have fetched for a non-basic land.
Yes,
there.
true. Given it could be tapped.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, over to Ito now. On 6, has taken a lot of damage. How's that happened? Just like shocking and thought seizing and right.
Yeah.
Even with the Faithful Mending, that's a lot of damage to have taken. 14 damage.
All right, it looks like we are casting Goryo, and there's no spells in there.
Okay, Goryo's Vengeance brings back the Atraxa that was verdicted away. We're going to get 10 more cards off the top now.
And then we're certainly attacking Narset. And we're finally gaining some life back for you, Rally, so that you're more a little bit calm.
Oh, yes, I was so worried.
So 1 spell's there in the deck list. This is this deck list should be the one from Kelvin Chu, a player from Hong Kong who did very well at the Pro Tour, who was playing 1 copy of spells there.
So, a land, a Spell Snare, and either an Atraxa or a Quantum Riddler here. What do you like, Mango?
Yeah, there are all the Atraxas been seen because Itai has 1 in hand, 1 in play, and 2 would probably go to the bottom of the deck.
You take the Riddler?
I mean, Itai already has 1 Atraxa in hand.
Yeah, you don't really need
I don't think you need more. And they're mismatching 2 and 2. So
how do you feel about that?
I mean, card availability nowadays is just so hard. There's just so many cards, so many different sets.
You take what you can get.
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 All right, no, it does actually take the Atraxa here, Andrea. So
yeah. Oh wow, it does.
Oh, maybe there wasn't an Atraxa in hand then. If that's the. Oh no. Okay.
Oh, you know what?
We're playing half open, half not. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
There's the swamp
but
now.
You have to go to discard at the end of the turn.
Ah, sure.
For
Okay.
sure.
There you go.
You can discard the Atraxa.
Yeah.
But yeah. Looks like we are playing the Psychic Frog here. No, the Ephemerate. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I would consider scooping it up if I was Paras.
Yeah.
Because this game is definitely over, and just Control is a deck that can easily go to time.
Yeah. So you pack it up here just because you know you're going to lose. You may as well maximize the amount of time you've got to win the next 2 games that you have to win in order to get over the line.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But by the way, I was wrong saying that this looks like Kelvin Chu deck list because there's both Falaji and Otherworldly Gates, so that looks more the all-in combo deck. But there's also Riddler. This deck just plays all. Itai just couldn't decide between the Riddler Faithful Mending version or the Falaji Archaeologist plus Gaze version, and he just played them all basically.
Yeah. Poke no los dos.
Yeah, Poke no los dos, exactly. You play 1 or 2 of every card, and it's going to be able.
It's like one of those Frank Carsten aggregate lists that you see every now and again.
That's true.
Really good.
Of course, Frank Carsten, the metagame mentor, is not part of the Spotlight series, but I've worked with him for every Spotlight series, and it's very nice.
He handles the ones over in Europe, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
And one of the worst things about Frank Carsten, and there are many.
No way.
But one of the worst things about him is he works very hard, and it makes the rest of us look very bad.
Oh, yeah.
He never gives us a day off.
He works for 5 or 6 people.
Yes. He does. He's an incredibly hardworking and dedicated servant of the game, and no, quite seriously, he's obviously a joy to work with.
A very nice Psychic Frog is gonna mean that Itai doesn't need to go to this card because all the cards that would have gone to the graveyard at the end step are instead going to the Psychic Frog.
The frog. Yep.
Yeah. All right, and looks like yeah, that Atrax is in play, that Frog is in play, and hand is well face up.
Yes, 5 out of those 7 cards face up. Spell Snare, Atraxa, Psychic Frog, Goryo's Vengeance, Prismatic Ending, all revealed. We're going to see a Consult the Star Charts, but a Spell Snare for that.
This feels so weird to tap 4 lands and be matched by a
And get Spell Snared. Brutal.
Because, of course, the rules of the game say that Spell Snare counters a spell with mana value 2, and even if you kick Consult, the mana value remains 2. For the newer player, it's very easy. You just look at the top right of what's written over there, and that's the mana value of the card. Unless it's Chalice of the Void, then it's weird.
Unless it's an X spell, which is, yeah. There's no easy answer.
There's no easy
Magic
answer.
the Gathering.
Yeah.
No.
All right, are we winning the game this turn?
In they come. Atraxa and the Psychic Frog.
Nope, we're not.
Okay. Are we going to see a sink into stupor here?
Where?
On the Atraxa. Okay.
4,
okay.
Or are we taking more? No, just 4.
10 or 13. I think this is fine.
Yeah, I mean, you could discard more cards into it, but...
Kind of Thoughtseize as well, for whatever that last card is as well. No?
Yeah.
Okay, just another Atraxa. Why not? This is what, the 4th Atraxa trigger?
This reminds me like the standard domain games where you just would cast Atraxa over and over every turn of the game.
Yeah.
Here, I would have maybe gone for the line where you ram it Atraxa with that Goryo in hand at the end turn of your opponent, so you have more mana to spend around. But honestly, this makes sense as well.
Largely academic. All right. We're going to have a look at those top 10 cards. I did see a Quantum Riddler amongst them, just in case, Itai wants even more cards here.
Yeah, you want to find Force of Negation. You want to find interactions.
A couple of Big Daddy Gs here as well. Grizzled Round.
Yeah, there's Force of Negation. There it is. Wow, 0 lands. That's weird. Force of Negation, we definitely take that. You see how Itai quickly picked it up. Only 2 cards out of the huge pile, and Grazebrand is the other choice, which you can hardcast. I have a story, Riley, of playing the Avacyn Restored pre-release.
Oh, yes?
Yes, and I opened Grizzlebrand.
Nice.
And put it in my deck.
Yes?
Yeah.
How'd that go for you?
Never.
Did you ever cast it?
Never.
Oh, you never cast it?
No.
Did you draw it and look at it in your hand and wish it was like just a 2/2?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's an 8-drop in a limited game. Not easy to cast it.
Didn't work. Yeah.
Yeah. We should have discarded our cards to the frog and not to the end step. Oh, no, we do that. Okay, okay, okay. That's good. That's good.
All right.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it there for game number 1. Paris realizes that is not something they're going to be able to overcome. And so we scoop them up and we will be going to game number 2. The Goryo's deck...
But first it's us, all right, Riley.
But first it's us. Here we are. Hello, it's Riley Knight, joined by Andrea Mengucci. What a pleasure it is to have your company here from beautiful sunny Brisbane in Australia. Mengu made the long trip all the way over the, And then on Monday...
All the way back. All the way back. That's
So
how it goes. If you go to a place, you have to return at some point.
I said to him, well, not necessarily. I said to him, man, stick around, stay in Australia, let's go, baby, come on. And he's like, no.
I've got modern games to stream.
You've got commitments to uphold.
Next week,
yeah,
of course.
You've got the...
all the people, what do they watch?
What do you call the people in your stream?
The
Mango Knights?
Watch Mango stream.
No, you don't have like a special little nickname for them? That's how little respect Mango
no,
has for his fans.
That's not true. That's not true. Respect.
So I used to call mine the Jackals.
Oh, why?
Because they exhibited a lot of jackal-like behavior. You know, the heeing and the whoring.
My people behave.
Yeah, they do?
My people behave. I never have to ban anyone.
Enforce a level of civilized decorum in your... Where can people find you streaming, Mengu? Yeah,
I stream, well, I say daily, but my thing is that I stream whenever I'm home.
Yes, which isn't often.
It's not daily.
No.
On twitch.tv/Andrea Mengucci, and then, of course, I have 2 YouTube channels. One is Andrea Mengucci Video, and one is Mengu's Workshop.
Is that video, V-E-E?
It's video, yes, indeed. Yeah.
Very good, yes.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to come here in Australia. You know, lots of people get to enjoy my content and meeting the fans out here. It was nice. Australians are super nice, so you never have any bad experiences.
Although you
never.
No? Perhaps
no.
Can we grab that, Marcus? Can we grab that gift, that cultural gift we tried to give Mengu? Maybe we'll try to do it again on stream here.
I even had to sign.
Marcus is going to help us here.
I even had to sign some extremely expensive card yesterday.
But here we actually made Mengu the offer of a deeply cherished Australian institution. And Megu, live on camera here, I'm going to have you try. He's not going to refuse it this time.
I'm not going to try it, but I'll take it. I'll take it home, unless the Italian customs tells me that you know in Australia, if you come to Australia, you have to put down all your food.
Very strict.
You can't.
Very
you
strict.
can't break any food. So I don't know. Maybe it's the same in Italy. Who knows?
No.
Maybe I have to leave it at the airport.
That's terrible. No, he refused our gift. I'm glad I was able to bully him into taking it on camera here, just because he can't be rude.
B vitamins, by the way.
Yeah, very good for you, Vegemite. Yes, it's a concentrated yeast extract that used to be made by scraping out the remainder of the beer fermentation process. They would scrape that off the inside of the barrel. It's essentially a byproduct of the brewing process. It's some people say it's an acquired taste. It's very salty. If you haven't had Vegemite before, I highly recommend it. Mengu does not. We're going to move back on to our next feature match here, our next featured game, I should say, as we head back down to our feature table. Our players are ready for game number 2, as we move on now to post-sideboarded magic between Paris Pandy and Itai Watterson. These decks will have had the chance to reposition, readjust a little bit, and you would think Paris would be able to fine-tune their answers, bring in some cards that are going to be a little more targeted in this matchup. Things like maybe Surgical Extraction, Celestial Purge.
Yeah, they can have cards like just like permanent answers to the graveyard as well, like Rest in Peace is a card that the control deck can play nowadays. But again, for the people who just joined, this is a closed deck list event on day 1, so we're not going to refer to the deck list that much. We see Paris using Lure and Revealed as a way to get that white mana. Lure and Reveal, of course, an extremely strong way to fix your colors because it's a blue card. You can pitch to Force of Negation, Subtlety, or you can just art cast as well. It's a very, very strong card added to from the Lord of the Rings
Yes,
set.
of course. And the fact that it can fetch any island, not just a basic island, is huge here. Speaking of islands, we've got a Meticulous Archive being followed up by a Watery Grave, and on turn number 2, it's Quantum Riddler being warped in.
I'm very surprised here. Itai decided to not play Psychic Frog on turn 2, despite having it, but instead went for the Quantum Riddler, showing respect for Spellsnare. When Paris really shows a lot of weakness here with this play, but finds a land.
Yes, and we sort of hypothesized earlier that Paris in game number 1 was seeking lands in the early game. Could be the same situation here. Thoughtseize is a nice one. And oh, look at that. Has the combo, the Isochron Scepter and the Orum's Chant.
And not just that, he also had Spellsnare, and I assume he draw-stepped Mystical Dispute, meaning that they played very well last turn by not going for Frog and instead going for Riddler. So, the Frog would have been matched by Spellsnare, the Riddler was not. And I'm going to assume that, Dispute was in there because otherwise it would have countered the Riddler. And now that Snare gets discarded, but we still can't. All right, well, we're going to go Frog, but it's going to be countered anyway. Do you think Paris is going for it next turn? Like, because he can go Scepter into Orum's Chant this turn. But Itai not answering it makes me think that he has an answer for it.
Yeah, because you could just take the Scepter, right? Could just take the Scepter.
Yeah. So a lot of levels here. Where do you want to position yourself in that level?
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out here.
Yeah, the players have been shortcutting here because Itai still searching for that second land. Already put that Frog in the graveyard.
Yeah, the Frog's already in the graveyard before the mana cost has been paid.
Yeah, if you are not too familiar with paper Magic, sometimes you can just announce things and then look for your lands later. The fetch lands are a tiny bit annoying for
shuffling.
Yeah,
they slow things down
just in general. That's why they were banned in Pioneer, and that's why they. I think they're not going to bring them back to Standard. Is that true? Pioneer was born with only 5 cards in the ban list.
No, I know they were banned in Pioneer when the format began, but I thought it was a power level thing. No, it was like a tournament logistics thing, was it?
I mean, it can't really. I mean, I don't think power level. You don't really ban lands for power level. I assume. It's just I think it's for tournament logistics. Fetch-ins are a pain. Like, look at this. Itai has been taking 2 minutes of his timer just to find a land. That's just a natural resource that you get to play the game.
Yeah, well, okay.
I think, at least, that would be my assumption.
Well, the Isochron Scepter is online.
And we see Prismatic Ending. That is the answer.
Okay.
Oh.
But no. Another chant in hand, which we knew about, to prevent the ending, which is a sorcery from being cast.
Oh, wow. And now Paris can just go upkeep Orum's Chant. I'm so surprised that they discarded Spells Snare when the Scepter was right there.
Yeah, I think... Well, no, but the 2 Orum's Chants were revealed as well.
Yeah, but you can just discard a Scepter.
No. If Itai was like, oh, no, I can deal with this because I've got the Prismatic Ending.
Yeah.
But no, but the second chant was revealed, so it's not like that chant came off the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is that Pyrus not finding lands, so he's not really progressing his gameplay and has to tap 2 mana every single turn.
Yeah.
And now, look at that. In upkeep, well, they should be tapping 2 lands because I believe they announced that they played Orum's Chanting. Respawns were playing Gore's Vengeance. We should be in the upkeep of Itai Watersun, and Pyrus lands should be all tapped.
Okay, but the Atraxa got eroded.
Yes.
So it couldn't attack?
No, it's upkeep, I believe. Yes.
Okay.
We Gore's Vengeance the Atraxa, and then we eroded the Atraxa.
Okay.
Meaning that end of the turn, that Atraxa is not going to be exiled because it's in the graveyard already for a future Gore's Vengeance.
But Paris eroded it?
Yes.
Why?
7 life. Yeah. Ephemerate, because Itai didn't have a land. You could have gone maybe land Ephemerate.
Okay.
The Watery Grave doesn't flash it back. Maybe Itai should have left untapped the Meticulous Archive to bluff an Ephemerate.
Yeah.
Not sure. A lot of levels here, and those 2 lands being untapped still tilts me a little bit. Oh no, Orum's Chant, Azure Scepter is untapped, so it wasn't used. All right, then it's all clear now.
Yeah. Okay. So
I think you know where we are?
Yeah.
We are at the end step of Paras. That's where we are.
Okay.
I think that's where we are.
Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, because Goryo's Vengeance keeps the Atraxa around to the next end step.
Yes.
Okay, so in any case, this is the Atraxa trigger being resolved.
Yes. At the end of the turn of Paras, meaning that they next turn will be able to go Azure Conceptor.
Yeah.
But Itai can go Artcast Force of Negation or 3 mana Mystical Dispute on the Scepter and then go land ending your Scepter. So let's see which level do we want to be here right now. We'll see.
A lot of options for these players here. A lot of lines that they could be taking.
Upkeep, Orum's Chant is put on the stack.
Okay.
Dispute counters it.
So you of course, you still can counter the card that is cast by the Isochron Scepter.
Yes, and now we can fetch a Godless Shrine and Prismatic Ending the Scepter.
There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Well, it took us a while, and there are a lot of hoops that had to be jumped through by both players here, but the end result is Paris loses their Scepter there without having done too much damage.
Yeah, because Paris missed land drops.
Yes, that's the problem.
And they were not able to progress the gameplay.
Yeah.
Which is very important. If you want to spend 2 mana every turn, you're actually
you have to be hitting land drops, drawing cards, finding a way to make sure that you're putting yourself in this game instead of just sort of spinning your wheels.
Yeah, delaying the game enough that Itai went to discard phase, discarded Atraxa, and then Goryo's Vengeance did a couple of times. And the Erode even put the Atraxa in the graveyard, not even in Exile Zone.
Yeah.
So I think like the advantage bar is definitely ahead for Itai Watersun. Yeah, and I think we just passed the turn. We check if we have 8 cards in hand. I think we have 8, but might be mistaken. Okay, no, 6 plus the Riddler. Okay, all good.
So the Riddler is revealed. There's another Riddler in the Warp Zone.
There's a Warp Zone, a Companion Zone, an Exile Zone. There's a zone for everything in Magic.
These days.
They all combined.
Back in my day, Mengu, we had...
What did you have?
No, we did have Exile Zone. I think we had the same number of zones. I started playing in like 2012.
Yeah.
I haven't been playing that
long.
No,
we didn't have the Companion Zone.
We didn't have the Companion Zone.
And it's better if we never have it.
It's not in the Companion Zone.
It's better if we never had it, honestly.
It's not Companion Zone. It's the sideboard. It's in the sideboard.
Yeah, but it's like when you start, you have like Companion token. You put a Companion...
But technically speaking, it's not an actual game.
Oh, I see what you mean now.
That's what I'm saying. But yes, no, look, nor is the Warp Zone, for that matter. It's just exiled. So, yes. In any case, I take your point. There are too many zones these days. We should go back. You know what? Get rid of all the zones.
All the zones.
All the zones. No more zones.
Play Mental Magic.
Yeah, exactly. Get rid of the zones, get rid of the cards. We just sit there and we recite names of cards at each other.
Yeah. I think I did not like the Erode from Paras. I would have just let the Atraxa deal 7 damage.
Yeah.
And then, you know...
That was my question earlier. I was like, why play the Erode in that situation?
But at the same time, if they had Ephemerate, they wouldn't be able to blink it.
Yeah.
So there's like an up and down.
Yeah, so again, it's sort of which level you're positioning yourself on. All right, we've got 3 cards coming off the Atraxa this time. I do really like the way that Itai lines up the Atraxa picks here by type. It's very helpful.
Yeah, this is how you have to do it. So yeah. And Atraxa is going to take down the Narset. It's so bad for a poor little Narset that, you know, she stops cards from being drawn, and in the meanwhile, Atraxa just adds
putting 3, 4 cards in hand every turn. Yeah. Okay, Solitude is being evoked here to remove the Atraxa from play, but there's an Ephemerate in response. This means the Narset will stick around as the Atraxa is no longer attacking. But it does also mean that another like 5 cards or 3 cards or some number of cards are going to be put in hand here.
One of which being Mystical Dispute and now Thoughtseize. So that Forced Negation. Oh, but choose to Mystical Dispute. You're basically just only afraid of Days Undoing now.
Yeah.
That's like the only way that Pass can go back into the game.
Yep.
So I believe the game is now
I
basically over.
I think this is one's wrapped up with that with that counter magic. Massive Atraxa on the board. The Narset not able to find anything really here, and Paris unfortunately and Thoughtseize as well. To tear apart the hand even further. Biggest problem that Paris has faced here, just not hitting land drops. Just not hitting land drops. Not able to enact a game plan properly. So it's unfortunate. This Jeskai control deck has not really fired. Psychic Frog now.
Yeah. Psychic Frog.
A little academic at this point.
Staring basically the same 2 threats that won the game in the previous one.
Yeah. All right, Narset goes down. Has to find something very, very special here.
Okay, so it looks like we are going to be able to watch the backup feature match for this round. They are at their 3rd game.
Yes.
So we'll be able to see the game 3 between one deck we've already seen it before, Boros Land Destruction, and the other deck we have never seen it before. It's the blue-white Loki Oswald Fiddlebender deck that is very weird.
All right, I'm looking forward to getting into that.
Yeah.
And based on the way that this match is going, it may not be too far away.
Yeah.
Because here, Paris, considering off the Narset bit, I mean, what, you need a miracle to get out of this.
Yeah, you need maybe some Orim's Chant, but like, yeah, again, the Supreme Verdict is an uncounterable way, but it's just prolonging the death at this point.
Yeah.
So you really just want to be able to, draw cards. That's kind of the name of the game.
Okay, Prismatic Ending to get rid of the Psychic Frog. A Surveil land here. Keeps it on top. Very quick to keep that on top as well. All right, back to Itai, who is large and in charge here. Ephemerate not being cast.
No, you wanna kill Narset.
Yeah. So Narset goes... Oh, no.
You don't want to kill Narset.
No, straight upstairs. 10. Paris is on now. Life total 10 to 16 after that swing.
And then we are going to be playing Falashi Archaeologist. Okay.
Okay. Faithful Mending, Quantum Riddler, and another Archaeologist. Breeding Pool.
Yeah, basically the name of this game was Itai Thoughtseizing, leaving in hand that Isochron Scepter, knowing that it's not as effective because your combo piece is an instant speed card.
Yeah.
So maybe Itai knew that that's not a very good card against you, so he was happy that the opponent just spent all these resources to get into.
I guess we look at that, well, no, that's the deck's game plan, so of course they're going to want to enact it, but then, yeah, no, Itai, I think, recognizing I can beat that, it's not that threatening, I just need to make sure that I stick to what I'm good at doing, this instant speed combo that I've got, and I think it's going to be rewarded here.
Yeah, definitely, like, making the opponent tap 2 mana every single turn while actually you develop your plan, because you know you just draw cards, you get a discard. So you know if you see yourself playing as Pregorio against control, maybe just like Itai did, underrate, you know, give less respect to the combo. Isochron Scepter or Chant is actually not that good against you, so you're happy that your opponent chooses to go for it. And yeah, congrats to Itai Watterson at advancing 4-0.
Yes, indeed. Another NAS that was met with that mystical dispute, and Paris recognising there was nothing more that they could do. So Itai Watterson undefeated, 4-0 with Esper Gorya's Vengeance. Hopefully we'll see more of Paris with that Jeskai control deck in the rounds to come. Mengu.
Riley, how many rounds are we playing today?
9 rounds today, and then we come back for 6 more tomorrow before a cut to top 8. There's also a cut overnight. People with 18 match points or more. So a 6-3 record, or what did we say it was as well?
5-1-3.
5-1-3 will get you there.
5-0-3. No, 5-1-3.
5-1-3 if you're in the draw bracket. That'll get you there. But yes, we'll keep an eye on how that goes, and of course we'll come back with a winnowed field. But those players who don't make it across the line into day number 2, tomorrow there is the Limited Championship qualifier that they can play in. The Limited Championship coming up next year. I think it's taking place mid-year in Minneapolis. Essentially, for all intents and purposes, just a limited Pro Tour in terms of the prestige, the money that's on the line at this event as well. So many limited heads will be very, very pleased with the opportunity to play an event like that.
Definitely, you know, if you miss day 2, having the access to that very important event is super cool. A lot of people flew all the way here just to play that event tomorrow. You know, the people that don't play Modern, just play Limited.
Yes.
They still have something to look forward to at the MagicCon. It's not MagicCon, at the Spoiler Series
Can I say that it does kind of feel like a MagicCon here?
Yeah,
it really does. We've been putting up...
the trees are down there. It's so surprising.
That's it. We've been putting up videos and photos. If you jump online, jump onto Twitter or x.com/playmtg, you can see pictures that have been posted there of the setup here. There are trees. There's a little Hobbit-themed mini golf course in one of the, it's a really fantastic event. This Spotlight, Magic Spotlight, the Hobbit. It's been put on terrifically. Mengu.
The round 4 is not over.
We've got another match to bring you. That's right. We're going to head back down to our feature match area now and get into what I think is our 3rd game here. Things are tied up between Nicholas Talbot and Shane Moore. 1-1 here. Rakdos Hollow 1.
Nicholas Talbot is a name I recognize very much.
Yes, yes.
Yes, he was the one who went, I believe, 9th place at the most recent Pro Tour with Rakdos Hollow 1. So they're doing very well right now in their history. At the most recent Pro Tour, yes.
I'm just looking at their records. I don't think that's correct. I don't think they're at 2-1. They're probably at 3-1 here.
No, this is round 4.
This is round 4. Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
Whoever wins will advance to 3-1, and we see now Nicholas cycling a bunch of straight rates, and they can already go land, play Hollow 1. Hollow 1, in theory, should cost 1 mana, but there's a Fatalist looting, which is going to reduce its cost to 0.
On the other side of things here, this Dimir mid-range looks like an absolute work of art. You've got your All-Stars, Psychic Frog, Bowmasters, Quantum Riddler. But there are some pretty special cards in here. There's Tamio, there's Kaito, Harbinger of the Seas.
I love Dimir Frog. Dimir Frog is the deck I would have played if I had to compete this weekend.
Yeah.
And let's see how it fares against this matchup. Let's see if we have let's see if we have a Force Negation. We don't. Force Negation would have been so good on that looting because it would have denied the Hollow 1 to come down. All right.
Faithless looting. Discarding 2 copies of Detective's Phoenix there.
And now Shane can either get a Survey Land or they can go for a Cling to Dust. But I believe they also have Neo Spellbomb, so they can clean the graveyard next turn with that.
Yes, yeah, no, I saw the Neo Spellbomb in hand for Shane here. Another absolute classic, that card. Been around for a long time.
Yeah. Players are laughing over there, probably know each other very well.
Yes, it's a tight-knit community here in the Australia-New Zealand region. A lot of the top players are on, very familiar terms with each other, been around a long time, a lot of them.
Yeah.
And Nicholas Talbot, as you said, has had success at the highest level, not just in this region, but internationally as well. Here's a Hollow 1.
Yeah, I believe they are qualified to Worlds as well with points. They haven't done a PT top 8 yet, but a lot of very good results. And,
so there's the Spellbomb.
Yeah, Spellbomb cleans those Detective Phoenix, which is a very powerful card, one of the most, the newest addition to the Hollow 1 strategy.
Do you know what the plural of Phoenix is?
Phoenixes.
No.
No.
Phoenices.
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 Yes. Why?
Because of the the root of the word.
Yeah. Finnish etymology.
Venus is. Yeah, is that what you're looking up? You should
No,
know.
no,
It comes from
no.
Latin, man. It
Yeah,
comes
I
from
know.
Latin.
In
You're
Italian,
Yeah.
Italian, we say Fenice.
Yeah, well, there you go.
The plural is Fenici.
Because you use a C for the plural, not the S's at the end.
Well, no, it's the same. Fenice, Fenici.
No, but what I'm saying is this is not what we're here to talk about.
No,
but I'm
no,
saying
no,
that because
no.
it has a Latin root,
Yeah.
the X becomes a C when it's a.
Well, in the Italian alphabet, we don't have the X.
You don't have X at all.
No.
You're not using X's in Italian.
No, we don't have 5 letters like X, Y, W. You know. all
You
those-
just got to the end of the alphabet. You're like, we're finished.
Yeah,
That's enough.
21.
Knock
is
it
enough.
off. 21's fine.
21. We don't have K. We don't have J.
But who needs these letters?
Yeah.
These letters are truly. truly
Anyway,
needed.
a toxic deluge is
Sorry,
cleaning
Magic
here.
the Gathering. Well, it wouldn't be in Toxic Deluge in Italian. There's no X in Italian.
No,
I
no.
learned that today.
No, it's not. It's
It's
a
just-
toxico.
What?
Anyway, Toxic Deluge cleans those 3 creatures for free, and by free being 3 mana and 6 life. Sorry, 4 life. But most importantly, clean that Orcish Bowmaster, which is particularly good against the blue-black strategy. But look at Shane's hand. It's bad. 3 lands and 2 Sink into Stupor, so basically 5 lands.
Yeah. Yeah, Sink into Stupor can be very useful as a little utility card, but it's hardly a plan A card that you're wanting to cast.
Yeah, you can pitch it to force a negation. But, yeah, I mean, you can cast it. Bouncing a Hollow One is not the worst because it takes a little bit of setup to cast.
That's true. But, I mean, 3 mana for an unsummon is pretty brutal.
Anyway, Nicholas has a couple of cards in hand. I believe they have a Faithless Looting, which is always a nice card to be able to, you put in the graveyard your relevant stuff, something like Theft of Phoenix, more lootings, or you can reduce the cost of Hollow One. That is the use of that card that used to be banned in Modern. They unbanned it in December 2024.
Yes.
Alongside Mox Opal, Grayson Zenith, and the beloved from all and everyone, Splinter Twin.
Would you like to hear the same fact that I always tell everyone whenever Green Sun Zenith is mentioned?
Go.
Green Sun Zenith is one of the very few cards in Magic, and I can't name any of the others, but I'm sure they exist, that makes you do something. Do you know what it is? Green Sun
Shuffle
Zenith,
your deck?
Yeah, but shuffle your deck.
With the Zenith inside?
No, twice.
Oh.
If you follow the instructions for the Green Sun Zenith to the letter, you shuffle your deck twice.
Twice.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
But I suggest you do not, do it
You
like
can,
the
you
card
can
says.
shortcut
You can
that.
shortcut.
You can shortcut.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, Faithless Looting puts that Detective Phoenix in the graveyard and finds another Goyf, meaning that Nicholas is able to deploy that big Goyf and then flashback that Detective Phoenix, which is going to bestow onto another Goyf and attack for 4 damage.
This is a nice little board that Nicholas has built here.
Yeah,
showcasing the power of Faithless Looting.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they decided to exile the Faithless Looting instead of Orcish Bowmaster, because they could have done that, and then it could have flashback the looting next turn. So, but they must have a reason. Again, we're watching a master at their archetype, Nicholas Talbot. Okay. Unfortunately, Shane drew another land. This time is Otawara, but yeah.
Okay, so another like overpriced bounce spell essentially.
Yeah.
That can masquerade as a land. Nicholas, in the meantime, is that a surveil land there? Yes.
Yeah, surveilling in the graveyard. Mako, once again, if looting would have been in the graveyard instead of the orc, it would have been one more power.
And a Sink into Stupor hardcast for an unsummon effect.
So bad, you're sticking to Stupor.
Especially as the Phoenix sticks around as a bestow creature.
Yes.
Not like a regular aura falling off going to the graveyard. Now the Phoenix is just there to keep going.
Yeah. Well, Shane does have some powerful draw. You have the Quantum Riddler, maybe a Murktide Regent, but the left total is slowly but surely going down. You can flashback a Cling to Dust, but I don't know how good that is.
Well, this fetch will certainly help here. The Undercity Sewers, enabling a Surveil 1. Let's see, Shane's going to be looking for some action. And likes what he sees. Leaves it on top. A good sign here for our Dimir player.
It?
Let's find out.
Yeah.
Off the top.
Maybe a Riddler. Play a 4/6 for 5.
There's the Otawara. And it's a Psychic Frog off the top. Okay.
That's a Showdown promo.
Okay.
Very cool. There was an event where the winner win I believe, Abhorrent Oculus, and the top 8 wins a Psychic Frog.
All right.
Yeah. I won that same psychic frog
Okay, I wondered why you were bringing it up.
by making top 4 in a tournament in Brazil.
Top 4 as well, everyone, just to take note. It wasn't just a top 8.
In
Mengu made a top 4 and
Brazil.
and did it in Brazil, which is even harder.
Yeah, in a local store in Brazil.
Yep.
I went to play standard event.
Just cleaning up on all the scrubs in
No,
the LGS.
I lost, so I didn't
He
clean.
goes in, he's like, oh, Mandre, you're not hurting me, I'm here to take your psychic frogs with me back to Italy.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all a front.
Yeah.
It's all a front.
this-
Mengu, you may have met him. You may think he's a pleasant and
yeah.
affable individual. Very different when the cameras are not on. Let me tell you, very different.
Yeah, I refused this gift.
Yeah, he
that you
tried to
gave
give him
me.
a gift earlier. He slapped the coffee that I brought him out. He made me go and buy from this morning. Made me pay for it too. Slapped it out of my hand because it was too hot. Unbelievable. Impossible to work with. This psychic frog's getting large and in
Look
charge.
at that. The players are laughing at your jokes.
They are.
Yeah.
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 There's no jokes, mate.
Their headphones are actually connected to us. They heard
To
us.
ensure maximum tournament integrity.
Yeah. All right.
Psychic Frog blocks the Nethergoyf here. There is a Stinker Duper still in hand here for Shane, which can be cast. But the Nethergoyf gets eaten up.
Oh, Lightning Bolt does
But
not
a
work very
Lightning
well
Bolt.
against the. Sorry, Stinker Duper does not work very well against the Lightning Bolt because, of course, you put it in your hand and you replay it.
recast it.
And
Yep.
so, yes, we have the, one of the most accomplished player of the Australian country. Look at my Vegemite in my hand. I should probably put it away. But yeah, so congrats to Rakdos Hollow One of taking this round down. Unfortunately, my pet deck, the Mirror Frogtide, lost the match.
Unfortunately there, but Nicholas Talbot doing very, very well and continues on, I think, X&1 now at the end of round number 4. So well done to him. Mengu, what fun we've had.
Yes.
We've had laughs, there's been tears,
Yeah.
ups and downs, smiles and frowns. Been a bit of everything today.
I even got a gift
Got a
out
gift?
of this.
I think I'm probably going to go down to Woolies, maybe get a packet of saladas and wax some Vegemite on there for you to try. I think you have to try it at least.
I tried it because I actually worked in my life with a lot of people from Australia and New
Yes.
Zealand, and we had a theme, a worldly council, where everyone just brings their own, like the chocolate, the snacks from their region.
country,
I was
region,
bringing
okay.
Nutella,
Yes.
Ferrero Rocher,
Yes.
I don't know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And Australians were
We
bringing.
brought a brown, yeasty, salty paste.
But
So-
actually, New Zealand brings Tam Tams, so that's good enough. That's good enough. That's okay. What's wrong? What's wrong?
Tim Tams are an Australian snack.
No,
Mengu?
I
You're
said New
saying-
Zealand. I said New Zealand.
Yeah, they brought Tim Tams.
Oh, it's not.
No,
not?
You're saying
it's Australian?
He's saying this.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I
This is
swear.
Just rage bait. This
I
is rage
thought-
bait, and I'm not going to rise to it.
I
Bigger than
thought
that,
it was. I thought it was
I'm
New
better.
Zealand.
No. No,
I mean, you
did.
guys are the same.
Yeah,
Let's go
we're the
together.
same. Yeah,
Yeah.
Just the same as Italy.
France and Italy. No, we're the
I
same.
wasn't going to say French.
No, what were you
I wouldn't
saying?
insult you like that, Mengu. Come on, mate. I wouldn't insult you like that. What a pleasure it's been to have your company, my friends, for this round. We've got plenty more magic, plenty more nonsense coming your way, so do stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break. We've got an interview here with Benjamin E., one of the many artists that are in attendance at the Brisbane Spotlight this weekend. So stick around. Ruby caught up with Benjamin. On the other side of that, there'll be more modern magic coming your way. Stay with us. We'll see you soon.
All right, we are here with Ben E. Lux Embodied at Spotlight Brisbane.
Very good.
I have some wonderful questions for you about your artist journey. What influenced the beginning of it?
Yeah, so my artist journey was when I was in primary school. We had this little assignment where we were making like little tessellating shapes into dinosaurs, and I made a velociraptor that everyone liked, including the girl that I had a crush on. So I was like, guess I'm doing this forever. And then later on, I was like, actually, art's really fun. Yeah, and I just sort of followed that passion until I'm here.
We love the passion, like really embodied, channeled into a career.
Yeah, exactly. It sort of found myself here, and I was like, oh, holy shit, where did this come from? So I'm honored, you know.
Beautiful. And you had a card in the recent Hobbit set, Head of the Hunt. How do you feel about that art process?
It was really interesting, really fun. Part of the assignment for the Head of the Hunt was that we would make it sort of like fairy tale, storybook, Tolkien-esque. You know how it's like his like old drawings and sketches and stuff like that. So it's kind of like interesting where, not like non-realistic and kind of more leaning into the magic and the fun of it, I guess, like more of the aesthetic. So that was a lot of fun, like exaggerating the shapes of the walk to just be really aggressive and really intense. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, lots of fun.
Brilliant. And so you've had a lot of fun with a lot of cards. Do you have a card art that you have done that represents you the most?
Represents me the most. I think, oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Hold on. What card have I done? I have to really collect back into all the arts that I've made. Well, one of my favorites was the Esteli Reclaimer, which is from the Edge of Eternities, and it was really interesting because when I was given the brief, I was like, they really wanted like colors and like strong colors, like monochromatic, or not monochromatic, but really intense like color palette, and then with the whole circle, like the planet in the background and everything. And then I did a bunch of them for the Stellar Reclaimer, and then at the very end, I was like, I just tried this color palette, which is like bright blue and bright orange, and I just loved it so much that I was just like, there's no way they're gonna pick it though, so I'll just throw it in there and see what happens. And then they picked it, and I just like went really hard with like going as many colors as I possibly could, like really intense with it. So I really ended up with something quite intuitive, I would say. Instead of it just being like, how do I meet the client's expectations? It was like one of the only cards where I was just like, just being myself and just seeing where the art took me, you know? So I love that one.
And you really can see that in your art. Do you have something that was unexpected about your artist journey?
Unexpected about my artist journey? Well, this job, actually, it was extremely unexpected. It actually started because back when I was in university, I was playing a game called Dragon Age Inquisition. And I did a lot of fan art of their like tarot card inspired companion cards. And I put them on Tumblr somewhere and kind of forgot about them. And when I continued on my game developer journey as a career, I suddenly got an email in 2020. They were just like, remember this picture you did of Dragon Age? Can you do it again for this thing called Mystical Archives? And I said, yes. And yeah, so that was really wild.
Brilliant, just absolutely.
Yeah.
So, what is your favorite thing about Aussie Magic the Gathering events?
Aussie Magic Gathering, I think it really is the people. I just had, every interaction I've had with like fans and stuff has been so lovely. And there's also this like sense of community everyone has of just being like, how's it going kind of thing, talking about like the cards and like what games they won with it, like the stories that they have, as well as like how they relate to like the art in themselves, and it's like talking about how like how much they love the art or how much they're like the art got them into the game and kind of thing. And it's just like a really strong sense of community. I feel like it isn't so just like sign this card, I'm gonna do something else. It's been like a lot of really nice like chatter and stuff about just person to person, which is really nice.
And we thank you so much for talking with us today as well for the chatter.
Oh, of course, thank you so much.
Brilliant. Well, I will waste not any more of your time.
Oh,
this Scourge Diva, we'll see you later.
That's quite good.
Welcome back to Spotlight Brisbane, everybody, where we're watching over 500 players duke it out in modern Swiss for a chance at $50,000 in prizes and, of course, some seats on the Pro Tour. I'm Thomas Anderson, and I'm joined for this next round 5 with someone who knows the Pro Tour very well, Andrea Mengucci. It's an honor to have you here, man.
Hello, Tom. Nice to see you. Nice to be with you. This is my first time working with you, so
yeah.
I hope we can have a great time.
Absolutely.
And we have the decks to do so. We are going to watch Oswald Fieldelbender. It's a very fun card.
Oh, absolutely. I was so hoping we would see this deck come out. And obviously, it's only been a small percentage of the metagame, but some players have clearly proven very proficient on it to reach this far with such a good record. Let's go down to the table now. And indeed, it is Brandon Rashad on Oswald Emery combo. So, Mengucci, could you please tell us a little bit about this deck? Because I'm sure not everyone has seen this one.
No, this deck comes from the Pro Tour, where a player from Switzerland actually did very well with it. I went 7-1 at the Pro Tour playing Loki, which is a card that we haven't seen very much of, Loki, God of Mischief. And it's a way to just draw a lot of cards with cards like Mishra's Bubble, with cards like just ways to just target the opponent or their cards. You have the Ether Spell Bomb, you have the Grinding Station, and those ways are just card advantage. But you, I believe you were the one who were in charge of labeling this deck. We talked about it. How do we label those decks?
Well, the interesting thing, you're right. The Loki is a huge part of this deck because, of course, it's such a powerful card draw engine. Even if it isn't the card that wins the match, it is like a tentpole of the deck because of how much you can draw anytime you target a player or a permanent. But there are other Loki decks, even other blue-white Loki decks that are taking a more land destruction or controlling approach. And often in Magic, we name decks for their win conditions. And this deck is playing some other cards that are quite unusual, not unusable at all. A Freudian slip there, but Oswald Fiddlebender, one of the namesake cards in the deck, I've decided. We haven't seen this much of this Gnome Artificer since it was printed, but it is very strong in the right deck.
Yeah, it's like a birthing pod way to sacrifice your maybe a legendary Mox Opal or legendary Mox Amber, and then you have an extra copies of that. So first you get your 1-drop, and then you get your card again. But look at that card there, Scrabbling Claws. What does that do, and why do you think we have it? That's another way to target over and over the graveyard or just something with Loki.
Yeah, that is what's so nice about cards like Loki is it's such a strong effect. It can promote you to play unusual options. I would say that most players feel they know what the best graveyard hate effects are in Modern, even the best graveyard hating artifacts. But suddenly when you add Loki to your deck, it's so specific. You must target a player or you target a permanent. And so suddenly you're like, actually, I would like a Scrabbling Clause because this is also a trigger for my Loki. And of course, it's also an artifact for your Oswald. I like that you mentioned Birthing Pod because that's it's been banned for a while, but it's such a classic Modern card. Often with those sorts of cards, Mengu, you want to chain a specific line of sacrifice targets, right? What's this deck trying to do with Oswald?
Well, you don't really chain too much here. You go from 0 to 1 and then to 2. You have a Grinding Station, which is a combo piece. Like, we haven't talked too much about it yet, but this deck, the one from Brandon Rashad, has a combo in it. Involves a lot of pieces. Involves an Emery active, a Grinding Station, a Surveillance Cam, and 2 Mox Opal. With the combination of these 4 cards, you get to mill your opponent out. And this is one of the ways that this deck can win the game.
It does sound like a very elaborate combo, even if it has some, very cheap pieces. That's still a lot of cards to assemble. And we've seen in previous rounds, I was commentating with my colleague Kira, but this Boros Land Destruction deck doesn't always give you time to set up that kind of combo. So what is Simon trying to do here to slow down Brandon or interrupt that combo? Because we can already see, actually, a lot of those pieces hitting the battlefield. There's an Emery, we've got the Cam, there's at least 1 Opal.
Yeah, the way that Simon has to interact is actually one of the best ways that you have 4 copies of Wrath of the Skies main deck.
Oh, of course.
And that is a way to just sweep up everything and just make so that, Simon just can't play Magic. But he does have the Surveillance Cam, so, if Simon didn't have that Path of Exile on the Emery, we were, actually quite close to win the game with any Grinding Station.
I think maybe it's a comfort for Simon right now that we haven't, although there's Oswald. So we've got the Oswald to find the pieces. If you have a Loki here right now, you would think you could easily draw into another Emery, but Brandon at least going to take a couple more turns perhaps to dig for that, where of course digging here with a Mishra's Bauble activation. A card that's just so ubiquitous. It doesn't seem like it's much, Andrea, but this deck is playing a lot of the same cards as other Blue Legends lists. Why would we specifically be playing Mox, Opal, and Bauble in this shell?
Well, it's a deck choice. You know, you can play the Corey version with maybe a Bilbo as well, the newest, you know, the newest card from the Hobbit.
Yes.
But this deck instead is more this like just value rather than just killing the opponent with Corey Steel Cutter.
I suppose it's interesting. It's attacking on a different angle that opponents may not be ready for all the time. But Simon, at least, perhaps more ready than most. I mean, this is game one, and you're playing a graveyard or somewhat graveyard combo deck. Your opponent is main decking Relics of Progenitus. That mustn't be the best feeling for Brandon, as we see now land destruction hitting the Minamo. That's not quite a combo piece, but it is a really cool tool alongside cards like Emery and Oswald tapping legendary creatures.
Yeah, and also if you have Loki, you can just untap Loki and draw a card.
It targets a permanent.
Yeah. You see here Demolition Field cleaning the Minamo. Of course, Brandon only has 2 basics, so those are never going to go up.
This is a critical moment in any matchup, right, for the Boros Land Destruction deck. When your opponent first fails to find off a field or in a road or something like that, that's like a green light to go. And now Simon has some follow-up Prices of Freedom or other land destruction effects. We could see Brandon run out of mana very soon. How good is it to be a deck that has this artifact mana, these Moxen, in this sort of situation? Do you feel okay comparatively about having your lands blown up, or is it still a huge problem?
I mean, I think the biggest problem are, once again, those 4 copies of Wrath of the Skies. And any deck, if you play any Mox Opal strategy, that's the card you want to see the least.
Yeah,
so
it does seem like a really strong counter when one card is saying, put all of your cheap artifacts into play to enable me, and then suddenly you have nothing left.
Yeah, and also a great answer to Urza's Saga. You know, one of the best cards in the Oswald Emery combo deck gets answered so easily by the Boros Land Destruction deck.
Yeah, it's Wrath of the Skies is actually also a land destruction spell in some matchups, many matchups, considering the percentage of the field. There's a lot of Urza Saga in the room today. I don't know if that surprises anybody, but there is.
Yeah,
and
it looks like we are drawing 2 cards to the Sea of Radiancy Cam, and we can, whatever, on top of the Tamio, but we don't care about that.
How much does Brandon care about the onboard Relic of Progenitus, right? That has to be in his mind as he's trying to assemble this, you know, graveyard-based combo.
Yeah, I mean, now you have Tamio, which is a Planeswalker. There is a new card added to this Boros Land Destruction deck that can get rid of it, which is Erode.
Oh.
But if Simon doesn't have Erode, there's actually not too many ways to get rid of the Tamio, because Wrath of the Skies does not kill Planeswalker.
Oh, you're right.
So we will see. I mean, that could be a win condition. You're drawing half of your deck.
And I mean, we've been talking all this time about Brandon's lack of lands, which is sort of imposed upon him by Simon, but this seems to be slowing down Simon as well. The Boros Land Destruction deck is not really operating with a high land count right now either, so, and that's just, I have to assume, due to a rough draw for Simon.
Yeah, I mean, using these like Field of Ruin, Demolition Field takes up a lot of your mana. So if every turn you have to just destroy a land but spend 2 mana, I mean, while your opponent just plays Magic,
oh, okay, well,
you will naturally fall behind.
Yeah, I was about to say, it seemed like a stay of execution perhaps for Brandon because Simon was only able to do that 1 field a turn, but you see that the Field of Ruin getting an untapped land to then pay for a Cleansing Wildfire, and that's double spelling in this strange red-white control deck. Do you feel that this list is akin, because there's been Ponza decks, land destruction decks in Modern before, we haven't seen them in quite a while, and the metagame otherwise seems to be focused on going very fast. What makes this deck good other than, oh, people are only playing 2 basics?
Well, I think this deck is good because of Erode. So now you have just extra ways to interact with your opponent very cheaply. And that just made the deck, I think, very, very functional. Because even, yes, you give your opponent out advantage by giving them extra lands. And yes, Cleansing Wildfire doesn't interact with the board because you just blow up a land. The fact that you have all these like cheap ways to interact means that you will be able to get to a game stage where you've killed the creature, you've killed the land, and now you can just take over the game slowly.
Right, Cleansing Wildfire doesn't interact with the board, but if it draws a card and the card is a 1-mana spell that kills anything, it sort of interacts with the board in that way.
Or Solitude, or Wrath of the Skies, or Avengers Disassembled. So there's just a lot of ways that the Boros Land Destruction is able to get rid of multiple things at the same time.
But Brandon has been able to, in spite of all of that, build up what looks like a little bit of a board state here. We see Agatha's Soul Cauldron, another really, maybe not common, but well-positioned tech card in the current Modern meta. There's a lot of graveyard decks around, and there's one of the cards you mentioned, Avengers Disassembled. This is a very powerful card.
Yeah, it's going to kill Emery, it's going to kill the Urza Saga, but still, that Tamio is at 6 counters, and Tamio flipped at -7, you draw half of your deck.
Oh, okay. And there's so many 0-cost cards in this deck, like you can't imagine it'd take long for Brandon to assemble an infinite combo
Yeah.
from there if all those cards are still in his library.
I think a slight mistake on the Brandon side. I would have tapped this whole Cauldron to exile the Emery in response to the Relic, so that the Cauldron would have had an Emery under it for the future.
Right, since it's going to exile anyway, you can, and then on the future, if there's any other creature card, you might be able to give Oswald the Emery text. It seems like upside.
Just like a small misstep, but Brandon is playing this deck very well. He saw that the only way he can win the game is with Tamio, and let's see if Simon is able to draw in a road, or if he's actually going to be able to -7, but maybe the Boros Ponta deck is even able to pull through it. I don't think so.
Yeah, what I like about decks like the Boros Land Destruction deck is how different the angle they attack on is, and how it leads to very different games of Magic to what you might be used to playing with your deck. But it seems like Brandon is completely unfazed. I think he might have identified, as you said earlier, Mengu, that there's really not a lot of ways to interact with the flipped Tamio, and so Brandon is just tunnel vision now. Not completely, but I know that this is the important card. As long as this card is alive, I have a clear path to victory.
Yes. Let's see now. Very, very important. This turn is going to be super important. If you're Brandon, you're just clinging everything you have and just hoping to untap and get your first main phase to be able to -7. There's no Orcish Bowmaster. There's no Stifle effect. If you -7, you're going to draw like 20 cards at least.
Right. And Simon, I assume, is just looking for that erode to try and quickly get rid of the Tamio. Is sort of only the last window to do it. We see that might be important to blow up the island. This is a deck that plays Metallic Rebuke, as a lot of these artifact-based blue decks do, that could have given you protection for your Planeswalker. And Simon methodically mopping that up along with the rest of Brandon's lands. Now, manaless, except for those 2 Moxen.
Picking up a Kahira from the sideboard, that means there's still no Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's often a play that kind of is the last step towards victory for this very methodical Boros deck. But in this case, it might just... It almost tips your hand that you don't have more action to play. I don't know if that's too much information to give to your opponent, that you're tapping out to put your companion in hand. But I suppose Simon Guthurin is just resigned to his fate potentially here, and he's going to see what are the cards that Brandon picks up. He's picking up a lot of them right here, Mengucci.
Yeah, you have to do that amount divided by 2.
Oh, yeah, sorry, not the whole library. Definitely don't pick all of those up, but we count them first, and then, I mean, if we don't have enough mana here, right, to just play all the... It's 2 mana for Grinding Station, but then Emery is discounted, and then you can play more Moxen from the yard.
Yeah, you have all this Mox Amber and Mox Opal. This is definitely a deck that can produce more mana than 1 at a turn. Let's see now. Having so many cards in hand, it's not a common thing in Magic.
Does it get overwhelming at times? Is there a risk that maybe you don't, if you don't have the line in your mind before you start looking at the cards, that you confuse yourself a little bit?
Yeah, and Tamio Emblem on top of just drawing off of your deck says you don't go to discard phase. It's like a Rally Quarry Tower.
Right, so yeah, you have to consider all of these cards for the rest of the game.
So we have a little technical issue right now that we're trying to fix.
And Brandon... Okay, there we go. We've...
Sorry, this is game 2.
We're leaped... Okay, so it seems as though Brandon was able to win.
Yeah.
Perhaps?
Sorry. We're trying to figure that out and get to you as soon as possible. But in the meanwhile, I'm assuming that what just happened is that Brandon won the game because you draw half of your deck.
Yeah.
Would have been curious to know how he won the game, but clearly, you know, once you draw half of your deck, you'll be able to maybe just go for Urza Saga route, maybe just you deploy creatures over and over, and just all of us, your opponent will just run out of answers for them. Because again, you don't even go to discard after drawing half of your deck.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this is a deck that has infinite combos. It's a deck that can loot Mox Amber and make a lot of mana. You can make Saga token. There's many things that could have happened. We can only speculate, but it does seem as though that game 1 did end up going the way of the player who drew half their library.
Yes, so. Indeed. And we're going to go back to the player as soon as we figure out the technical difficulties. But, you know, don't worry. We're going to bring you more Magic. That's why you're here. We are just at the half of the event because this is round number 5.
Yes.
4.5. So we're going to have the same amount of rounds today and then 6 more tomorrow.
Yes, only the halfway mark of day 1 of the Swiss. We'll be back for more Swiss again after round 9 concludes today, I believe. And then several more rounds are needed to separate our top 8 from the rest of the field. It's such a large event. It's really exciting. Andre, I don't know how much you you have experienced this or are aware of this, but Australia really does not get many events of this caliber, and especially to have it be open entry, it kind of has that old GP feel. We have so many players in the room who've brought their favorite modern decks. It's really exciting for all of us, especially that we can, lure a luminary such as yourself to do commentary. And we're still trying to resolve things, of course, people, but stick with us. We're taking a quick replay, perhaps, to look at how we're going, and we will bring you back to this matchup. We will see the remaining games, and it looks like we are now where we were, because the Tameo emblem is on the battlefield.
Yes.
We've played a Disruptor Flute. I think that's new.
Yes.
So at this point, is that flute we're just setting up to make sure that we don't leave any lines open for Simon. Now Brandon is holding all of the cards, quite literally.
Yeah, so Emery has been played. We mill 4 cards. Actually, we should watch out for that milling effect, because I believe Simon now can definitely think about winning the game via milling. So Flute named something. Don't know what it named, but it definitely did not name Quarry Mountain Monastery, because that's been used to exile the top card of the deck via now. That's a Solitude that can be played for free.
What card would you name? Would you care to speculate in this situation?
You can name Field of Ruin or the Demolition Field, or you can name Karn, because this is a closed deck list event.
Right,
so,
yes.
There could be a Karn there.
Yeah, it's closed deck list for game. I've seen some people asking in the chat. It is closed deck list today. I believe at tomorrow that will be relaxed. But for now, these players aren't all aware of all of the cards in each other's lists.
I believe he named actually Solitude, because Simon paid 3 mana to play that Solitude.
Great spot, great spot. So, I mean, it's a reasonable card to name, since you do depend on some creatures to get your combo going. That Emery in particular performs a pretty important function.
Okay. I think we have the win now.
Yes.
Because Oswald is under the Cauldron, so we can tap the Emery. Oh, no, never mind. The Surveillance Cam is not in the graveyard.
Oh, they got exiled before, yes.
Yeah, if Brandon has a Surveillance Cam in hand, he wins the game, because he's able to untap Emery, use the Oswald ability to get the station.
Oh, second Cam.
Yeah, and then Cam brings back. There's 3 copies of Surveillance Cam in the deck. So he's able to win the game. Let's see now.
It's just such an innocuous artifact. But
yeah, you can just search it from your deck. You don't even need to have it in hand.
It's such a power. Yeah, that's the power of the Oswald ability. And as you mentioned, now that we have the Oswald ability on Emery, it is kind of both halves of the combo.
Yeah.
And the Cam, crucially, it gives you 1 untap on entry and then another when it leaves, which gives you the power to use both abilities in sequence.
And now this is actually it. There's the combo now. Station, Opal, Ember plus Cam. That's lethal.
And we're just representing this loop right now. We obviously have to demonstrate that we can do it as many times as we want. But Brandon is obviously confident that he has the win. And Simon, I'm sure, is just happy to see out these last couple of steps. You've played this far, but the player's probably mentally looking towards that game too, as we will take our pleasure in watching this combo deck go through the motions. Are you a fan of these sorts of slightly off-meta combo decks, Andrea?
Yeah, I mean, I've played this deck on stream, and it's very fun. There's a lot of ways to play this combo deck. The most recent one has Loki, but even before Loki, I remember seeing it with Malevolent Rumble. Sometimes there is the Song of Creation in these decks. So there's just a lot of different ways that you can do this Surveillance Cam Emery combo. But here, I would say, honestly, the win is to Tameo. Tameo won the game.
Tameo did win. I mean, it shows the diversity of threats, even in this combo deck. It fought through quite a bit of interaction from a very controlling opponent. It was able to still quite handily come away with game 1 there. But that is often the case, it feels like, for these combo lists. So after sideboarding, your opponent maybe has some better tools against you, and maybe things get harder. Do you think that we'll see the Oswald deck fare as well in game 2 and 3?
Yes, I mean, we've seen it. The Borsland Insertion has 4 Wrath main deck, but if they don't see those 4 Wrath, and it's again a closed deck list event, so he was able to win game 1. Post-Cyber, things will definitely look different, because now the Boros player knows that they have to maybe mulligan to these cards, or if they see an opening hand, they don't bottom it. It's really, really different knowing that Rattle the Skies is the best card of your deck, because it's not that easy to answer. Yes, there's Metallic Rebuke, but your game plan is just to play those cards. You can't really sandbag.
Yeah, it's like they know what you're doing. You can only hide so much. So, I mean, perhaps there'll be some interesting sequencing. We'll have to see what Simon Gouthran's able to do to try and prevent a 2-0 here. We'll go back to the table now to show you that game 2 and see whether this is going to be a clean victory for the Oswald Fiddlebender combo, or whether this Boros Land Destruction deck can do its thing. I've already kind of pledged my allegiance earlier in the stream today. I outed myself as a big Boros fan, but I do really appreciate appreciate the Oswald deck as well. But I'm interested, now it doesn't just have to worry about Wrath of the Skies. There's also surgical extractions. There's the potential for wear and tears, as well as cards like High Noon, right? You're trying to cast a lot of spells from the graveyard with Emery, and now you have to play through all these awkward enchantments. I don't really know what the deck's approach is against those cards.
You mentioned High Noon, and Simon has that in hand. He decided not to play it.
Interesting.
He decided not to play High Noon, holding up the road that's going to act on this Emery.
Yeah, I don't think it's because the High Noon is bad, but you're right. I think he maybe feels that this is a crucial turn. He wants to have the mana to hold up interaction and lay out High Noon. There's also a surgical extraction there that seems, I mean, people talk about it, the most overboarded sideboard card in Modern, but it does seem like a decent matchup for it here.
Yeah, well, surgical is good against Emery, but like, I don't know, still, to me, like, it's not worth a whole card. I'd rather have, we've seen Simon play Relic of Progenitus. I'd rather very much have Relic of Progenitus because that's a way to disrupt the graveyard plus cantrips itself. And Simon does have 4 copies of Relic of Progenitus in the main deck.
I suppose maybe when you're already playing the Relic, then you have the luxury of playing this Surgical, which in certain spots is an instant, as 0 mana, maybe you catch your opponent out, as well as having that more robust, consistent graveyard hate.
Yeah. Urza Saga is now in play, but that's a card that's just so hard for these decks to resolve because not only there is the Land Destruction, the Cleansing Wildfire, Avengers Assemble, Press of Freedom, but you also have Field of Ruin, Demolition Field, Wrath of the Skies. There's just so many ways
the
to
whole
answer
deck
it.
really is all answers for Urza Saga. And even if you can generate the tokens, in some matchups I feel like that would be quite a threatening line for Brandon to take. You could maybe slow roll the combo and just start printing construct after construct. But even if you get those out, they still die to a Wrath of the Skies. They still get mopped up by these 1 mana removal spells. It seems like that is the kind of thing that the Boros Land Destruction is right in its wheelhouse trying to beat. So I'm not sure that Urza Saga is going to play a huge role in this game, but if it's not destroyed and it gets to that Chapter 3, the tutoring effect still seems pretty good.
Yeah, so a Surgical Extraction opens the hand so we can talk about it a bit. We see Loki, which is the card that we named many times in Game 1, but we haven't seen it yet. And then we also see another card that we see very little of in Modern, Ang, which is the 3-mana 2/3 that Waterband a spell.
It airbends a spell, but it can waterbend it to pay for its own cost.
Airbend. Wrong word.
It's a tempo card, right? It's almost a counter spell. It's like Subtlety. This is, I don't know if it's really comparable to Subtlety, but it is a similar effect. You can't free cast it, unfortunately, but you could, I guess, with all your artifacts, flip it into Ang, and I'm not sure what the water elemental is called. The Big Threat.
Okay. We also see another land that is like we don't see very often of, a Hall of the Helios Generosity.
Wow, okay. Really going for the deep cuts here. So that is a way to recur Urza Saga.
Yeah, you can put it on top over and over, but you do need white mana, which is going to be hard to find.
Yeah, it's such an interesting card to include, like, because it is a cost, right? Obviously, it's a colorless land. It requires colored mana investment to get, so shows you that this deck does take its sagas quite seriously. Doesn't really interact with the artifact part of the deck at all, but Brandon, just happy to be able to produce mana, and obviously with the Moxen for colored sources and being a mostly blue deck, you don't mind so much having these colors utility lands. It's another luxury of being such a deck. And now we get that card that you've been talking about so much, Andrea, Loki, God of Mischief. How immediately answerable is this? Like, do you need to kill this right away, or can you afford to leave it around if you're only holding 1 removal spell as Simon?
Well, it depends. You know, if Crabbing Claws was in play, then yes, you need to kill it because you draw a card extra turn every single turn. But in this case, Loki doesn't do anything because there's no way to target stuff. Whenever a player or permanent becomes a target and ability you control, draw a card.
Right.
So, you know, there's none of that. But finally, we see the first Wrath of the Skies, which kills Loki and kills the Saga. Wow, a 3rd Saga in a row.
Yeah, maybe somewhere where Brandon was hoping to set up something where he could sacrifice the Sewer Cam next turn, the untapped trigger would target, and that would trigger the Loki, and Simon is not interested in allowing his opponent to snowball resources. That's very much against the grain of what the Boros Land Destruction deck is about. So that's gotten rid of, but now we do get to see. So it's on Demolition Field, the Disruptor Flute this time.
Yes, or Demilic. No, I'm joking.
Oh, yeah. Oh, if only we could see a Demilich build. That would be an exciting modern deck, but no, not today. We can't be ungrateful for the buffet in front of us. These 2 decks, quite interesting, quite novel decks. This is not A1, AB of the current modern metagame. I believe we have a metagame analysis coming up soon now that the deck lists have all kind of been collated, and we'll get to see exactly which decks are at the top of the field. But I can tell you, it is not these 2. Boros Land Destruction has some representation in the room. There's 3 maybe Emery combo players, Oswald Emery combo players, but right now these are 2 kind of rogue deck pilots who are doing quite well for themselves in the Swiss.
Well, Tom, you say that, but I saw you. You were the one compiling the metagame. So you say I believe. You believe because you did it. You did the metagame breakdown. You have the numbers. Do you want a spoiler? Who's the number 1?
I
for
believe,
the people that are watching right now.
I believe because there were 570 decks, Andrea, and I don't remember everything, but I will spoil the top place. It was Izzet Prowess by some margin.
Yes.
There are a lot of Izzet Prowess players in the field. That said, it depends how much you see differences between the Eldrazi decks, because I believe if you combined the colorless and mono green Eldrazi Tron, or maybe the Eldrazi Tron and the Trudge Eldrazi decks, they would dominate the room. There's so much Kozilek's command being cast today.
Yeah, and let's go back to this game. We see a construct made by Urza Saga. So Brandon finally was able to get at least 1 token out of that saga.
Yeah, but how far is that token really going to go? I mean, there's a high noon in play, which might help. It slows down the game a lot, so anything that can attack is comparatively getting a bit more done. But it's only a 2/2 now by the looks of things, and that's not really a clock that Simon's feeling that afraid of.
Yeah, and Brandon's going to use all of the Helios Generosity to put Urza Saga back on top of the deck, I believe.
I mean, is this something that Simon feels he has to answer? Okay, well, we reveal a Wrath of the Skies off Corrie Mountain Monastery, so there's a potential answer to everything that's on the table.
I just want to shout out that little land there. Corrie Mountain Monastery is such an important piece for the Boros land destruction because it's a way that the Boros land destruction has to just take over the game, and you also can use Sunken Citadel to speed up the activability. So it's a really powerful land that honestly just... I did not expect it to be a powerful land in Modern, but it is in that deck for sure.
I think it's part of what makes me like this deck is that it is a real sum of its parts kind of engine. Like these unassuming cards. Maybe Corrie Mountain Monastery would not be so good if Sunken Citadel had not also been printed. That helps kind of discount the cost of it. And then all of this lets you draw cards in a way that you're not used to in a red-white deck and play a more controlling role than it otherwise could. The High Noon is important for slowing down the opponent, so the land destruction plan has more time to take effect. And it all really comes together with surprising consistency.
Yeah, Hall of Delio's Generosity is being used here. This is really not something that I would expect. This is a land that, of course, is a throwback to Academy Ruins, which for a blue puts an artifact on top of the deck. That land is not played anymore, but instead we played this one to recoup the Urza Saga. I'm assuming in the maybe Frog Tide matchups or in this, land destruction deck, you would be happy to have an extra land anyway.
Yeah, it's even more surprising in such an artifact-heavy list that we are playing the enchantment version of Academy Ruins, but it looks good here, especially under a High Noon, right? Because activating this land is not a spell, activating Urza Saga is not a spell, so it's almost like Brandon is accepting the terms proposed by Simon. He said, we're going to play this nice, fair duel here of 1 spell a turn, and Brandon's like, okay, I'll recur my Urza Saga, I'll recur my other Urza Saga. How does your land destruction feel about that?
Yeah, Simon had a line a few turns ago. They could have played Wrath of the Skies for 2, and that could have killed the Disruptor's Flute so that the Demolition Field would have been able to be used. Decided not to, and now the Flute stopping the Demolition Field is actually being very, very powerful here. So there was a line, I would say, to interact with what's going on right now. And now Simon is asking themselves, do I want to kill Saga or do I want to kill the Hall of Heliod's Generosity?
Wow, it looks like we're respecting Hall of Heliod's Generosity. So yeah, whether or not that was the plan all along, or whether after sparing the life of the Hall a few turns ago, Andrea, he agrees with you that now actually I do need that gone. I'm seeing the power of recurring the sagas, but a response to the price of freedom, it's Ang.
Yeah, Ang is going to be able to pause the price of freedom for this turn, but next turn we're going to be able to play it again for free. And that is part of the Arbend mechanic.
But you will have to wait another turn because of High Noon. That's the funniest thing about it, is most people, if they do know Ang Swift Savior, it may well be from Zevon Faust's High Noon standard deck, where it was one of the star cards just because of its interaction. And here you are turning Simon's High Noon against him by saying, well, that spell's in airbending, and now if you play it next turn, that's going to be your only spell next turn. You're not going to be able to follow up with anything else. It really amplifies the effect of this card.
Yep.
And we see the Urza Sagas beginning their grim work or continuing their grim work. As long as that hall is around, they're going to just keep putting out those little constructs.
There is, of course, again, we're talking about it so much, but like Wrath of the Skies, but now there's only 2 left because 1 has been played and 1 is exiled.
Is that something where in a matchup like this, you do kind of narrow your thinking and you think, as long as I never forget about the Wrath of the Skies, that is what this match is about. These other cards, they don't do as permanent damage. They aren't as good against me. And you're prepared to kind of let your opponent resolve or do anything except that?
Yeah. there's not too much to do, honestly, against Wrath of the Skies, as I mentioned previously. You have to play those cards. Yeah, I mean, Wrath of the Skies is going to kill your Saga, kill your creatures. So you just like in Game 1, you have to hope that Simon just doesn't draw a third copy, which, you know.
Do you think that any of the stack interaction would have been left? I think there's mainboard Metallic Rebuke, maybe more on the side. Is that worth trying against this deck, or do you just, as you say, try and play around the Wraths a bit?
I mean, now there's too late for the Metallic Rebuke. The game is going long. But yeah, Loki here is going to draw an extra card thanks to the skateboard keeping on this construct that just came into play. This is a lot of damage. Simon might just be dead next turn here.
Yeah, and it hasn't come out of nowhere because it's actually been fairly glacially slow. But okay, and Simon is not defenseless either, as you'd expect after this many turns to draw cards. Over time, maybe the Loki might help Brandon like win this grinding game, but for now, Boros very much still in it, throwing down that Solitude to clean up, presumably the larger of the two constructs. And I'm not sure if you'd block the other one or if you try and keep this body around. It feels like the Boros deck is maybe the biggest culprit in the format for resolving a hard cast Solitude and actually using it as a combat creature.
Yeah, and then you're going to probably chump the construct here. Or maybe not. Maybe just what you want to attack. You know, the lifelink creature is better suited to attack than to block.
I guess it depends how much pressure you feel. Like, is it going to be necessary to block and gain the life now? I suppose you're not afraid the Solitude will be removed by the Oswald deck. So
yeah, let's see now. Does Simon have a Wrath of the Skies? This is the turn.
Yeah. As you mentioned, he really doesn't get many more chances at this.
Okay.
Attack
Maybe
first.
there's a Wrath of God.
Some lists do play one copy, but I don't know if Simon is among them. It's usually... There are Wraths in the side, so it could be Wrath of God, but we do not know whether or not those were brought in. It seems an odd list almost to bring in the Wrath of God.
Yeah, but maybe you have enough bad cards. Okay, looks like we are... Maybe you activate Core Mountain Monastery desperately.
Maybe we did bring in a Wrath of God and we don't have it yet. We're just looking.
Oh wow, it is.
That's a sweeper. Is it big enough? It doesn't seem that way.
Well, it's not big enough.
No,
the constructs are 4/4.
That skateboard again, Andrea. It's doing a lot of work right now. You can clean up Aang, I suppose, but that's cold comfort, perhaps. You do still have the Solitude, but then if you cast this, you don't, so...
Yeah, there's also... because of the High Noon, you can't go removal spell on an artifact and Evangel Disassemble. You can only play one spell per turn.
Yeah, there's no... You doing it the other way around isn't possible either, because normally you have, like, the price of freedom can destroy artifacts, so that would be an option in some circumstances. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very tricky spot for Simon.
Yeah, I want to say again, just go back that like Wrath of the Skies on this Raptor's Flute, I think was just kind of like the play, you know.
I mean, for all we know, Simon's thinking about that as well. He's taking these actions thinking, if only I had some turns ago dealt with this flute, but it's stuck around the whole game now, and even without the text on it, it is providing a crucial +1 toughness to these constructs where reaffirming that price of freedom is in the air-bended zone, but it's under High Noon, it's not much use, and you don't have enough mana. Perhaps instead of cracking the Monastery, you could have activated the High Noon to get out from under it, but then it doesn't leave you a lot left to cast other spells. Very difficult position for this Boros deck, even with all the lands and all of the things it seemingly wants. Brandon is just slowly ground through it thanks to all of Heliod's generosity.
Yeah, Hall of the Other Generosities is the name of this game. Was able to put two Urza Saga back on top of the deck to then make all these constructs now, which can be, of course, made hasty by the skateboard.
And it seems like we might be activating Urza Saga in response to the third abilities. We're adding to this army, growing it yet more.
I'm surprised we're not making a construct and giving it haste here. So I guess let's see what Brandon chooses.
Yeah, because it feels like normally Aether Spell, but I was wondering about this. So this gives you, even if you had left back to Solitude, a way to answer it as a blocker. Now I guess it's just in play as insurance.
Yeah, and once again, because of the High Noon, Simon can't play 2 Solitude. So if they art cast Solitude and Aether Spell bounces it, there's no way for Simon to replay it because of their own High Noon here.
And it would a single construct plus Aang would be lethal. So the options for Simon quickly being diminished. Brandon is just methodically covering all of the outs.
Yeah.
It's counting. That's never a good sign if your opponent starts tapping their cards. And we just go to combat.
6-5, 5-5, 2-3.
What do you have? There's one Solitude, but of course that's the only one you can be allowed to cast this turn.
Yes, and we're going to use the High Noon 5-mana ability.
Yes, yeah, we're casting the Solitude to preserve mana, to use High Noon as more removal. The toughness of the elementals, once again, very important.
Oh,
toughness of the construct,
we can go Ether Spellbomb on Aang.
Oh, and replay it with the remaining mana?
And that would...
We played if the High Noon is sacrificed, right? Because we played the Spellbomb. No, we got it off the Saga. Ooh.
Let's see now. Ether Spellbomb, what are you doing?
Really
Nothing.
tricky line here.
Okay, so the High Noon 5 mana, it's 5 damage.
Has that been... obviously, it is on the table. Simon hasn't activated it yet, but we assume he must. Solitude resolves.
This is lethal, 6 damage.
Obviously, the timing of the Spellbomb matters. Brandon may still be planning on using it. He just wanted to gain the extra life or what have you, but it's there on the table. Both players still with cards to play somehow in this very late stage of this game. There it is. Simon forced to use the High Noon.
Yeah. Wow.
Is he going to get out of this spot?
I mean, we could have just made a construct and give it haste. I really don't understand why that didn't happen.
I thought it was happening. I saw the Urza Saga get tapped. Maybe we're doing that, but no. It seems like... I mean, Brandon obviously is on 22-4 right now, playing the beatdown game as the infinite combo deck. There are worse spots to be in, but yeah, really interesting turn here. Now we are...
Yeah, putting the Saga on top and putting it into play. But in the face of the Avengers is assembled, it's not too good because obviously now we can just cast that, but first we gain 3 life, which is very important.
And of course, now Simon, that was critical removal there, but he's free from his own High Noon effect, so he's no longer restricted in the way that we were talking about in previous turns. He could follow up with multiple land destruction spells and clean up that hole. Or
just play Press of Freedom, which has been airbended for a while.
Yes. He could play that on the Disruptor Flute, even.
Yeah. Press of Freedom says destroy target artifact or creature.
And opponent, artifact or land and opponent control. So you can't do the thing where you Cleansing Wildfire your own land to get out from under Blood Moon, but you can, in this case, remove a pesky artifact, except for when it gets Force of Negation.
And as you mentioned before, Metallic Rebuke just not good enough late game.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, it's like, do you bring it in here because you know that the Boros deck wants to drag it to this late game where those sorts of mana leak effects, they lose so much of their value? And unfortunately, I mean, Brandon, it's still a good spot, but it was looking better a turn ago, it felt like.
Yeah, no, totally. Now, the Avengers Assemble is going to kill the Aang and kill the... What are you going to kill here? The Saga or the Hull of Heliod's Generosity?
I guess it depends. Are you the kind of person where you like pushing a boulder up a hill every day and then watching it roll down the hill? Like, you can keep blowing up the Saga and watching the hole bring it back. I feel like unless I had 2 land destruction effects this turn, you kill the hole. You can get the Saga next turn. You have so many land destruction effects. Stop having to kill the same card every turn.
Yeah. And there's no more basics for Brandon, so... But now Brandon's going to be able to make a construct, give it haste, and try to attack. Does Simon have an answer for the construct that's coming next turn?
I mean, I'm glad Simon can't hear us because it's very painful to be reminded that Demolition, the Disruptor Flute is still in play on Demolition Field, blocking what would be an even more devastating line. So again, the choices from turns and turns ago in this game having constant ramifications, but it seems like maybe Simon Guthrum will be able to battle back. Mox Opal now for Brandon, usually a pretty great card. Here, you hope there's more action to pair with it.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Avengers Assemble chose not to deal 3 damage to everything, because that meant that, once again, this is lethal now, and the Aang is a 2/3 body. So
yeah, that's actually a great point.
Trying to go for lethal now, let's see.
You weren't willing to trade your Solitude for that Aang, I suppose?
It's 8 damage currently.
Simon must have something.
2 cards in Simon's hand is flickering them. Is one of them a removal spell for one of these 2 creatures?
If not, that would be a quite unfortunate and sudden end to this very entertaining game we've seen. Scrabbling Claws now, no Loki to pair with it, but still an artifact, so that construct is slightly more lethal than it was. Oh, wow, Simon trusting in the top of his library and finds a Galvanic Discharge. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's going to stay alive at 1 life here.
Of course I didn't need to use Avengers Disassembled, Mengu. I respect you, but trust me, I know my deck. It's going to give me this Lightning Bolt right when I need it. It's going to clean up Aang, and I'm going to keep my Solitude. I'm going to keep life linking and chipping away at Brandon's life total.
Yeah, so...
Goes to 1 life. Wow. And of course, if you didn't join us for game one, Brandon won that cleanly with a combo after Tamio ultimating and picking up half of his library. So Simon, this is his last shot here in round 5 to preserve his unbeaten Swiss record. Very important still at this stage of the tournament. So that last life point has to be guarded jealously.
Yeah, you say he cleanly killed it. I would say it was a rocky path.
Okay, well, I'm trying to make it sound better. I was talking with the people who weren't there. The ones who are there, they know. But, I mean, Simon now surely has all the resources in terms of lands a man could ever want.
Yeah, and now this Solitude can just chump block here.
And you've finally gotten rid of that Hall of Heliod's Generosity, which was so generously providing your opponent with an endless supply of constructs.
Well, but there's more construct. There's just like a mix 2, and the Skateboard is going to make one of them hasty. So once again, Brandon is going to apply lethal at the beginning of his turn. Does Simon have an answer?
There's only so, I mean, this deck can have a lot of instant speed creature removal, but it'd be quite impressive if you always had that hit. Do you think that I mean, last turn he had to activate Corey Mountain Monastery to find one, right?
Yeah, he used the Monastery and he found Field of Ruin. So right now, Simon is probably holding in a road, I'm going to assume.
Yeah, he would like to be holding in a road in this moment, we'll say that.
Either that or Path to Exile.
Yes.
Ooh, taking an expedition map. There is a 4th copy of Urza Saga in the deck.
I mean, Urza Saga's gotten you this far in game 2. Why not keep leaning on it? I don't know if there's any other options that would be equally appealing in this moment. Unfortunately, you can't get another Hall of Heliod's Generosity to really rub the salt in.
Yeah.
Being a one-off sideboard card.
We choose to play untap land rather than just going for like fetch a Saga, play Saga Kip.
Right, yeah. So I guess telegraphing you have something you want to do with the mana, and that Erode will resolve. We're going to fail to find at this stage of the game. That's quite common, and Simon is continuing to hang in there. There's the chump block you prescribed, but what does he have this turn?
Yeah, if Brandon would have taken a Mox Opal, he would have been able to art cast that Force of Negation. I'm surprised he didn't go for Mox Opal on the Urza Saga last turn.
I am a little surprised that Erode resolved as well, so
Let's see now, do we have an answer to the construct? That is lethal right now.
I mean, but we have also said that every turn. Simon has been in check here for a little while, but he keeps finding that one move to keep his king safe, keep those last few points of life available. Finds a Galvanic Discharge, counts the number of artifacts.
Not enough.
Only has the 1 energy left over. Sometimes that's a thing that you have to keep track of in these long games, but we've been using it pretty much as we found it through these Wraths of the Skies and Galvanic Discharges, so not a valid out by itself for Simon.
Looks like we have Kahera to chump block with.
That is another jump. This deck just keeps finding cards from strange places, but they're only delaying the inevitable right now. Simon has not been able to fully stabilize.
Yeah, well, they can Galvanic Discharge the construct after the Kahera has been chumped.
Is there a way, do you then, as Brandon, consider not attack? That Galvanic Discharge does not remain playable from the Monastery forever, right? So you could just not attack for a turn.
Yeah, let's see. Otawara is the card that was selected. Otawara is going to bounce
I
Kahera.
wondered about that. Yeah, that is the other option in the deck, but last turn it didn't seem as good. Now it seems great.
And the fist pump.
Okay, the Otawara was finally enough. I suppose it's not as surprising after that many turns of just staying alive. And it looks like that's going to be all she wrote. So Brandon is able to finally secure not a quick 2-0 at all. A very hard-fought, grinding 2-0, but a 2-0 nevertheless. Brandon Richard will move to 5-0 with Oswald Emery combo. Andrea, I know that you thought that the fast combo decks would be strong in this format. Maybe that's one of them you expected. You did say you liked the list from the Pro Tour.
I did not expect this match to go this way. I expected Boris. When I saw the matchup, I was like, oh, Boris is going to win this.
Sure.
They have all it needs to Killer Saga for Wrath of the Skies main, you know, just the cards. But the blue deck just kept on finding ways to get out of the lock and eventually won the game.
Yeah, maybe either player matchup experience triumphed, or maybe that Wrath of the Skies, you know, could have been used differently. In a long game, there's so many choices. I'm sure the players will have a lot to think about. But we're going to give you something to think about in a moment as we throw it over to our metagame breakdown analysis with Kira Turetsky and Molly Rao. We hope you enjoy it.
Hi there and welcome back to Spotlight Series The Hobbit from beautiful sunny Brisbane. My name's Molly Rowe and I'm here with the incomparable Kira Turetsky, and we're here to walk you through the metagame breakdown for day one of our modern competitive event. Kira, what's going on?
Oh my goodness, Molly, I have been waiting to look at these numbers and I am so unbelievably thrilled. You are never going to guess what our top deck is here at Spotlight Brisbane.
Please tell me.
Is it prowess?
No.
It is.
For real?
It's like we're playing a standard tournament.
I feel incredibly validated. That was my deck pick for the weekend. That's what I would have played if I was in our competitive ranks this weekend, so I'm thrilled with that outcome.
Look, to be fair, having just come off of the tail of a ton of standard seasons, this is a very easy deck to port back over into Modern. You change a few things there, you can let yourself have a Corey Steelcutter just for fun, and boom, you've got yourself a Modern Is It Prowess deck.
I will try not to be offended. How many other Is It Prowess players turned up this weekend?
We've got 74 Is It Prowess players, which means the most represented deck this weekend is only 13% of our metagame here at Spotlight Brisbane.
Okay, so is it safe to say it's a wide open meta?
It is unbelievably wide open. Our next most represented deck at 8% and 46 players is Goryo's.
Okay, look, we probably saw that coming for anybody who watched the most recent PT Marvel Superheroes. Goryo's was a mainstay across all of our coverage tables, so something I think that was probably quite well expected.
Yes, and at number 3 with 37 players, 6.5% of the metagame, it's Brood Scale combo.
Okay, another probably like pretty expected deck for the meta. It seems to be doing well as well. We've seen it in our coverage already a little bit today, and I'm sure that we'll see more of it over the weekend. What else are we looking at in those kind of top 5 decks for the weekend?
The rest look pretty what you expect. We've got Trudge, Affinity, Ruby Storm, Eldrazi Tron. Some of the mainstays of the Modern metagame right now, well represented. And what we can see is that the metagame is pretty balanced right now between aggro and combo.
Yeah, look, I love that. Have we seen any control decks?
Dare I say no.
Okay.
Dare I say no. And what few control decks there are in our metagame, they're in kind of the underrepresented category, somewhere less than 2%. But again, even your Boros Energy and your Living End decks are 3% of the metagame right now.
Wow, okay, only 3% for some of the actual mainstays of this format. It is very safe to say it's wide open then, Kira.
I'm having a wonderful time. I'm so serious when I say it's a wonderful experience to get to see such a variety of decks in our metagame here. Spotlight Brisbane, players have come in from across the country. Some players have even flown out of country. They're international coming to our event here. And it's wonderful to see. We've got over 560 players, last I checked.
I think it was 574. Which is a big Australian Magic event.
And for numbers like that, having a deck that is 13% be the top most represented, we have a beautiful Modern metagame.
It is so healthy right now, and it is so great to see. There were some names that you didn't mention that I am shocked not to hear there on the top tiers of the Modern meta here at Spotlight Series Brisbane. We didn't hear Amulet Titan, we didn't hear Neoform, we didn't hear Mono Green Tron, we didn't hear Boros Land Destruction, which was very popular, or at least did very well at the most recent PT. No Burn, which is, you know, the mainstay of Modern forever. So it's really interesting to see how this is breaking down, and it'll be even more interesting to see what makes it to day 2. So what's the criteria for making day 2?
Our day 2 criteria is going to be 18 match points, which in most layman terms is going to be a record of 6 and 3. There might be some players who managed to scoot through on 5, 1, and 3, I think is the number we landed on. But 6 and 3 is going to be our cutoff for cut to day 2.
Okay, amazing to know. It will be super exciting to find out, and you will get to see us back here tomorrow with the metagame breakdown for day 2. We will see you there, but in the meantime, more competitive Modern coverage coming your way very soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to Spotlight Series The Hobbit here in sunny Brisbane, Australia. I'm Thomas Anderson, and it's my pleasure to be joined for this round 6, by Molly Rowe. Molly, that was an excellent metagame breakdown. Thank you so much for informing me what everyone's playing today.
You are so welcome, Tom, but I'd love to take credit for it. It was mostly Kira.
Oh, okay. Well, I was never to neglect credit where it's due. Kira as well. Fantastic in breaking down the metagame. And it's a really cool metagame we have in the room. Lots of different decks. Obviously, a ton of Prowess, a ton of Eldrazi, but also some of the other more fringy decks of the format. And I think we're about to be able to show you 2 of them right now.
Yeah, we're going to cut to round 6, which is a Golgari Necro Dominance versus Domain Zoo, both of which turned up very light in the percentage played here in the meta at Spotlight Series Brisbane.
I suppose light is relative. Like maybe if you're a Golgari Necrodominance fan, you're like, we got like 10 decks. That's huge. Big for us. There's some Dimir Necrodominance as well. Really interesting takes on this list. And of course, when there's a powerful card like Necrodominance in the format, it feels like people are always going to try and make it work, Molly.
Yeah, look, Golgari midrange is a really, an understandable choice in such a wide meta at the moment. You know, something like Necrodominance that drives card advantage through the game really early if you've got the mana to support it, which this deck very much does. And, you know, we see that deck coming out swinging like it is known to do with a turn 1 Thoughtseize.
Not a bad thing to be doing in current Modern, where decks can potentially kill you on turn 2. The turn 1 Thoughtseize, being that kind of deck, gives you a little bit of security. Although, again, the metagame analysis not as much Neoform in the room as maybe some of us expected. So this Golgari Necrodominance deck finding its way, maybe being able to get to turn 3 to play that Necro is pretty strong. What else can it do? You mentioned it's sort of a mid-range list, but it does have this, as a lot of decks do, kind of slightly unfair finishing punch with the Necro.
Yeah, look, it is a deck that goes real deep between the Professor Delian Fell, which I had to source a ultimate for this deck.
Oh, the emblem.
The emblem when we seated it. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're getting at from a line perspective, Tom.
Oh, sorry?
No.
Oh, the perspective here is the Delian Fell combination with some of the other cards in the deck, like Soul Spike, right? Like those are the big finishes. Because Necrodominance, obviously, you could just play that by itself as a card draw engine. It's very good, but this deck also runs Sheoldred, which has a very potent interaction with Necrodominance. You pay one life to draw a card, and then that gains you 2 life, which obviously Delian Fell loves to see. And then some of the cards you draw can be free cast by pitching them to have further interactions. But for now, we're just playing a pretty fair 1-for-1 interaction. There's the mid-range plan you spoke of. Psychic Frog going to meet its natural enemy in Predator, Fatal Push.
There's just so much value in this Golgari Necrodominance deck. Like, turn 1 Thoughtseize is such a strong play when we are seeing so much combo across the meta. You know, whilst we're talking about a diversity of decks and a really healthy meta, there is no arguing it's very combo forward right now.
You just have to be doing something very powerful to end the game, even if you would like to play a fair kind of Esper game plan. That's Force of Despair, I believe, the APAC promo. So we've seen Force of Negation. This is another spell from that same cycle. You can free cast it, which I think we're doing here by pitching Boggart Trawler. Josh is explaining this to Lucia. And that is going to kill every creature that entered the battlefield on this turn. So I think it's just being used here to kind of, I guess, 2-for-1 yourself, but cleanly answer the Frog, which is, you know, you can't let that Frog engine get going.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we've seen the removal of 2 Psychic Frogs already. And Lucia playing Domain Zoo. We saw the Scion of Draco pulled out of her hand right at the start. And her hand is getting light. We're now 4 land drops in, and Territorial Kavu hitting the battlefield there.
I mean, good card to have still, because that one helps you sculpt your remaining cards in hand, the Kavu. But for Lucia, it's a perfect example of how these sorts of black mid-range decks pick apart a good hand to suddenly be not so great. Because if that Scion had stuck around, those Frogs would not be as vulnerable to removal. They're blue, they gain hexproof. Obviously, you usually prefer the hands that start with Leyline of the Guild Pact on the battlefield. That's this deck's kind of combo, so to speak, right?
Yeah, look, the piece of it that feels a little bit unfair is starting the game with something that says each non-land permanent you control is all colors, and lands you control are every basic land type in addition. So all of a sudden your 5-color deck becomes very manageable from a mana perspective.
Yeah, and look, Lucia has been able to build up a pretty good set of mana-producing lands here to cover the various colored pip costs, but you don't gain the same benefits from your Scion of Draco or, you know, various other cards in the deck. So for now, Territorial Kavu, just going to be kind of fairly fighting it out with another modern staple, Orcish Bowmasters, and its accompanying army token.
Yeah, a very strong card here in this matchup, particularly Orcish Bowmasters.
Everybody's reading cards today. We're going to look at that. But, I mean, the Kavu it's such a good piece for this domain deck, it feels like. You've got the Scion of Draco that's obviously the really high ceiling card, but Kavu gives you that higher floor where even in this sort of spot, you can try and draw back into, maybe you can hardcast a Leyline at some point if Josh gives you time. Maybe you can rebuild your board state that way.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And a Lightning Bolt on the Bowmasters with a response.
Wow.
Witherbloom Charm.
This card keeps showing up in a couple of decks. There's like a Sultai Living End deck. I'm like, Sultai Living End, but they're playing Witherbloom Charm. And I've seen people say that it says, pay 2 to do just enough.
Yeah, look, it's funny because of the charm cycle, this Witherbloom Charm is the one that has found the most play in the most formats as well. It's found little niche moments in Standard as well, and now all the way into Modern. It feels like I said earlier, right, what you want from your cards across your Modern deck is modality. You want to be able to be reactive and have options every time you're looking at your hand. And particularly for this Necrodominance deck, which can use its namesake card to search for answers for things, you want as many answers for different types of threats that your opponents might bring as possible.
Yeah, and even in this game, because of Necrodominance, even the 5 life mode, which is normally maybe the one that's underappreciated, actually has more than its usual usage. Speaking of answers for different kinds of things, here's Douthie Voidwalker, one of this deck's answers to kind of graveyard attack angles. And it's cool how this kind of black mid-range deck can be playing a totally different set of cards to the rest of the format. But between things like Boggart Trawler and Douthie Voidwalker and Orcish Bowmasters, you can kind of end up covering a lot of angles.
Yeah, look, having main deck graveyard hate is a really strong, choice in this meta against so many decks. All of a sudden, Goryo's Vengeance doesn't look quite as scary.
No, not at all. And it chips away as a basically unblockable creature with Shadow. But for that reason, Lucia chooses to remove it. Leyline Binding, one of the other cards where you get to play it as a reward for having Leyline of the Guild packed around. Or in this case, if you fetch a Triome and then fetch an untapped Shock on turn 2, you can still sometimes play it for 1 even without the Leyline. So it's kind of not as riskier card to play as it might first appear when you don't have the Leyline around. But that Ragavan is going to meet with some interaction as well, it seems.
Every time my opponent plays a Leyline Binding, I feel like that's a little unfair of you to do that.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you should pay more. How much did you tap for that?
Yeah.
Oh.
That feels like it's meant to cost a little more there.
You know what? I'm normally the one playing the Leyline Binding, so maybe I was unsympathetic in talking up the card. I love that. It's a great piece, but yeah. No, you're right. It is a little unfair when you get to cast it for that much, but Josh doesn't mind paying full price for cards when they do as much as Delian Fell. This feels like, for some reason, one of the most polarizing cards we've seen in recent history. A lot of people have actually kind of treated this card like a joke, and a lot of people have rushed to build whole decks around it.
How do you feel about it, Tom? Because I personally love it.
I also love it. I'm not a life gain tragic, but I have always been prone. The card that's in my, people have, you have a little card in your wallet or in your phone sleeve. Mine is Martyr of Sands.
Okay.
So any card that says whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life, I am I have a soft spot for it. And I'm so glad, it seems to justify itself in this deck, right? Even if you're not doing the thing with Soul Spike and Necrodominance, it's still creature removal that leaves behind, a Planeswalker body. It threatens to draw cards. It is this real Swiss Army knife type card.
Yeah, it's definitely high on interaction and optionality, as we were saying earlier, is so important in Modern. So we've seen another Dash Ragavan from Lucia, followed by casting Josh's own Thoughtseize off the top back at him.
Oh, yes, okay.
Finding a Soul Spike and a Boggart.
Yeah, Boggart Trawler, it seems like. So
yep.
I was trying to count the cards to see if we were perhaps Soul Spiking the Ragavan, which is something you can do, right? This Soul Spike, I feel like, has been a niche card in Modern for sort of black burn lists, and it's so often just this goes to your face. But it is a flexible piece of removal in a deck like this when you need it to be. Unfortunately, not going to get the chance to see that effect.
Yeah, Josh didn't have enough black cards to be able to exile in his hand, and therefore had to just say, sure thing, here you go. Here's what's in my grip.
Which is quite unusual for this deck, to be able to say you don't have enough black spells in your hand. And I guess we haven't seen the namesake card of Golgari Necrodominance yet. It's starting to hurt Josh a little.
Yeah, definitely. If you're running an Orcish Bowmasters, you really want to be generating card advantage as quickly as possible. Yeah, we've just not seen any of that kind of payoff. Josh has been spending 1 for 1.
Wow.
And it is unfortunately not paying off right now for him.
Speaking of 1 for 1s, that's not exactly what we saw. Lightning Bolt for some percentage of a Planeswalker, but it does take Josh off that Delian Fell emblem.
Ooh.
Oh, okay, so that's the other half of like the combo, right?
Yep. So here we are looking at Sheoldred and that effect around drawing a card, which Josh is immediately going to do with Delian Fell, understandably. Lose a life, draw a card, being the 0 ability on Delian Fell.
Wow.
Giving you, whenever you draw a card, you gain 2 life. So draw a card, gain 2 life, lose 1 life. Feels like a pretty good overall net result there for Josh.
I think most people are already hitting, you know, the like, I'll take the deal button on draw a card, lose 1 life. When it's draw a card, and wait, we'll throw in an extra 2 life free, then suddenly your deal is really good. And of course, Sheoldred, one of those, seemingly one of the cards that dominate Modern, where it's like, it's good all the time. The floor is up here.
Yeah.
But then this deck can like, this deck does more with Sheoldred than any other you've ever seen.
Lucia knows exactly what a threat that is. Immediately leyline binding Sheoldred and trapping her in that leyline.
And we'll see. Oh no, insult to injury. Ragavan, the clever monkey, finds a Necrodominance, but that's not going to help Josh at all.
It is castable on Lucia's side of the field with multiple treasure tokens.
Okay, as a format expert, would you do it? This is not just a free spell to put in play on your side of the battlefield.
It's not. It's not a free spell. That's a really, like, in all of my practice, in my thousands of hours in Modern, I haven't come across hitting a castable Necrodominance off of my Ragavan. So we are going to find out from the expert, the pilot themselves.
Wow.
Lucia says yes, let's go.
Wow, I love it. As a caster, you love hype, and this is hype. But as you, like, who knows if Lucia's done this before, right? This might be unknown territory.
This would be the weirdest, nichest, I've done this before.
We're paying 5 life. It seems at end step to, like, look, in this matchup, I was about to say it's really impressive that Lucia has been able to hang on in this spot and play for so long without the Psychic Frogs, which would normally be your kind of grindy game draw engine. Now you have arguably a much better draw engine in Necrodominance, but if you pay life, I mean, this deck still has some Soul Spikes in it. You really don't want to go too low.
You don't, but also, you know, Lucia's just seen Josh's hand. She knows that he is, you know, essentially drawing off the top of his deck, and she's not under a lot of pressure. There's not a lot of hasty threats in this deck. Yes, a Soul Spike, but we've seen 2 of them already from Josh's side of the field. So, you know, how much of that risk are you willing to take, and where does it live?
I can't see it in the minds of the players, but I'll agree with you that cast your Necrodominance off Ragavan, immediately pay 5 life, is not the play of a scared player. So, Lucia, feeling strong right now.
Yeah, look, if I'm in coverage at a Modern event and I get the chance to cast my opponent's Necrodominance, hell yes, I'm here for it. Let's go.
So you think there's like either an adrenaline junkie angle, or maybe peer pressure? Like, what will my teammates think of me if I don't cast the Necro?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think you've got to take that chance when you get it, Tom. Absolutely.
All right. Well, we're
getting a Darthy Voidwalker here.
Yeah, we're just looking at the flip lands, just checking what they are. Of course, that one is a removal spell on the other side. The Fell Downfall, I can't quite remember the card, but it's not a removal spell at the moment. It's currently Josh's 5th land. We are casting Darthy Voidwalker, though, and that's an interesting card to have in play. Just with Lucia now at 8 life and potentially lower if you continue to Necro, this is a threat to that life total. And is that a hard cast Boggart Trawler as well?
I think so. That's what seems to be what we've seen.
So Josh's response is like, all right, you want to be on low life? Here are suddenly 2 creatures, which is more of a threat force than Josh has had all game.
Exactly as I said, you know, last turn when Lucia made that decision, she was not under a lot of threats, not under a lot of pressure, and Josh immediately said, please hold my water bottle. Here we go.
Fell the Profane, for those at home screaming at me in the chat for the name of the card. My apologies.
I think that...
Ooh, Scion of Draco.
Wow, okay.
That is a good card to find off your Necro, because if we can find another creature that can potentially be a source of life gain or just a source of beating your opponent to death.
Yep. I hear that this card's pretty good, particularly when you get to pay 2 mana for it.
This is like the definition of a build around, and also of like a nostalgia trip card, right? I'm not sure how many people are familiar with the original Draco. it's a little worse than like this is like your kid grows up to be stronger than you. Like,
well, we've seen that many times across all formats of Modern. The Badger Mole Cub was significantly better than the Badger Mole.
What is it with baby animals being so strong?
The Scythe Cat Cub is significantly better than the Scythe Cat themselves.
Okay.
The baby is always the bigger threat.
Right now, though, it's not at its strongest, obviously. There is still no Leyline of Guild Pact for Lucia, but it is buffing this Psychic Frog. It gives creatures keywords based on the colors that they are. So as a blue-black creature, it gains hexproof for blue and, crucially, lifelink for black. So Lucia could even do something like pitch my hand to my frog, jump my frog if there's a graveyard. I think there's a lot of Boggart Trawlers. There probably isn't a graveyard.
There is not.
If you can get in at all with this frog, suddenly you have fuel to keep necroing for more cards and you don't get kind of locked up out of the game like Josh is, I assume, trying to do.
Yeah, and Lucia has to be really careful here. Boggart Troller's keyword of... Oh, sorry, Douthie Voidwalker's keyword of Shadow means that essentially unblockable in this format. So 3-2 is... you know, it's a 3-turn block from here, assuming that Lucia takes no pain from her lands or loses life by any other method.
And it seems like Josh also recognized the threat of that Scion, not so much in itself, but the keywords it grants is locking down that life as the angle. And Delian Fell, replace Delian Fell, kill your other creature. Suddenly an open lane, Lucia's life plummets with this attack.
Yeah, wow. So it may have been greedy. It may have been a greedy line for that Necrodominance, but I don't know if I or anyone at home can blame her for making it.
No, I genuinely, not even just for the kicks, right? It seemed like a really good play, and you have a lot of removal spells in this deck. There's a decent chance you find answers for these attacking creatures off your Necro draw, but it seemed like maybe Lucia did not.
Well, she found both the Scion and the Frog, so you know, it wasn't a threat light draw in that 5 life, 5 cards. It was just that, unfortunately for them, Josh had answers.
Yeah, and you find cards like, you know, this is game 1, so you find cards like Consigned to Memory, which aren't terrifically useful, and unfortunately for Lucia, that is not really how you expect to kill your opponent with Necrodominance, but we'll take it if we're in Josh Archer's camp, as he goes up 1-0 in this best of 3 here with the Golgari Necro deck.
I love getting to see these Fringe decks on coverage. I love seeing them do well. Like, you know, we've been talking all weekend about what a wide open metagame it is right now in Modern, and this is the epitome of that. This is turn up with your pet deck, do the reps, be the pilot that you need to be, know every line, and turn up and do well. And that's what we're seeing right now from both of these players. Yeah,
Golgari Necro isn't a bad deck. Like, there is a steady stream of results, but if you are the person playing that deck, I have to feel like you are a believer. You're the kind of person who goes, no, I do have the tools. I can beat almost anybody on my day, and that was such a cool and collected game from both players. I'm not going to speculate on how good a decision it was to try and get the Necro stolen there. You weren't going to draw those cards otherwise, right, in that position, but that is the game that the Golgari deck ultimately wants to play. If it can't combo kill you, it will squeeze you to death. And it shows that the deck is very potent even when it doesn't have its namesake card.
Yeah, and you know, when it's not coming up against combo decks, mid-range can be incredibly powerful. If you give them the time, they will develop their board and continue to take control of the game, and that's what we just saw.
Well, we'll see if the Golgari Necro deck can do it again, because of course that was only game 1. We'll go back to the table now for game 2 of that best of 3, and maybe Lucia can find that ley line and make it look a lot better here.
Let's see what it looks like when the shoe's on the other foot.
So obviously sideboarding has also happened, and that's going to change the texture of the matchup. Molly, what do you think, at least for the domain player, what are your answers here? What are you trying to do with your sideboarding?
Yeah, I think that there's some really interesting kind of components here. We know that Josh is in about deploying threats. You've got a Wrath of the Skies sitting in your sideboard as a 2-of. That's something that you really want to be thinking about. The other thing that negates some of the card advantage that's generated through Necrodominance, just kind of picking up a big chunk of their deck at the end of their turn, is High Noon, which Lucia is also running 2 copies of in the sideboard. That's what I would be looking at, and then most likely something like a Mystical Dispute.
I do really like the High Noon idea, just because this deck is so... It wants to end the game by drawing half the deck off Necrodominance and then a flurry of Soul Spikes. Having to cast 1 Soul Spike a turn makes that much riskier, but Is that enough, or do you also try and bring in answers like Wear Tear, some of these more narrow cards to deal with Necro Dominance? Do you need to be so worried about that card, or can you just kind of rush them down?
I feel like now that Lucia gets to be on the play this turn, she would really strongly be considering whether or not she wants those Wear Tears, because something like a High Noon buys you the time, as you said, like they're not going to flurry Soul Spike you, and therefore you buying more turns means that the Necro Dominance and losing the life to draw those cards can be the disadvantage that the card was built to be in terms of actual trade-offs.
Right, so it is part of that, don't over-sideboard, don't overthink things. You do have to sometimes trust your main deck plan to just be good enough with a little bit of help from a card like High Noon.
If I was on the draw and I was in a more reactive seat as Lucia, I would 100% be bringing in those Wear Tears.
It'll be really interesting if we get to a game 3. Maybe we'll see if Lucia agrees with you.
Look, I am not a Domain Zoo pilot expert by any means, but that would be my read on the play. You do still want to be executing your own game plan, and over-sideboarding in something like Zoo can be detrimental to your own plan.
That is one of those skills that is actually kind of transferable for a lot of different decks. Like that we talk about how much it matters to be an expert of your own deck, but good Magic fundamentals, like knowing how to play a mid-range deck, knowing how to sideboard with different kinds of decks, are also there. I assume that part of the reason is that Prowess is so popular today is because players have the cards from Standard and they find it easy to jump over and try their hand at this, quite high stakes and exciting event.
We've got an Orcish Bowmasters, which immediately meets a lightning bolt here on the field. Yeah,
off to a bit of a slow start, and then this first flurry of interaction goes the way broadly of Lucia. That 1/1 army token not going to do a whole lot in this matchup.
Yeah.
But no Leyline of the Guild Pact again for the Domain Zoo deck.
Yeah, I was sad to see that. That would be really the explosive start that Lucia was hoping for. But it didn't look like we had any mulligans, so both players coming in with full grips, which is always nice to see. We've got a true game on our hands.
Is it partially, perhaps, does the Leyline become devalued in a matchup with so much creature removal? Because obviously it is there to make your creatures better, but it puts you effectively down a card in your hand, and it is not itself a threat.
Yeah, absolutely. Knowing how much removal is sitting in Josh Archer's hand, it does make the Leyline a little bit. It's not that the Leyline itself won't stick, as you say, it's just maybe not as valuable as it is in other matchups.
And we saw in game 1, Lucia came pretty far in that match, just grinding and playing really fair draw, play a spell 1 for 1, you kind of Magic. So perhaps just believe solidly in the deck's ability to do that in this game 2. We can see there's Leyline Binding in hand, a Scion, a few other spells.
Yeah, and as is always the case on commentary, I'm also immediately proven wrong to the Wear Tear in Lucia's hand.
Well, I thought that your reasoning made a ton of sense, but the Necro Dominance, we didn't really see it in game 1, but this is a combo deck.
Yeah.
It's a mid-range deck, but when you get to go turn 3 Necro, turn 4 Sheoldred or Delian, it's a combo deck, and also you are dead.
Yeah.
So having Wear Tear, pretty good in that spot.
Yeah, for the exact same reason, we're seeing some of the significantly lesser played utility lands in Castle Lochthwain on the battlefield for Josh, which was an absolute standard staple a few years ago in that metagame, and it's great to see it back.
I was about to say, a standard favorite of mine, and then because I am a tragic for bad black-white mid-range decks, also a Pioneer favorite of mine, a Modern favorite of mine.
And a 7-point favorite of yours, Tom. I know that too.
I haven't yet quite yet crossed that frontier, but I'll find a way to put it in Enchantress eventually. But not about 7-point right now. Josh Archer is determined to make it look good in Modern, and I mean, it does make sense for this deck specifically, right?
Absolutely, yes. Look, in this deck, as you said, just one of the many, many engines to allow yourself to continue to draw the threats that you need for this deck, and losing life, not a problem for you most of the time.
And Force of Despair again, just coming up to meet the Scion as it appears.
This is just such a beautiful art of this card as well. I'm going to pull up this promo, but
yeah,
it's just
I think
beautiful.
I've got it.
You've got it?
Yeah, this it looks incredible in foil as well. Like, it's one of these beautiful cycles of cards, and I'm glad that Force of Despair is seeing play, so we can all look at the nice promos. Look at the ghost or the body falling away from the spirit there in the art. Really impressive stuff. It's cool, all these treatments we get nowadays.
Yeah, we love getting to celebrate all of the wonderful artists of Magic, and we've got 8 different artists who are both local and international here at Spotlight the Hobbit in Brisbane, some of which you will have seen on stream as part of their interview cycles.
Yeah, it's just one way this event feels like bigger and more exciting. It's like something out of the usual to have so many international guests, and unfortunately, Territorial Kavu only being a temporary guest to the battlefield there. Josh is just snapping off these removal spells, barely even blinks as some of the bigger threats in Modern come down and then are swiftly whisked away by black magic.
And as much as we said, you know, 1-1 Orc army not doing it.
Didn't want to mention it again, but I may have commentated cursed poor Lucia there. The 1-1 Orc army is really putting in a good shift.
Yeah, putting in the work. It was interesting, though, because Lucia chose not to lightning bolt that Orc army earlier, going for Josh's face instead, and that may prove fatal.
I think...
Although we did just see another lightning bolt come off the top there for Lucia, I think.
Maybe that goes... What if that goes face as well? What if you don't... You're just like, well, I can't go back and lightning bolt it now.
Yeah, surely not.
It makes some sense, though, because if you get hit 20 times by an Orc army, something else maybe went wrong in the match besides that. And I know that Magic players love to say life is a resource. This is a Necro Dominance deck. The life is seriously a resource for Josh Archer. And by diminishing the life total with these bolts, you are reducing the potential that he can make a Necro Dominance work in the late game.
And we've gone just straight again for a 2-for-1 threat from Josh Archer. That Orcish Bowmaster's bringing back an Orc army.
And it's very plain the game that Josh wants to play.
Yeah.
He's not shy about it.
There's no combo needed here, just cheap, efficient threats. Who knew?
I mean, last round I got to cast the Oswald Emery combo deck, and then it won the game day 2 by grinding away with Urza's Saga into a land destruction deck with Wrath of the Skies. So it seems like all today is about is these fringe combo decks showing, actually, I don't even need... What combo? I'm playing Fair Magic. Look. 1-1s, 2-2s.
Look, I love that. That is one of the things that we're celebrating about the breadth of the modern metagame, is that, you know, there are complaints out in the world that combo is not interactive, combo is not fun, but these decks are proving that, you know, we came to play, but we can play fair. We don't have to go game plan A, we can go game plan B, and we can see what that looks like.
And those are my favorite games of Magic, where both players have to kind of dig a little bit into their box of tricks, and we can see here this is becoming one of those games as well, right? The players have kind of stymied each other's initial plans as we're just quickly getting some clarification on Soul Spike, but Lucia's done an okay job. Obviously has still been losing life, but hasn't bled out yet, and every top deck could still bail them out. Like, that's how narrow the lead is for Josh on board.
Yeah, look, Lucia is, you know, really doling out her answers to really manage the urgency of the threats coming in from Josh. You know, life is the resource, and you can take one from an Orc army for a little while.
Maybe not much longer. It depends. Like,
not much longer.
I'm a little worried that this judge consultation is happening around a Soul Spike, because this life total for Lucia is low enough that you don't need many more. So that second Soul Spike effect looks like it's going to do it on top of the Orc army attack. And Lucia just going, how much further down do I have to find? Oh, okay, a little bit further indeed. Wow, I'm glad, okay, at least Josh got the Soul Spikes in there, because otherwise this could have just been Golgari mid-range, but it's still the Necro Dominance deck. Getting it done in a clean 2-0, that was quick, Molly.
Yeah, look, it absolutely was. It was unfortunate that it didn't feel like Lucia's deck actually came to play in terms of the, you know, enacting the real plan. It was very reactive. It was all about the removal and really kind of coming back to react to Josh's threats. It just happens sometimes. Sometimes your deck doesn't turn up, even though you do.
Sometimes you sideboard into Wear Terror and they get presented with no sort of viable targets because your opponent sandbags their Necro Dominance and beats you with an Orc army.
Look, if for no other reason, thanks for that. I very much appreciate it if you watch this back later, Lucia.
Yes.
But also thank you to everyone who is tuning in with us. I believe that we have another match coming at you very shortly.
Yeah, since that match was so quick, we can take you to our backup feature match for Game 3. I believe it's still ongoing.
Yep. I think we're going straight live to Game 3 of that matchup.
Fantastic. So, okay, we've got the... So we said we were a bit disappointed that we didn't get to see Lucia's Domain Zoo deck do its thing. That's obviously not Lucia's fault. An incredible player with a ton of finishes. Here's another incredible player with a ton of finishes locally. Benjamin Graves on presumably a quite similar Domain Zoo list, not an archetype with a lot of variants, going up against a very different opponent in Chang'u, Dimir Control.
Yeah, absolutely. I think... looking at this metagame and this matchup, we're actually going to see it play out very similarly, right? Assuming both decks turn up and both start to enact their plan, we've got a density of threats in this Dimir Control deck, a density of removal, which does make things like Leyline much worse on Ben Graves' side, and means that they're both really going to kind of be playing that reactive game on both sides, which is a transformative element that Domain Zoo can do, but maybe not its preferred method.
I know you mentioned that you're not a primary, like you're not a Domain Zoo pilot with a ton of reps, but do you think it gets to a point where you even sideboard out the Leyline of the Guild Pact if it is a card that is potentially not contributing in the matchup?
Yeah, look, I think if you're coming up against a control deck like Dimir Control, knowing that there's just like the probability of landing your actual threats or them surviving if they do land, I think it could be viewed as, you know, a more of a nice to have card.
I mean, especially given we saw Lucia, who presumably has a ton of reps on the deck, was very confident in keeping that hand without a Leyline in game 2. So it seems like the people who really believe in this deck also believe in its sans Leyline, which is, I actually wouldn't have called that.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about Dimir Control. I feel like this is a little bit more up your alley, Tom.
A little bit. I have never, ever in my life been a blue player, but I am forced to respect its power. And we've seen a lot of these cards do a ton of work. Tameo Inquisitive Student, obviously one of the strongest threats in Modern, even if it doesn't win the game directly itself, sets you up very nicely for the rest of the deck. This is really a control deck, though. You have Cling to Dust, you have Counterspell, you have Force of Negation, you have Drown in the Lock.
But I love a Drown in the Lock.
I love a good Drown in the Lock. Yeah, big standard card as well. And then, of course, some more familiar faces. We have the Psychic Frog, we have the Quantum Riddler. So you have threats you can establish very early that provide card advantage and never really putting you down cards. And as soon as one of those sticks to the board, you are riding these very efficient answers all the way to victory.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice around this Dimir Control because it's holding a lot of the staples that we've been seeing all weekend in Esper Gorios, in Esper Blink, but just going the full blue-black and taking that more controlling route. It was really interesting. I was having a chat with Kira, who's our resident format expert, and she was saying that, there are these fringe decks that are, oops, all counterspells that just absolutely annihilate some of the really, heavy hitters in this format like Trudge.
Yeah, I get a lot of the decks are trying to cast very powerful spells very early in the game, but not so early they can't be forced or counterspelled or subtletied. So this is, you reckon, perhaps a metagame response, players picking up the Dimir Control when they see Trudge getting big?
Absolutely. Like, seeing cards like Drown in the Lock and Subtlety and just straight up blue-blue counterspell as well as Force of Negation in this deck. We're also seeing Spell Snare. We're also seeing Sink into Stupor. There is so much here to make sure that Chengu always has a response to whatever threat is coming from their opponent. And it means that in a meta that is so combo heavy, you can turn up and say, I don't really care what you're doing. I have the knowledge and I have the power to stop you doing that.
I mean, that sounds great for Chengu, but you're not against precisely a combo deck right now. You're in game 3 against Domain Zoo. So is that a really bad spot, or how does this Dimir Control deck look to fare now against Benjamin Graves?
I think that there's a lot of removal in this deck that matches up really well.
Okay.
So, looking at things like Shouldered's Edict, all of a sudden your giant Scion of Draco, it don't care. It's sacrifice target non-token creature.
Well, for a deck that leans on Hexproof, right? Hexproof seems like such a boon. It's not a thing that's super common in Modern. When the Scion and the Leyline combo gives you a whole board Hexproof, you feel amazing, but you can get rid of it with Shouldered's Edict.
And there's 2 in the main board
wow.
for this Dimir Control deck, as well as a sideboard that is full of different removal options.
So as a transformative sideboard plan, no, I'm afraid it's just more removal.
I'm just going deeper. We see one of Toxic Deluge, we see an Engineered Explosives, we see a Nihil Spellbomb, we see multiple Spell Snares, Requiting Hexes, more Mythical Disputes.
Dress Down looks like, I don't know if you'd bring it in, but it could be really funny against Scion of Draco. It's like, what keywords? I never heard of them.
Yeah. That is a lovely vanilla dragon that you have there.
Yeah, I will block that. Yeah, but I mean, obviously, I'm not sure who won game 1, but clearly we've reached a game 3 here, so it doesn't seem like it's a terribly lopsided matchup either way. And as you mentioned, we just saw when the Necrodominance deck is kind of cosplaying as Control without its explosive card draw, how that can play out. This Leyline deck, it has interaction, it has big threats that must be answered, and you kind of just trade haymakers back and forth.
Yeah, so, I mean, actual threats that land and stick on the battlefield for this Dimir Control deck, Orcish Bowmaster, Psychic Frog, Quantum Riddler, which we are just seeing hit the battlefield right now in its warp cost, as well as Kaito, Bane of Nightmares.
Yeah, Kaido Bane. Put a pin in Kaido Bane of Nightmares, because that's a card that could be talked about for a while. But I want to... Quantum Riddler, one of the cards of the weekend. This is one of the very few times you're going to see it played without even a hint of an ephemerate. There is no... Chungu is not even representing doing something unfair with that warp cost. You're very happy to just pay to draw a card, apparently. How do you feel about that as a deck-building decision?
I love it. Riddler is still an incredibly strong card. Look, Ephemerate makes it uncontrollably good. It makes it insane. But looking at Riddler and going, hey, 2 mana, draw a card earlier in the game, later 2 mana or 5 mana, draw 2 cards. Like, the text on Riddler is also crazy for the late game because it's not just talking about when you draw the card off of Riddler. As long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, if you would draw 1 or more cards, you draw that many +1. That's for your draw for turn as well, Tom. So later in the game, if you've got a Riddler on the field, all of a sudden drawing for turn is drawing 2 cards, incentivizing you to play both of those cards during your turn or your opponent's turn, or at least before your next draw step. And continuing to re-empty your hand so that you continue to reap that benefit. It's incredibly powerful.
Right.
And exactly what Chenggu wants to be doing.
And now there's 2 of them sitting in the warp zone for later, like just ominously representing, hey, you know, don't try and stall this game out. You will not outgrind my Dimir list, and especially not like the mana on one side of the table. We have the rainbow mana base of just every land has a different name. It taps for 3 different colors of mana, where we're patchworking together Wooburg here for Benjamin Graves without that ley line. But the deck is very consistent at doing that, despite having to pay a few life here and there. Chenggu, rock solid. I'm playing Harbinger of the Seas. And yeah, Benjamin Graves, this isn't technology that I think we're quite ready to see hit the table just yet, but there is Failure Exuberant Shepherd. It's a real choice. There's I think it's not 50-50, but there's a split in the Domain Zoo camp. People either play this card or I think they play Psychic Frog, and there's some slight other changes you make in the list around which one you're building for.
Yeah, we saw Psychic Frog in Lucia's list in the previous game, and this is the Philia build, which leans more into the Ephemerate flicker style effect that you were just talking is so strong with Quantum Riddler. And we've got a Quantum Riddler in the warp zone for Benjamin Graves as well. So it is not an unknown line for them to, bring that Riddler back and then be able to generate that draw card effect multiple times off Philia.
So if I wanted to be perhaps irresponsibly hyperbolic, I could say that this game 3 is not just deciding which of these players will move to a very strong 6-0 position in the Swiss, but also resolve the argument of whether or not a fair Quantum Riddler without a flicker effect is worth playing in your main deck in Modern?
Look, I will not commit to any type of statements like that, Tom, off a sample size of 1.
You're going to leave me to be foolish in that way? Okay, fair enough.
Yes, look.
One of us has to be the respectable expert, and one of us has to be, a pretty face and a silver tongue. So we'll see here. This pace of play has been considered from both players so far. Obviously, it's game 3 with a lot riding on it, and they both seem confident in their late games with those Riddlers. But who seems more advantaged by all of these lands being on the battlefield, right? You start to have the potential for very explosive multi-spell turns.
Yeah. Look, it's hard to get past a control deck when they get so much mana going. There's a point for the Domain Zoo deck that it's like, you've got all 5 basic land types, and you're not continuing to benefit, right, from additional land drops on and on and on. There's obviously the ability to multi-spell in different turns, but like the control deck just continues because they've got more things that they can do at instant speed during your turn to benefit from having more mana.
Is there any chance that Benjamin, if he sandbags, if he draws some threats but don't immediately play them, right, you kind of stockpile spells in hand, is there a way that you can perhaps overload Chungu's available mana or available answers at that moment by casting a series of threats, or maybe resolve 1 and then cast a second with Stubborn Denial up?
Look, you absolutely can do that, and I imagine that that's what we're going to see, because it's one of the only ways to get
not many other options.
To get through against a control deck. But you're also reliant on not just fighting that battle in your own turn, but your opponent's then going to untap, and if they've got the removal in hand for whatever you've played, you know, when you're sitting in this control seat,
Yeah.
the role that you're thinking about is not just, oh, my opponent played something, I have a counter spell, let's go. It's, what is that threat? And do I have any other variety of answers in my hand that might meet that? So, you know, if you're rocking a Fatal Push in your hand, you want to be considering about whether or not that threat that's being attempted by your opponent is a legal target.
True.
So when you're playing that off, you're thinking, you know, do I want to fight this battle specifically, and do I want to fight it this turn?
I mean, Chenggu has been able to preserve his life total very well to this point. We're quite deep in the game, still at 16 life. At this point, you might be saying, okay, resolve 2 or 3 different creatures. I'm not dead this turn. Untap Toxic Deluge out of the sideboard for as much as you like.
Yeah, I'm on 16 life. Let's go.
I've got some life to burn. But if you continue to not play threats as Benjamin, at some point, Chenggu is going to have enough mana available that he feels confident either casting one of those Quantum Riddlers from the Warp Zone, or maybe even deploying a cheaper threat like Psychic Frog that still puts a lot of pressure on Ben. That Kaito, it might be time to talk about that soon as another threat that if that gets to be on the table unanswered for more than a turn or two, the game looks bad for Benjamin very quickly.
Yeah, look, as you say, it gets out of hand from a control perspective once they've got enough mana to deploy a threat and feel confident enough to be able to protect it. And every additional turn that you give that control deck to draw another card just gives them something else that they might hit you with, right? So, you know, we're seeing now the perfect card for any Dimir control deck, which is a flash creature in Orcish Bowmasters, which does immediately meet an end, but very understandably.
Yeah, both of these players playing with maximum respect for their opponent, I would say. We're not going to deploy a threat where I have to tap out on my turn, because that's like, I suppose by not playing threats, Benjamin's saying you don't just have to hold up one answer, I could play multiple threats. Chenggu's saying, okay, I won't tap out at all during my turn. On your turn, I will play a Bowmasters. This prompts a Lightning Bolt, I think that was. Some sort of,
it was.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt in response to... It was some sort of alternate Universes Beyond card treatment, but there's not a lot of other candidates in the list for it to be, and it did kill the Bowmasters. So, you know, both these players deploying their least cards, but now Ben stepping up the tempo a little bit. Quantum Riddler, this is
hard
cast, not a lot of lands.
No.
We're exerting the Arena of Glory for it, it seems. So hard cast perhaps with haste.
One shot.
And drawing a card off it regardless. Tons of cards for Ben. That's not the issue right now. He's just really trying to protect the 10 life he has, not free up Chenggu to take an aggressive role. Because if you do play out all your threats and then get them swept away by a Toxic Deluge or just answered 1 for 1, then the Dimir player knows they can turn the corner, and it won't take long for the game to end with those flyers that are in the Warp Zone. So I like that Ben is not making the match easy to think through.
Yeah, look, and what we actually saw there was, as you said, an exerted Arena of Glory, but for the warp cost.
Right, so you get to haste attack with it this turn and then send it to warp.
Correct.
It's pretty clever.
Yeah, Ben did have to pay 1 additional mana. He would have had 1 floating to be able to cast any other red creature with haste off that 1 mana floating if he wanted to.
It's a pretty cool trick.
Which is interesting because he does have a Ragavan in hand, which would have come into the battlefield with haste.
Yeah, I mean, would you have... At the very least, it's a very conservative line, because it's not even like that's the only other threat in hand, right? But Ben is playing so carefully. Every creature is Ben's beloved child, which he cannot risk.
I think Ragavan's really good bait. It's a 1-drop, but it's an unignorable one.
It represents card advantage, right?
Yeah, and if you get to cast it for 1 and it's already got haste, you're immediately threatening. All of a sudden, you're attacking your opponent, you're revealing the top card of their library, you're giving yourself access to that additional card, and you're creating a treasure, assuming it hits.
Yeah, what if the Ragavan gets a Thoughtseize that then plucks a card out of your hand? What if it gets Psychic Frog?
Amazing, right?
Lots of damage can happen that isn't represented by the monkey's combat stats, but...
Fatal Push there.
No chance to see that potential realized.
But that's exactly what I mean. Like, Ben has no chance of winning this game if he can't land a threat. And therefore, you know, as much as it hurts, you've got to play things out knowing that they're going to eat a counterspell or a removal spell, and you've just got to make your decisions about what you're willing to lose to draw those cards out of Cheng's hand. You just can't continue to play nothing and let Cheng continue to draw cards every turn, right?
I mean, for those of us who are joining now who haven't followed like Australian tournament coverage regularly over the last couple of years, Ben has placed very highly on a lot of different decks. So I'll say he definitely has a plan for the spells in his hand, but But if you had used that floating Arena of Glory mana for the Ragavan there, you could have used the Stubborn Denial with the Riddler in play as a hard counterspell to force out at least one more layer of response from Chang'e. And obviously it's all about when and how you want to spend these resources, because you know a lot of your cards are not going to get through.
Yeah.
But you need something to get through at some point in time. You're down to 7 life.
And, you know, threats that have to be answered in that same turn, like a Ragavan, are a really good way to test your opponent and make them use resources that they maybe didn't want to use. Because all of a sudden that equation that I described earlier of like, do I even want to counter this because I can just remove it next turn, it becomes less relevant because you really want to make sure.
Yeah, the consigner memory on the colorless artifact creature Scion of Draco,
that hurts.
It's like you don't think, oh, the consign, that probably doesn't do much in this matchup. Oh no, that's an artifact creature. Oh. I've seen it happen before to Domain Zoo. It's not a pretty sight.
Every time you get to spend 1 mana to counter a 12 drop, it feels pretty good.
Oh yeah, the blue players out there are looking at their chops, and there's the Drown in the Log. Okay, so Ben, now this is the time he's decided, I have to see what you were holding this whole time. And of course, Chang's like, well, it wasn't lands. Here's counterspell, counterspell.
But, you know, Ben does still have a grip full of threats and knows that he's still going to have the opportunity to try and push those through next turn.
Really interested in how he sequences the rest of these cards.
Wow. Sorry, we just saw Chang'e take 3 life from the land side of his Sink into Stupor.
Wow. Which is, when you have so many lands, what does it represent that you're willing to bolt yourself? I mean, he's got a bit more life to play with than Ben. It either shows you're very confident or that mana is extremely important, or both.
Yeah. But we did have a Riddler come in into play under Chang's control.
I mean, Chang looking to say, okay, what do you have in hand? And I believe it's...
Leyline Binding.
It's all Leyline Bindings, right? Which I'm sure Chang at this point may suspect, right? Because if you have done so little all this time, he's like, okay, how many reactive cards, Ben, does your deck have? You've shown me some Lightning Bolts, but I haven't seen these cool Spider-Man themed Leyline Bindings. So I guess you may have 1 or more of those. And Ben's like, well, it's more than 1. So
and we see that time has been called in the round, so we'll have 5 additional turns.
It seems like these players may well have the ammunition to end the game in 5 turns.
I think that is definitely possible. We may have a result here, and I hope that we do.
Yeah, Ben obviously needs to draw another threat from somewhere.
We've got 5 cards in hand for Chang'e, one of which is a Hex.
There's a Requiting Hex. There was at least 1 more Counterspell. There's some Fatal...
Those are the
Fatal Pushes. Yep.
Yeah.
So Chang'e maybe only has answers right now. It might be up to Ben to prevent a draw here, but I'm sure Chang will be very happy to draw into a Kaido or cast the other Riddler and see what happens.
Yeah. Look, if Chang can draw a Kaito and attack with
Subtlety
that
off the
Orc
top,
Army.
I think, for Chang'e.
Oh, was it? Yep. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so that's a threat?
Look, that's a creature. It has flash. It has flying. It's hard to block, and it will come in at the end of Benjamin Graves' turn and represent lethal?
It attacks for 3 damage?
3 plus the Orc, so still
close.
Still 1 short. Okay, no, here we go. So we're having the Riddler come in.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a card. Might be, who knows what that card could be.
Another big flyer.
Hopefully. If you are a Demir fan, you're really hoping, or just a fan of results, hoping for another big flyer here.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how much of this Ben was planning, because obviously you're not in control of your draws, and it's, you know, you're holding these Leyline Bindings. Maybe you're making all those earlier plays assuming, well, on the odds of it, I have to be hitting some Territorial Kavus out of here. I can pitch these Bindings. I have to be hitting, you know, more Scions or something that's a threat. And instead, it seems like now you're in a spot where you may have missed your window to really punch through Chang'e's heavy hand of control.
Yeah, I mean, life is low on both sides. If Benjamin Graves could land and stick a Scion of Draco with the exerted Arena of Glory, all of a sudden, you know, we might be talking about something different, but we are on turn 1 right now. So.
And that Arena's already exerted, so you may be going to get 1 more shot at using that to ambush Chang'e and win the game.
Yeah, you'll have to, as Benjamin Graves will have turn 2 and turn 4. So we'll have 1 more opportunity to use that.
But he's definitely still, it's a great point, definitely still alive, because this deck has chunky creatures in it. So I'm sure Chang'e is not asleep on that possibility either, but Chang'e is now trying to make sure that he is also in a position to win the game instead of going to time and ending up with a draw on his record.
Yeah, we're just seeing the resolution of a judge call here where Chang accidentally picked up and saw the top 2 cards of his library off of the Quantum Riddler. A very easy reflex that a lot of players make, particularly when they're speeding through their turns, trying to not hold up the rest of play, but quickly resolved there by our table judge.
Yeah, thanks very much to Sadie for that resolution. We got we got to remember, fast isn't fast, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Take your game actions one at a time and don't pick up any, violations or other things that are going to hobble you later in the event.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. It's very important. We do not underestimate the fact that it is hard to be on coverage, to know that you are being viewed by people at home on the stream and that your actions are being scrutinized. It adds a whole nother layer to you when you agree to be in that booth, and we appreciate everybody who chooses to let us watch their games.
If either of these players or any of the other players who have been on coverage today go back and watch this later on, as perhaps the winners will do at least, I hope they know that's not chiding them. That's not saying, oh, how could you possibly? It's reminding her, like, we aspire to be perfect in our play, but nobody is. Just these matches are so complicated, and there is a lot to think about right now for both of them.
Yeah, it's never easy. But so we've got 2 lands in hand there. We've got 1 more ley line binding, and it looks like a lightning bolt, right?
We are deploying the subtlety.
Okay. We are coming out swinging.
So with
which is really what Chenggu has to do. Yeah,
with so few turns in the game, dealing with that Quantum Riddler, even temporarily, is a huge swing in Chenggu's favor. Really well-timed draw of that subtlety.
Yeah, wow.
Ben now down to just a couple of cards in hand. Obviously, Chenggu doesn't know what they are, has maybe some good guesses, but we know they are not cumulatively going to win the game by themselves for Ben. So
is that maybe a sideboard card? I don't think it's a lightning bolt.
Perhaps. I don't know that it is.
Okay.
I mean, there's not that many 1 red spells in the deck here, so...
Yeah, look, absolutely.
There's a lot of lightning bolt printings.
There is, yeah.
Take your pick.
Please at home, forgive me.
It might be this one. I've never seen that in my life.
It might be my favorite one now, though.
I didn't know. Marvel Canon may be the only thing deeper than Magic's card pool. I had no idea there was Frog Thor. Throg, for sure. His power is might. Hey, okay, look, I can empathize with someone who is small in stature, but power mighty nonetheless.
Yeah. No, I love that. That's amazing.
Ben definitely with the blinged out Domain Zoo here. We got the Spider-Man bindings, we got the Throg Lightning Bolt, but all of those are still not enough. Chenggu sitting on 8 life, and
Lorien
hard casting. I mean, that's one way to find threats. I love the gear shift. Even the players' new timers coming in the round, we saw them both suddenly get a little bit more willing to go for it with their threats in hand, and Chenggu now really pushing the pedal down methodically, trying to see, can the deck offer up 5 more points of damage?
It's almost all removal in Chenggu's hand based on what I could see there.
We reviewed the deck earlier. It is almost all removal.
We've got, I can definitely see 1 Sink into Stupor, 2 Fatal Pushes, 1 Hex.
Spell Snare.
And a Spell Snare.
Yeah,
and a land.
None of that deals any damage.
No. Oh, another Quantum Riddler off the top here from... Oh, of course, because it was subtlety there.
Yeah.
From Benjamin Graves.
What a surprising top deck. Whoa! Wow. Lightning Helix! No, Benjamin Graves. Look, it's still good. You're happy to see it. You put it on top for a reason.
Absolutely.
There's that cover.
There
right on
go.
time, buddy. It's going to come down.
Perfect. All right.
This is not quite when I expected the multi-spell pressure your available removal tempo return from Ben, but better late than never.
Kavu, definitely what Benjamin Graves was hoping to find here.
Yeah.
Right?
A card that has power and toughness, high on his list of wants.
Absolutely. The ability to definitely discard one of those more useless cards in his hand and draw. I don't think he really cares about that graveyard right now. So.
Yeah, the best time to draw it was maybe 15 turns ago, but the second best time is definitely now.
Yes.
And unfortunately...
Because Ben has turn 2 and 4,
yes.
where he's, like, it's a valid threat here right now with Chenggu on 8 life.
Yes, I'm not laughing because the Kavu is not relevant in the matchup at all. However, Chenggu has the power to make it pretty irrelevant here, because as we just discussed, it's a handful of removal. Ben will finally get to play the Stubborn Denial that he has, cleverly conserved this whole time. However...
Yeah, unfortunately, immediately more removal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's got to really, like, you wait so long for your Kavu to show up, and then I'm sure Ben kind of knew, but you have to try. And we're trying now with the Riddler.
Yeah. I'm going to assume that means that that Arena of Glory was exerted again.
I think this was the last, it was exerted, it had the label on it last turn, so I think next turn Ben gets it back, but it doesn't have the exert right now. The Riddler...
No, it had to have, for the Riddler to have had haste. Yeah. Oh, sink into stupor, the ley line binding.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that's one way to get a threat back.
It's get a threat back, knowing that Benjamin will get the removal back, but it's more draw a card, I think, here.
Yeah, I mean, if this is Ben's turn, I suppose if Changu has a Force of Negation or some other counter spell, like, you could just be doing it to draw a card.
It was, because it was the Leyland Binding was immediately recast.
Well, I was speculating that maybe you can get the classic blue play, right? You bounce your card, and then when you try and replay it, I counter spell now, but drawing a card is still good. And maybe both players accepting that maybe they cannot end the game. So an absolute deadlock.
Yeah, stalemate there.
Makes sense. Both players had very answer-heavy hands, not a lot of threats, and so we see an absolutely grueling duel. Both players completely exhausted. They go to time, and they'll both have a draw now.
Look, it's always sad to see a round end in time, particularly such a titillating game that was going to continue to deploy and answer threats from both sides. But, you know, congratulations. Both players played incredibly well through a very tight matchup, and it was great to see.
And they're still both undefeated, so even with that one draw, they were trying for the win there, but they can at least go on saying, my record still looks great, I'm still a huge chance to make day 2, and keep going with a chance at a Pro Tour invite and a share of $50,000 US, Molly.
It's 18 points to qualify for day 2, so even if they don't technically win another match from here, you can 5-1 and 3.
Wow.
Into tomorrow.
Okay, so the draw doesn't feel that bad.
It's not how you want to get to day 2, but it is an option.
And I'm sure that they'll have that comfort in their back pocket as they go on and try and continue to not draw their remaining games.
Yes, I'm sure that their objective is instead to win and, you know, cinch that 6th win, which will be that 18th point, or 19th in this case now, and take them through to day 2. So thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolute privilege. I'm Molly Rowe. I'm here with Tom Anderson. You have been with us through round 6 of our modern competitive coverage here at Spotlight Series The Hobbit. Sorry, it's a mouthful.
It is.
But it has been a pleasure to have you, and we will see you back shortly.
We are here with Kieran Yanna, Unyielding at Brisbane Spotlight. Thank you for joining us today.
Hi.
I've got some, of course. I have some questions about your artist journey. What started you on this long, rewarding journey?
So I learned to draw by copying the artwork of Jim Lee and Will Sportatio from Uncanny X-Men and X-Factor comics when I was like 10 or 11. I was able to draw, you know, more cartoon characters and stuff like that from an earlier age, but that was when I really got into being like, I want to be a comic book artist. And so that kind of kicked things off. And then when the open gaming license happened for D20, that's when I actually really got into doing freelance illustration and kind of went from there. And yeah.
Brilliant. And you were senior art director for Wizards of the Coast as well in your time.
I was one of them. So I was a senior art director on the style guide for the Planeswalkers. And then I also did 2 contract stints for art direction to help the team out when they were getting kind of like bogged down and stuff like that. So I've done commission. That was for like standard commission work, yeah.
Brilliant. And as you've mentioned, you kind of wrote the book on Planeswalkers. So to you, what would an Australian Planeswalker look like?
Australian Planeswalker. Kind of like, I would be kind of leaning into Karn, somewhere like a crossover with that. Just the Karn, was it the Karn Unleashed, or was the Karn, the one I did where he's on the beach? That's kind of, I would kind of think something like that. Yeah, I'm kind of a bit stumped, but
He's big and buff and on the beach. That sounds Australian.
I mean, it'd be kind of funny to have a big and buff koala. Would be, or actually some sort of koala planeswalker. Like they could have done that for like Bloomburrow, something akin to that would be kind of fun. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, on cards that you have made, which of yours represent you the most?
You know, I had thought of that earlier. Me the most would be. Oh my god, my brain is folding in on itself. So one of the things I was going to say was the unluckiest planeswalker. Not because I'm an unlucky person, but just the chaos of life and the recent card I did where there's just like things happening and like falling around him and stuff like that, but somehow he kind of like gets through, would be a pretty good story for my life in general, actually. So yeah.
Of course, and obviously, life is chaotic.
Yes.
Is there something unexpected about your artist journey as a whole?
I mean, honestly, it's not really becoming an artist in general. It's more of like coming from Darwin and being an artist and kind of, you know, that kind of background. You know, growing up in Darwin, it's so removed from the rest of Australia. A lot of people either stay there or try to move away. Yeah, so I never expected to kind of like, you know, and then also, you know, great friends with April Prime. She's also from the area as well, which is also very weird. Yeah, so, yeah.
Lots of small town artists getting out, seeing the world.
Yeah.
And speaking of seeing the world, what is your favourite thing about Australian Magic the Gathering events?
Specifically Australia. I mean, it's, you know, it's coming home is super cool. Just the events in general are very welcoming. Everyone's very sweet. You know, it's great to hear stories of you know, fans' favorite cards when they started playing. I stopped collecting at Ice Age, so a lot of people are like, "Oh wow, that was a long time ago." I'm like, "Yeah," but yeah.
That sounds amazing. And is there anything that you would really like to shout out? Any future projects? Anything you really want to share?
So sometime close to October, November, I will be doing a Kickstarter for Demonic Tutor and probably the Artist Series. I'm not sure the popularity of the other cards. Northern Paladin was kind of like what I used to play when I was younger, so that's why the cards were selected. But I will be doing a Demonic Tutor playmat. A lot of people ask me about that, so that's kind of what I want to let people know. And follow me on social media if you want to kind of like know when that's kind of coming out and stuff. So yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to that. But in the meantime, we're about to cast Armageddon. See you later.
Hello, exalted viewers, and welcome back to coverage of Magic Spotlight The Hobbit. Live from beautiful sunny, well, it's less sunny now, the sun's kind of gone down because we're in Queensland and the sun goes down at 4 p.m. even in the summer. My name's Riley Knight, I'm joined by Molly Rowe. Molly, it's great to have your company once again as we explore this this modern format. It's been terrific so far, can't wait to get stuck into another round.
It absolutely has been. It's always a pleasure to be here with you, Riley.
Very much is indeed. It's great to have your company as well around the world, wherever you are. Thank you for choosing to join us this weekend and spend your time with us here in Brisbane. It's been a great pleasure to bring you the coverage of this event, which is continuing into tomorrow. We should mention, of course, we're making a cut at the end of today as we head into day number 2, but then we've got 5 more rounds of Modern before our cut to our top 8. So a lot of Magic left to be played, and we can't wait to have your company for all of it.
I hate to correct you, but we've got 6 rounds of Swiss tomorrow, and then a cut to top 8.
6 rounds of Swiss. 6 rounds of Swiss.
But the cut that will be made at the end of today will be anyone who made it to 18 points. However you made it there, 6 wins or 5 wins plus
3 draws.
1 loss and 3 draws.
That'll get you there.
It will get you there. If you can scrape through on the skin of your teeth, then that's still a way to make day 2, and that is an achievement in and of itself.
Well, players that won't be making it via the multiple draw method today are the people we're going to be heading down to watch now as we get into round number 7. James Wilkes, the headline act here, Big Jim from Canberra, facing off against Sam Cox. Now, this could be very quick, Molly. We've got Brood Scale Combo versus Izzet Prowess. Both of these decks very speedy in enacting their game plan, although their game plan very different.
Very different, yes, but equally fast, or at least with the potential to be equally fast.
Yes.
So we can see that Izzet Prowess has won the play here. That's what that little white dice on the right-hand side means. Yeah, so look, Brood Scale Combo looking to put a Blade of the Blood Chief on top of a Brood Scale, and that would create some amount of either infinite mana and an infinitely large creature. And then you've also got the Izzet Prowess opportunity, which is really just what it says on the box. Very similar to the standard deck of the same name.
I do wonder how many players were playing Izzet Prowess in standard. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
and
it was incredibly good in standard, and now it's equally good in modern. Look, it is a fun, hyper-aggressive deck, and you get to whip out your Corey Steelcutters once more.
Yeah, and Storm Chaser's Talents as well now.
It's true. Look, it generally only a one-of in most lists.
Yeah.
And weirdly, you know, coming out from standard, not the most powerful card in this deck, not by a long shot.
No, there's some classics, some old favourites you're going to see in the Prowess deck. But we will see how things go as these players get underway.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really going to be interesting in terms of who takes this down. It's going to be super fast. Both players in this first match are just going to be looking to enact their own game plans, right? Yes. The interactive components of this matchup from James Wilkes' side, exclusively K-Command, and from Sam Cox does have a plethora of lightning bolts, but would much prefer to direct those at James Wilkes' face than any creatures that he might deploy.
Yes, indeed. But no, I think when it comes to onboard interaction, the Izzet Prowess deck is certainly in a better position. Lightning Bolt, Lava Dart, cards like this are in a good spot. Well, on the other hand, we do have cards like Dismember, Walking Ballista as well, can maybe clear up a creature. It's difficult sometimes to take care of those Prowess creatures, but it can be done. In any case, Sam Cox off to the races now with a Steam Fence and a Preordain opening the account for our Izzet player. Back over to Big Jim, see what he's got cooking for us. These are 2 of the most popular decks in the room this weekend, Molly. Izzet Prowess comfortably at number
13%.
1. Yep. And then Brood Scale Combo and Goryo's Vengeance very close to each other in a sort of...
Second and third, sitting around that kind of 8-ish% of players in the room. So Izzet Prowess really coming to play? I think it was 70-something players in a room of 570 players. So a huge percentage there. And, you know, speaking to the players out on the floor, they feel like they're coming up against Prowess every round somehow.
I don't reckon we're going to see much of it tomorrow.
Really?
I don't think we will.
No, see, this was my pick for the tournament. I thought
really?
I thought it was really well positioned in a closed deck list format for day 1. It's very linear, it's aggressive, it has some interaction, but it really just wants to come and do its own thing.
Okay, sure, yep. I could see that. I just feel like it's the level 1 deck. Yep. I feel like it is the baseline, and I feel like smart players will have come very ready for this matchup. I'm not trying to say it's a bad choice in any respect. Like, it's a very powerful, very streamlined deck. It's able to win games out of nowhere. But it's not going to surprise anyone.
Yeah, look, it was really funny. I was talking to one of our devoted Druid combo players who we actually had on stream in round 1, who said, you know, it is a terrible matchup for that deck and really just don't want to see it. And if you see it multiple times in a row, that's the end of your run.
Well, we will see tomorrow. If there is no Is It Prowess, I will be strutting up and down like the cock of the walk. And if there is a lot of it, I will pretend I never said any of this. Slick Shot Show Off comes down from the plot zone here as we see Basking Broodscale on Wilk's side of things. No other combo pieces. We haven't seen any Urza's
Saga
to fetch up the other half of the combo here. But, well, look at this. Sam Cox is firing on all cylinders now with a preordained to follow up that Slick Shot Show Off.
I was just going to say, you all heard it here, folks. Everybody in the stream, hold Riley accountable when we do our metagame analysis tomorrow about how much Is It Prowess is in.
Can you clip things on YouTube? I certainly hope not.
Oh, look, I don't think they've got that functionality. I think you're safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no way. There's no way I'll ever be caught out. It'll be fine.
Yeah. So we're seeing one trigger on the show off here, obviously flying, so there'll be no blocking from James Wilkes' side. Not that he'd be interested in doing that trade yet anyway.
And we might see some more. This Is It Prowess deck is, you know, not only with extra lands to play, but, you know, this deck often plays things like mutagenic growth.
Absolutely it does.
Yeah.
Nothing like a free mutagenic growth to, you know, foil your opponent's lightning bolt removal.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be really, really nasty.
It's such a good feel.
It is funny how the pathway that the Magic player takes, you learn, to begin with when you're playing, like you just play everything at sorcery speed because you sort of don't realize the impact of playing things at instant speed. We see, oh, look at this, Assault Strobe here.
Wow.
Giving the Slick Shot Show Off double strike and another +2/+2/+0 and a Mishra's Bauble as well, one of the most played cards in the format this weekend. And a Lightning Bolt as well. Oh my goodness, this is so much damage. This is 10 damage coming across, is that right?
9.
9?
I believe. But double strike.
No, double strike, right?
Yeah. So if it's four triggers, 18 damage.
18 damage.
Yep, that's correct. So James Wilkes here being very grateful that you know, he's not playing a fetch shock package, but still decides to no, we're good.
No, not well. It may have even been 20 damage there as well. Numbers. We're still working to calculate how if numbers indeed can go that high. Currently, my shoes are on and I can't count with my toes. It's an entirely different avenue of content there if you want to see that sort of thing. So the Slick Shot Show Off in any case, getting the job done in no uncertain terms.
Yes,
with that Assault Strobe.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry. I'm still recovering from the mental image of that statement you just made, Riley. But yes, what a lightning fast game 1 that we just saw. From a sideboard perspective, Riley, what are we thinking about for these players?
Well, we'll see the typical thing in Modern, which is the decks become slower, right?
Yes.
They dilute their primary game plan. We're not going to go through the sideboards card by card. It's a closed deckless event at this stage as well, so how could we? But no, certainly we will see the dilution of these primary game plans. Is It Prowess very, very quick out of the gates, but when they start to bring in more interaction, more focused cards to deal with what the opponent's trying to do, it definitely takes away from that explosive potential, like we saw happen there. That that happens less post board.
Absolutely. Look, let's find out if Riley's right. Let's go into game 2.
All right. Here we go, back down to the feature match area. To remind people as well, tomorrow it will be open deck list, so we'll be able to discuss things more. But just to give the players in the feature match area fair shake of the sauce bottle, we aren't just reading out the 15 that they've brought for post-board games. So I do hope you understand, just to not to give the people who've been good enough to come on coverage a huge disadvantage. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And, there is an argument here. I know what you're saying about dilution. I think that it is generally true. But for James Wilkes, who's on the play here, there is an argument to be made that he should just go.
Pedal to the metal. He's
Pedal
on the
to
play.
the metal,
sure.
go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, particularly when you're on the play, for sure. From Sam's perspective, maybe he brings in cards, again, maybe in the sideboard, maybe they're not. Cards like Into the Floodmaw, right?
Yep.
Not necessarily a card that advances your game plan hugely in the sense that it doesn't do an enormous amount of damage, but it still triggers prowess. It can get blockers out of the way. It can remove problematic permanents. For instance, things like Vexing Bauble, right? A card that is going to make it very frustrating when you're looking at cards like your Mishra's Bauble, your Lava Spike, your Mutagenic Growth. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, Lava Dart.
Lava Dart.
But yeah, like your mutagenic growths and your lava darts, they're things that you want to be using to trigger prowess and cast essentially for free, whether that's sacrificing a mountain or paying 2 life. That's something that you are very willing to do in this Izzet prowess deck.
But this is a good example, Vexing Bauble, of a card that I don't know how many players are playing it in the main deck. It's certainly something you can play in the main deck because it costs 1 with the Urza Saga. It depends how you want to build your Urza Saga package.
It's often played in the main deck in this Broodscale combo deck, but not in many other decks across the meta.
So, but it's a card that, again, doesn't necessarily advance your game plan,
Yeah.
right? It's one that's used to stifle what your opponent is doing, which selectively can be very powerful, but also takes you off what you're trying to do. In any case, James is in a good spot here. Vexing Bauble to open things up, Ancient Stirrings to find what he's looking
Those
for
threats.
now to advance his game plan, but also on the draw. Oh, sorry, on the play, as you mentioned, Sam being on the draw, it does make a big difference with a deck like Izzet Prowess.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that you're right in this case that Sam has likely looked at his sideboard, chosen some more reactive options. Not things that dilute that game plan entirely, but things that are more selective for the understanding that you're going to have to be reactive in this matchup.
Here's a really good example with Unholy Heat, right? Unholy Heat is still good when you've got a prowess creature. It will still buff a Slick Shot Show-Off. It'll still make your Monastery Swiftspear hit harder. It's still as a card in the graveyard for Dragon Rage Channeler. But it's not a card that you can chuck at the face like a lightning bolt when your opponent's on 3 life, right? So there will be some number of games where it is slow. For instance, in game number 1, that Unholy Heat wouldn't have done the damage that the lightning bolt did.
Absolutely.
So finding that balance, particularly in post-board, this is just something for viewers to keep in mind when you're playing Modern, is that typically decks do slow down. Not all the time and not in every case, but interaction certainly becomes a lot more important in post-board games. And Modern, because of its breadth as a format, sideboards are critically important. And it's so hard to cover a format with like 10, 20,000 different decks that you can play with 15 cards in your sideboard.
Look, absolutely. And, you know, I think that's why we're seeing so many of these incredible utility cards. Kozilek's Command being, you know, one of the most played cards across all decks at the most recent Modern Pro Tour, and one of the most popular cards across all of Modern in general. Just the modality that gives
flexibility,
you means that all of a sudden, you know, you aren't as scared facing down such an open meta.
And we've seen this in Modern for a very, very long time, going all the way back to the days of Cryptic Command, right? Just cards that offer you flexibility, right? Kozilek's Command isn't the only card that begins with KO and then Command. Like Kolaghan's Command, a card where none of the individual modes are super powerful, but you put them together and they're just this incredibly flexible package. We're seeing the same thing with a modal card like Kozilek's Command. Flexibility and an ability to tackle a meta that can be very broad with a huge range of not just threats but answers that you then have to be prepared for. Flexibility really is key. Anyway, Haywire Might and a Blade of the Blood Chief here. So James is building out a board that is going to do some work. Monastery Swiftspear hasn't had the quickest start for Sam. Certainly not like the blinding fast pace that we saw in game number 1. But here is Slick Shot Show-Off.
Yeah, the ideal Monastery Swiftspear is not the ideal threat in this matchup, right? The ability for James Wilkes' deck to produce spawns and, you know, just low to the ground creatures means that Monastery Swiftspear doesn't always get through in the way that Slick Shot Show-Off does.
Nice pick up with the Lava Dart there, getting rid of the Haywire Might. And now a Mishra's Bauble as well. It's going to be countered, but that doesn't matter. It still triggers the prowess here.
It
so
does.
Effectively, this Mishra's Bauble is 0 mana, give your creatures +1/+1, which, oh, sorry.
And
sorry.
a card, though. +2/+0.
+2/+0 in the case of the Slick Shot Show-Off here. So it's a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, it's a trade-off that you take. When you're piloting this Izzet Prowess deck, even when you're against something like Chalice of the Void, and you're just pitching your spells into immediate counter, you do that. Like, that's a choice that you can make for those Prowess triggers. And essentially what we saw there.
This is a really important turn for James here, because after this setup turn, after the Ancient Stirrings, taking the time to think about how he wants to set this game up, this is the turn where it's kind of make it or break it here, right?
Absolutely. If he's got it, this is the turn for that Basking Broodscale, right? We're looking at 4 mana, which means that he can cast it and equip, but can't necessarily set it off yet unless there's an additional removal spell or something similar. He really wanted that Haywire Might.
Yes, yeah, true. Gemstone Cavern. Good to see Grove of the Burnwillows back with us as well.
Yeah, really useful for the flexibility of this deck in its ability to cast out of the sideboard, I believe.
All right, sorry, we've got a Brood Scale, and we're going off. Yes, we've done it. All right, here we go. So the Brood Scale, the Blade of the Blood Chief, and now an arbitrarily large Brood Scale, an arbitrarily large amount of mana as well. Where is that mana going? What is the last card in James Wilkes' hand? I think it was a land. So no Kozilek's Command. Nowhere else to put that mana just yet. Can cycle the Vexing Bauble, but may not want to in the face of cards like, well, there's the Lava Dart for starters in the board.
Yes.
Yeah.
So looking at this Basking Brood Scale, triggering that adapt, whenever one or more possible spawn counters are put on it, you can create an Eldrazi spawn. That spawn enters and then can be sacrificed for the mana, which puts a +1/+1 counter on Basking Brood Scale. Repeat ad nauseum. So that is where the infinite mana comes from. It is all colorless mana, but then also the infinitely large Brood Scale.
Okay, a second Lava Dart here to trigger the Corey Steel Cutter. It's not very often you see an opponent make an arbitrarily large creature, get infinite mana, and not win on the spot, but that's the position that James finds himself in here, unfortunately for him. Corey Steel Cutter.
I think it's only one card remaining in hand for James Wilkes,
yes,
right?
and I think I got a very brief glimpse that I think it's a Bloodstained Mire.
Oh, yes. Maybe not the card that he's looking for there.
No, why would it be a Bloodstained Mire? There's no way it would be a Bloodstained Mire. Man, it looked like a fetch land. That's what I'm going to say.
It could be.
It could be. All right.
I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here, Riley.
Here's an attack now. It looks like the Slick Shot Show-Off is going to get through. That Monk is meeting a truly gargantuan Brood Scale, whereas the Eldrazi Spawn is going to jump in the way of the Monastery Swiftspear. So, sacrifice 2 Lava Darts. Sorry, sacrifice 2 mountains to cast 2 Lava Darts.
Correct.
Both of them are countered by the Vexing Bauble, but that doesn't matter. It's still going to trigger the prowess on the Monastery Swiftspear. Still going to give the +2/+0 to the Slick Shot Show-Off. And has that done it here?
It is done.
That's done it. Sam Cox winning a nice, clean 2-0 victory against James Wilkes. No, it wasn't
Other
enough.
way around.
Okay, wasn't enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. It took him to 1.
To 1?
It took him to 1.
To 1.
That was my math.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was confused. We were picking up cards and I'm like, I swear that just goes to 1.
Yes, okay. And then the arbitrarily large Brood Scale crashes back on the return, and that is that. We'll go to game number 3. So James there, able to hold on.
Yeah, look, as you say, you don't watch people assemble the combo and go past the turn very often. But in this case, obviously, the Brood Scale itself didn't have haste. And therefore, you know, you've just got to be patient. But as long as he didn't die, James, you know, held his nerve and managed to pull it out.
All right, we'll go down to game number 3 now and see who will emerge victorious. These two players playing very quickly. Their decks both operating at lightning pace here.
Very quick, but very exciting.
And Sam will be happy to be on the play, but no 1-drop, no Dragon Rage Channeler, no Monastery Swiftspear. Is going to instead open the account with an Arid Mesa cracked on end step. Eldrazi Temple for James, no 1-drop for him either. So a slower start for both decks here, Molly.
Yeah, I'm just rethinking about the end of that lightning fast game 2. There's an argument there that Lava Dart should have gone at the... Oh, no, never mind.
Vexing Bauble's going to counter it no matter what. So,
yeah, that's correct. Yeah, absolutely, entirely. There we go.
So the Vexing Bauble
that
really...
Bauble is very vexing.
It was, Sam, I would say, was particularly vexed by that Bauble.
Yeah.
Lived up to its name for sure. But the upshot is we get to see these decks go at it once again. It's nice to see them piloted so briskly, so efficiently by these two players.
The line that I was thinking was about whether or not pre-attacks one of the Lava Darts took out the spawn, but the problem is that the combo keeps repeating itself no matter what you do.
Yeah.
If you remove that spawn, it puts another counter on the Brood Scale, and there's just another spawn to replace it.
And then you're dealing with Infinity +1 damage, and everyone who's been to primary school, you know that Infinity +1 is very difficult to overcome.
Yeah.
People start pulling out numbers like that. All right. Turn number 2 here.
What about Infinity +2?
Well, this is the thing. You try to do that as well, and then, I don't know, there's always some kid who's got an answer to that. Infinity + infinity.
Yes. Well, here we are instead, looking at...
no infinities, countable or otherwise, just now.
Malevolent Rumble. One of the...
Kira's favourite card.
It is an incredible card.
Is it your favourite card too?
not favourite.
Wow, Molly's favourite card as well as Kira's favourite card here.
It is not, but I do love it. It is incredibly powerful.
Does everything.
It, you know, there is a reason that we are seeing this turn up in so many of these green-based decks, whether that's Green Tron, whether it's Trudge, whether it is Brood Scale combo. This card is just strong. It kind of does it all. It does selection, it does ramp. You know, it's really what you want from a 2-drop.
Yeah, puts a body on the table.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of flexibility.
It's not a great body, but, you know, it can do the job.
Yeah, 0-1 better than a kick in the teeth. All right. Also fills the graveyard as well. Notable. Not super relevant in all these decks, but can play a role.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to stick a dart in the Scion's helmet here, and no other turn, nothing else from Sam Cox. This is not the start that he wants to make as the Prowse player, particularly on the play.
And we saw a mutagenic growth hit the bin off that Thundering Falls.
So I think he's looking for action here.
Looking for threats, absolutely.
Interested to know what that opening 7 looked like, or maybe it was a mulligan to 6 that was like, oh, I better keep this.
Yeah, well, here we go with a shocked-in Steam Vents. That's good. Corey Steelcutter.
Corey Steelcutter. This explains the keep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
And a bolt going upstairs as well. So you can see the position that Sam is taking in this matchup. He wants this game over.
Yep.
And in comes the monk.
Attacking for 2 with haste and trample.
And Corey Steelcutter, huh?
Yep. It's quite the card.
What a card.
When you combine it with Bauble, it's pretty dirty.
Pretty gross. All right. Big Jim Wilkes.
All right. What do we got here?
Played the Malevolent Rumble last turn, and I think took the Urza Saga off of it.
That was my read. That's what I saw too. Saga being, you know, an incredible facilitator card in this matchup.
We were talking about flexibility before, Molly.
Yeah.
And this is a card that gives you an enormous amount of flexibility.
Urza Saga is the bugbear of a lot of, you know, these more fair decks. I say fair with very heavily emphasized air quotes there.
I'm just annoyed they changed the rules so it doesn't die to Blood Moon. That was always a great joy of mine, because like you play a Blood Moon and everyone's they're looking at all their shock lands and their fish, they're getting annoyed. But then like it's extra juicy when they have to like
it certainly can
bin
be
some of those lands, but
right.
no longer after the rules changes, unfortunately.
But now the combination of Urza Saga and Blood Moon sometimes has the Saga player playing the Blood Moon. If you can have it,
and
on
how
that
unfair is that?
If you can have it on that second chapter and then trap it there with that Blood Moon, you've just got constructs until the cow comes home.
What are they doing to us? Back in my day. Here's that Vexing Bauble once again, coming down to Vex Sam, who has had a slower start, is facing James with a nice full hand and plenty of options.
I don't know how vexing it is in this specific game, just purely because if Sam had had a 0-cost card in his hand, he probably would have used that to trigger the Corey Steelcutter so he could do more things.
Oh, true.
Potentially. You know, maybe not. It just wouldn't have cost him 2 life to shock in that Steam Vents if he'd chosen. It depends whether it's a mutagenic growth or a bauble, so...
Colligan's command. I'm going to do this all weekend. Kozilek's command. 1,000 pardons.
Not
friends around the world.
Not the red, black, and 1 from Khans of Tarkir.
No. This newfangled colorless mana. Back in my wait. Is Kozilek's command older than colorless mana?
Yeah.
Only very slightly.
Yeah.
Only very slightly. Only by a year or 2. Show off comes down.
It was certainly a modern staple long before Kozilek's command was,
indeed.
though.
Yes, indeed. All right, in comes the monk once again, or a different monk this time, as well as our show off here. The mountain sacrificed to cast Lava Dart.
Immediately countered, but still triggering the pseudo prowess of the Slickshot show off.
And look, we saw what damage what difference 1 damage can make. So maybe that Vexing Bauble has already done its work.
Yeah, I was going to say we're going to need to remove that dice, and thankfully James did that for us. Not a permanent counter on Slickshot Show Off, which is, some would argue, already OP in its ability to go +2/+0 for every non-creature spell.
It's pretty gross. But at least it doesn't pump the toughness. Like, one annoying thing about a Prowess creature is like, all right, fine, I'll kill that on your turn. Then they're like, no, you won't.
But all of a sudden, it completely grows out of range. Yes.
Urza Saga up to 2.
So James here considering whether or not he wants to tap that to create a construct or whether he wants to play out components of his hand. Not under, like, the most pressure, but we have seen how explosive this is that Prowess deck can get. And with the Slickshot Show Off on the field, honestly, you never know what you're going to get.
No, that's true.
It's quite the box of chocolates, that show off. But again, same thing with the Corey Steelcutter. The ability to continuously generate threats makes it something that James Wilkes really doesn't want to see. I imagine he's looking for that Haywire Might.
Okay, we're going to see the Brood Scale here. Oh, it looks like Sam's got a response. Consigned to memory, because of course the Brood Scale is a colorless card. Yes, despite having to pay green for it, it has the Devoid ability, which means it can be countered by Consign to Memory. And tidy little play there from Sam. Consign to Memory, what a card that is in this matchup.
Incredible, yes, absolutely. It's really interesting about how that changes the dynamics. So I was just about to say, there is a consideration here for James Wilkes that when his Saga ticks up next turn, that he wants to fetch up that Haywire Might in a defensive mechanism from the Saga to take out that Corey Steelcutter instead of the Blade of the Blood Chief, you know, the name of the combo, but you probably don't want to be doing that without the Basking Brood Scale ready to go.
There's another one in hand.
There is another one in hand. I just saw that while I was in the middle of my litany. Yeah, so I imagine we're going to see that hit the field again.
Still got one floating, though. There's one floating from the Eldrazi Temple. So, no, it's going to be Malevolent Rumble.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Here we go. Should still be one floating. I think that's what the red dice is meant to be representative of.
Yes. But now can't cast the second...
yes, with off the Scion, off the spawn, sorry. Oh, no more green.
No, it needs green mana.
Yep, you're correct.
And played a land this turn as well.
Yes, he did. All right, so committing to starting the combo next turn, if he's still alive at that point, is James Wilkes.
That's the big if, right? Does have blockers for the Corey Steelcutter Monk at least, but the Slick Shot Show-Off, 10 damage to that bird is...
Yep, look, it's definitely capable of it, right? There is a lot of damage being represented, and I think a good defensive play here from James Wilkes.
Answers the question of what to fetch with the Urza Saga now that the Might has come off of this this Malevolent Rumble.
But for the same reason we were talking about the Brute Scale, we're still not able to create green mana currently.
Can cast it here, but not with that mana, because that was only for Eldrazi spells from the Eldrazi Temple. So at the end of the day, we exchange one of the Eldrazi spawn here for the Haywire Might. And this Haywire might do some damage.
It's most likely going to block. Oh, no, that's not true.
Haywire might not.
Oh, gosh. Thank you, Riley. It's always a pleasure. No, I immediately regretted those words as soon as I uttered them. So thinking here from Sam Cox, but very much thinking about that aerial threat in that Slick Shot Show-Off. The Corey Steelcutter does give trample to that new monk if he can cast 2 spells this turn.
Which the Prowess deck often can.
Yes, generally designed to do that, yes. So Corey Steelcutter, the real, the core of this deck. There has always been a red aggressive deck in Modern, but this one really kind of brought it to the fore and made it as competitive as it is. And then the addition of Slick Shot Show-Off coming from Standard in most recent Outlaws of Thunder Junction 2 years ago really kind of picked this right up, this deck. There's lots of decisions. You know, it might be easy to watch along from home and say, I know what I'd be doing in this situation. But
I've made a career of doing that.
Yes, but much easier to talk about than do. And so we're watching our players heavily consider. So, you know, these players are at 5-1.
Oh, there's a lot on the line. The people are playing for a lot this weekend. $50,000 US in prize money. Not to mention, of course, far more importantly, 8 Pro Tour invites. Meltdown. Here's a blast from the past. Look at this card.
So red and X, X being...
1.
1 in this case, yes.
Yep. Don't want to blow up your own Corey Steelcutter.
No, very much not. Destroy all artifacts, non-creature... no, destroy all artifacts with X or less.
So that's going to get rid of the Haywire Might and the Vexing Bauble here. Now, what Jim is considering, I think, is whether he wants to cash in the Eldrazi spawn for a card, because he can sacrifice the Vexing Bauble with an extra mana from the spawn here in order to draw a card. But no, decides that I think he wants to block. But then, as you say, the Corey Steelcutter gives trample.
Yep,
so
sure does.
All right, maybe just needs the extra mana for next turn. In any case, Meltdown doing really, really good work there. And an example Molly, of a disruptive card that is designed to disrupt your opponent's disruption. It's a sort of a level 2 sideboard card in that respect.
Yes, definitely overthinking, or not overthinking it, thinking it appropriately.
Thinking
in this
about
case.
it, thinking about it, neither over nor underthinking it.
Yes.
Thinking about it an appropriate amount.
At exactly the whelmed level.
Yes.
But I think that James Wilkes here, this is my read on where exactly he would be in this tank right now, is trying to understand how much damage he's going to take before thinking that, but knowing that he will need that spawn on the battlefield to start the infinite combo, which he has capability to have in hand, right? So, he's got the Brood Scale in hand, which we know can search up the Urza's Saga at the beginning of his next turn in his upkeep, and will have the combo and enough mana to enact it, and the spawn already on the field, ready to go. But he's got to survive until that point, and is currently on 9 life.
Yeah, and after this lightning bolt, after another monk with the Corey Steel Cutter, oh boy. Okay, well, this is this is grim here.
Sam Cox electing here not to equip the Corey Steel Cutter to the new monk and leave the trample on the monk that received all the prowess triggers.
Yep, make the chump block far less effective in doing so.
I'm sure that James Wilkes is not at 0 and continuing to play. I think we have a small typo there.
Slight error in the life totals.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Blade of the Blood Chief now from Urza's Saga, one mana floating from it. And we're going to see
2 with 1 floating for the Brood Scale.
A Brood Scale, all right.
And then that 2 to equip and turn it on.
And then a Walking Ballista as well.
Wow!
Look at that. Sam Cox can't believe it. James Wilkes left at 1 after that attack, and then had exactly the tools. What
an incredible nail-biting game.
And we were talking about this earlier, Molly, that Vexing Bauble, how, it's going to come down. It might counter this, it might counter that. Do you know what it countered? It countered a Lava Dart, which could have done 1 extra damage upstairs. So that Vexing Bauble actually saved the game there for Jim Wilkes. It seemed like a pretty low-impact thing at the time, because obviously you're playing the Lava Dart not for the damage in that situation, you're playing for the prowess triggers. But had it just been, oh yeah, sure, Lava Dart you upstairs, that would have been it. That would have been it.
Wow.
So
the bauble was indeed very vexing.
It was very vexing for poor old Sam Cox. But no, Jim Wilkes there, full credit to him, played really well. And you could tell was in the zone, right? Took
Nerves
his time.
Of steel.
And took his time with those Ancient Stirrings, with those Malevolent Rubbles, crafting a game plan, knowing what his avenue to victory was, and walking it beautifully. So well done. Full credit to Jim Wilkes.
Facing down those threats, nerves of steel, going, I can go to 1. I've done the math. Here we are. Let's go. Wow.
All right. Well, that's that for our first match. We're going to head over to our backup feature match now and check in with, I believe, game number 3. It might be game number 2. Let's have a look. Game number 3. Game number 3 here. Alex Humbly on Amulet Titan, playing up against Simon Linebury on Brood Scale Combo. Amulet Titan, of course, famously one of the most complicated decks in the world. I've heard it called the best deck in Modern, just full stop. Well, actually not full stop. Terms and conditions apply.
No? Well, yes, okay.
Because it is very rarely played to its fullest potential, given how difficult it is to pilot.
Yeah, correct. Like, I think that you said that in our Brood Scale Combo deck tech just yesterday, was really that it is so pilot dependent, but an incredibly consistent deck, an incredibly powerful deck when piloted well.
Big investment for players wanting to get into this deck. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of effort to learn how to play this list. It's not one you pick up the week before the tournament.
It is not.
Surely right. No, years, like quite literally years of preparation if you want to play a deck like this.
Okay, so we are seeing a land into an Arboreal Grazer, into a bounce land of Gruul Turf, and bouncing the original land back to hit.
Yep, so a nice little sequence here for Alex. It's going to mean he's untapping with extra mana next turn. Arboreal Grazer still getting it done.
I love me a little cute 0-3. I think it's a sloth?
I think it's a beast. Well, it's a sloth, but I think it's just been categorized as a beast.
Yeah, okay.
I'll check that. I don't
that's very sad.
I don't want to get wrong. I don't want to get my creature types wrong.
And here we go with Simon Linebury, who is a incredible player across the Australian Magic scene, having taken down RC Sydney recently.
1,000 pardons, Molly. It is indeed a sloth, but it's also a beast. So
Okay.
we were correct. We were both right. I don't think it was.
As in, it's a sloth beast?
It's a sloth beast, and this is far more important than talking about the game that's going on. I don't. When it was first printed in War of the Spark, I'm pretty sure it wasn't a sloth.
There's definitely only one keyword on that arboreal
Yes, the War. I'm confirming. I'm looking it up in War of the Spark. It was just a beast, but then since then it has been. It's been updated.
Very important
to
magic
being
trivia
a
here
sloth beast
for anyone tuning in from our coverage.
Yes, and it's in fine company as well. There's actually a number of sloths.
Okay, so I'm just going to run through the plays that we've just seen. We've seen
I can just talk
Spelunking.
about the sloths instead if you're more interested in that.
Look, I would love to hear you talk about
we could
sloths
sloth chat all day. Thank
Riley.
you for subscribing to Sloth Chat.
However, we should. We should pay attention to the task at hand. We've
Yes,
seen a
all right.
Spelunking come into the battlefield, which is one of. It's not like a key. It is a key component to this deck, allowing lands that would otherwise enter tapped to enter untapped. But it is no Amulet of Vigor. Right. We then saw a Malevolent Rumble. So that Malevolent Rumble, picking up a bounce land, I believe.
Wasn't it the prime time?
It was the prime time? Okay. Excellent. And multiple lands hitting the bin, which in this deck does not mean gone.
No.
There are many different lines that this deck is looking to win by, but one of the most efficient ones is, hi, I have a prime time, and I'm going to make copies of this, and I have a lot of mana, and you can't say no.
Yes, indeed. When you're putting all of the lands into play that are supposed to be coming to play tapped, when they're getting untapped, whether it's with an Amulet of Vigor or a Spelunking, oh boy. It can really get out of control very quickly. All right, Simon, on the other hand, is playing a Dampening Sphere. All right, well, this is a very nice one. In this situation here, reducing the amount of mana that is produced by all those bounce lands.
Very important.
Very important.
Incredible
indeed.
key
And also,
sideboard card
I should
here.
say as well, Molly, not just reducing the amount, but washing it to colorless. So you can't produce green off your bounce lands anymore.
All of a sudden, casting prime time a little bit harder.
Very hard, indeed, when you're relying on your Gruul turfs or your Simic Growth Chambers or what have you.
However, we do have a Beseju and a basic forest on the field from Alex Humbly, and therefore, we're getting closer. Getting closer every turn. Alex can lay a prime time next turn using the spawn mana.
I believe that was an attack for 0 with the Arboreal Grazer. So you can see Alex trying to get into Simon's head here, asserting dominance. But Simon's made of tougher stuff than that. He won't be put off by a sloth beast ambling across the battlefield.
Very slowly.
Very slowly, yes.
So slowly it deals no damage.
It deals very little damage. In fact, yes, indeed.
It is.
You're running out of stuff to say? We can go back to Sloth Chat.
We can go back to Sloth Chat.
We can go back to Sloth Chat. I think the reason that Sloth is now a creature type is because it featured very heavily in the Avatar set.
Yes, okay.
I believe there are a couple of... Oh, no, I'm looking at it. There's Unswerving Sloth in...
there were several in Secrets of Strixhaven.
Aether Drift, yes. Yeah, okay, all right. No, look,
I think that someone at WotC just really likes sloths,
really like
and
sloths.
I can't
And
blame them at all.
we thank them for this.
Yes, exactly.
Very good.
All right, we've seen an Urza Saga
Urza's
coming in from
Saga.
Simon Lindenberry.
Yes.
And a Force of Vigor as a response from Alex Humbly. Now,
Uh-oh.
that's incredibly powerful in this situation.
Yeah, it is.
Take you down a land, kill your Dampening Sphere. That's a problem.
Hard cast as well.
Yeah.
But we're going to see Kozilek's Command in response.
Yep. So Kozilek's for 1 in this case. So I have been on the receiving end of this Force of Vigor. Turn 1 Urza Saga, turn 1 Amulet of Vigor, and being Force of Vigored in response.
Oh, did you try to play this deck?
Oh
my goodness. Now, here is a woman committed to preparation for events. I have never even tried to play Amulet Titan, man.
I have done my reps.
Wow.
Thank you to the Judge program and all who suffered through me learning how to play Amulet Titan. But I thank you for your expert counsel.
Oh, man. Absolutely not. Cultivated Colossus now, as well, as we've got enough mana to get this fella out, and things are about to get very hairy here.
Yeah, bounce triggers. There should be a bounce trigger still from that
Simic Growth Chamber.
from that Simic Growth
And
Chamber,
now-
but they are, and the Gruul Turf also, but they are entering untapped and able to cast immediately. able to be tapped to cast something else immediately.
Key difference here as well to note between Spelunking and Amulet of Vigor is that Amulet puts a trigger on the stack to untap it.
Correct.
Whereas Spelunking is a replacement effect.
Correct.
Where the land actually enters untapped. It doesn't untap.
Are you sure you haven't played this deck, Riley?
No, I've watched people play it a lot, and I've worked out a repertoire of seemingly quite insightful comments to make about it, when in fact,
well, you're doing very well.
not at all. They're not very insightful. It's very base level stuff, but it sounds. I've built a career on this again, Molly.
That's true. It's the reason you're the professional.
Well, allegedly, at least. Yes. Double Spelunking, and this is another key. Here's another falsely insightful comment.
Please.
Spelunkings in multiples aren't as useful as Amulets of Vigor in multiples.
Very much, for the same reason.
You'll get multiple Amulet triggers, but you don't get multiple Spelunking triggers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to that replacement effect from Spelunking as well, you get to choose whether or not it happens, whether or not your land enters tapped or untapped, and it can be relevant.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Lands you control enter the battlefield untapped.
Yeah.
Do you?
I believe so.
Wow. All right. Okay. I didn't know that.
It's also a choice that you can make on MTG Online.
Ah. Okay.
Whether you have it enter tapped or untapped.
Whether you want it to. All right. Malevolent Rumble now.
Because they're contradicting effects. Malevolent Rumble from Simon Linneberry.
But after this, still reeling from the Force of Vigor.
Although here comes another Urza Saga, so he's just still searching for these combo pieces, right? Really looking for the pieces that allow him to do exactly what James Wilkes did last turn and
just win out of nowhere.
Go infinite, right?
Yep.
Or infinite +1, whatever you'd prefer.
Do you have a number you reach for when you go infinite? Like when you're playing in paper and you just have to arbitrarily say a number?
I generally say 1,000.
1,000?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like there's no need.
Reach higher.
There's no need.
A billion. A Googleplex.
Sure.
Primeval Titan.
If I can successfully spend 1,000 mana, or if you can successfully do something with a 1,000 that you can't do with a Googleplex.
Functionally speaking, I guess, in most games of Magic, there is very little difference between a 1,000 and a billion.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, you're probably right. Efficiency is the name of the game. You've always been a very efficient person, Molly. I've always considered you to be one of the most efficient people I've ever met.
I'm really not sure if that's a compliment, Riley, but I will take it.
Of course it is. What's better than efficiency, particularly when you're playing Magic the Gathering?
Well, there you go.
All right, prime time. 2 lands, of course. Normally, they would enter the battlefield tapped, but with the Spelunkings in play, no. Which means that the Primeval Titan almost pays for itself in some respects. And look at this, returning the Boseiju to hand as well. So essentially putting a spell into your hand as well.
Yeah, allowing you to have a disenchant for that Urza Saga.
And Handwear Battlements means that we're going to see even more Primeval Titan action in addition to this Cultivator Colossus.
Exactly
which is coming
correct.
in for 8.
So using your Gruul Turf to create red mana to activate your Handwear Battlements, denoting haste for your creatures. And just coming straight in.
Oh boy.
Nothing like playing a prime time, getting your 2 lands and then giving it haste and getting 2 more. This is it. Like, this is how this deck operates.
Yeah.
This is why it requires so much pilot skill. Knowing which lands to get, knowing which sequence to get, even just the Boseiju, the casual Boseiju bounce back to hand that we just saw.
Yep.
From Alex Humbly there, knowing that that's, has the capability of removing that Urza Saga, super relevant right now in this matchup. Keeping Simon Linneberry on 2 land is huge.
It's just incredible that this deck has survived, right? This deck has been hit by bans time and time again, going all the way back to cards like Summer Bloom, right, which was banned over 10 years ago.
Yep.
That was back when, you were giving your Primeval Titan haste with Slayer's Stronghold.
I remember that.
You're giving it double strike with Sunhome, Fortress of the Legion.
I recall. Kessig Wolfrun featured in some of those decks.
Yep, and it's changed, it's adapted, it's evolved. Even recently, there was a Lotus Field ban, but it has risen from the ashes.
There is still, and there are seeds of this deck that go all the way back to the Valakut Scapeshift deck that used to exist in isolation.
R.I.P.
Yes.
Too precious for this world.
Well, it's now been absorbed into this deck and is one of the valid lines.
I love that deck, man.
Yeah.
I've still got it built. I've still got that. There's not a joke. I still have it built in my drawer. I love that deck.
I'm glad that you hold that soft spot for it.
The most modern, the most recent card in that 75 is Veil of Summer, or Veil of Autumn, the good one, whichever one the good one was. Not a very good deck, but it is fun to play it against modern, like today's modern players who don't know what it does.
Yep.
It's very good. Oh, a Secure Tribe Elder. Okay, I guess you can play your. All right, Farseek, sure.
Sure.
And they're not ready, so they've shocked themselves. They'll go to 18, sorry, and then all of a sudden you escape shift them. But in this case, that's not what's happening here. It is Primeval Titan in a different shell altogether. Amulet Titan wins the day for Alex Humbly. Moves on to 6-1. And Simon Linebury there, just hamstrung by a lack of lands.
And removal of the lands as they did occur from Alex Humbly there. Look, I'm really excited. I'm glad that we got to see Amulet Titan on coverage. We haven't seen a whole lot of it this weekend, and we actually didn't see a lot of it sleeve up in the meta, which is kind of surprising for me. It does require a high level of pilot skill, but that's never stopped people sleeving up that deck before.
That's a very good point. Yes, it's some players certainly do potentially overestimate their own capabilities. But no, look, again, I've made this point before, but I've heard very, very talented Magic players describe it as the best deck in Modern, not close.
Yeah.
But it is just held back by the difficulty that you have in learning it, in playing it, in executing its game plan, learning all of its lines, and in getting the reps in. Because it isn't fun to play on Magic Online when you wear your mouse out. You're giving yourself carpal tunnel syndrome with all the clicks.
Absolutely. And like now that the combo is non-deterministic, all of a sudden you really need to understand those lines. Yeah. You need to be able to look at your hand and look at the board state, understand how many turns you've got and exactly where you need to be able to enact a real outcome for this game. And a lot of it ends up looking like exactly what we saw, which is a Colossus and a Primetime attacking you across the battlefield.
Yes, and me sitting here mystified and talking about other things entirely while Amulet Titan gets across the line. Apologies for that. My brain lacks the sufficient wrinkles in order to understand what this deck is trying to do.
Look, I'm sure that the viewers enjoyed.
I'm sure they did.
The Slothgram.
Loved every minute of Sloth Facts. Thank you for subscribing to Sloth Facts here at Spotlight Series The Hobbit from beautiful Brisbane, Australia. Riley and I are joined by Molly Rowe. And the party don't stop, Molly. We've got a lot more Magic coming people's way, not just today, but tomorrow. As we make our way towards the top 8 with $50,000 on the line. Very exciting stuff.
As well as 8 Pro Tour spots. So we've got 2 more rounds for you today, so stay tuned for round 8 very shortly. There'll be a round 9 after that, and then we've got still 6 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow before we cut to that top 8.
Stay with us. Plenty more action coming your way from Brisbane, Australia. We're going to take a quick break, get things set up for the next round, and then we'll be back with more Magic.
I'm here at the Outstanding Good Games booth with Solomon. Thank you for joining us.
No worries. It's a pleasure to be here, honestly.
Beautiful. Hope you're enjoying Spotlight. And I would love to ask, what are some highlights of the booth? What makes your booth unique?
So look, from Good Games' side, we've brought a bunch of really interesting singles for people to pick up. We've got a lot of new singles from the Hobbit set. People are really excited for this. A lot of cool Surge foils, a lot of the nice base set cards. We've also brought a lot of Power 9 for the old school collectors. And we also have a massive old school boxes that we're trying to sell off at the moment. So that's really exciting. We've actually got a box of Prophecy as one of the highlights, so very, very keen for that. But honestly, the full selection that we've got is amazing. Tons of really cool old draft sets, amazing value to be had there.
Absolutely brilliant. This is just the tip of the iceberg, you'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much to do here at the Good Games booth, honestly.
All right, well, make sure you stop by and check out everything from old school to new school. They've got it all. I'm here with Lindsay from the Games Queue with their extensive display. Lindsay, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Would you like to tell us a bit about the booth, what you've got on display on show today?
Yeah, we brought the very best that Magic has to offer. So we've brought the high-end stuff, Moxes, Black Lotuses, Expeditions, serialized cards, textured cards, a whole wide range of cards, yeah.
Brilliant. So what you're saying is I can walk away with a Mox Ruby?
You sure can, yeah, absolutely. It's just going to cost you a pretty penny, of course.
Of course, of course. And is there anything that you would like attendees to take away when they leave your booth today?
Yeah. We're actually one of Australia's biggest Magic the Gathering singles retailers, and we're one of the biggest stores in Australia for play space too. Our shop seats 120 people every day, and we have probably Australia's biggest weekly Commander event as well, with 80 players playing in store every single Wednesday night. So,
brilliant. Well, we'll have to grab our deck and check out the booth while you're here.
Thank you.
All right. We're here with more of our first-rate vendors at Spotlight. I'm here with Nick from MTG. Mate, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Would you like to share all of your impressive display, your unique items that you've got for us today?
Yeah, cool. We brought a bunch of cool promotional merch from Wizard of Bards. We've got a whole slew of his T-shirts, his keychains, stuff like that. We wanted to bring a bit of the MagicCon experience to Australia. We've got a bunch of cool high-end things that we don't normally have on display on the website. Some that are particularly cool, and my favorite, these Gamma playtest cards, which I think are quite popular, especially with the new Zeta series Secret Lair coming out. Yeah.
Right, they are hot off the press.
Yeah, these are awesome. I really like the Sonic Blast. It sort of fits in well with Magic in 2026 because it's got Hulk featured on it. So.
Oh yeah. Would you like to tell us what you'd like attendees to take away from your booth as they visit and leave today?
I just want attendees to know that we've got a really good polished experience when it comes to buying and selling Magic cards. We have a bit of everything. Yeah, pretty much it. Yeah, we like quality service is what we sort of aim for, quick turnaround, that kind of thing. So if they haven't checked out the website, they definitely should after this event. So. All
right, check out MTG Mate for a little bit of everything. I'm here with Sahar at Plenty of Games. Thank you so much for joining us today. Can you tell us about your booth? What's special about it?
Yeah, sure. So as you can tell by all my flyaways and the fact that I'm not shaved, we spent a lot of time prepping for this weekend. We've got an insane amount of cards for this weekend. Huge range. People are loving all the Secret Lair stuff, the promo stuff. We've got music going, which people are really enjoying while they're here. But yeah, we've just got a bunch of cases, a bunch of folders, everything's alphabetically sorted, everything's Blueberg sorted. So it's easy for customers to find their own stuff or for us to find what they want. So that's kind of what we're trying to offer people, is either having the stuff available, or if you order it, we'll get your details and we'll give you a call back later so we can get the stuff to you.
That's amazing. Obviously, people are loving the booth today. It is absolutely pumping. What would you like all these people to take away when they leave the booth?
I just hope everyone had a great time. Honestly, we knew this was going to be one of the biggest events in Australia for a long time, if not ever. If you look around, the Hobbit decorations look amazing, your ears look amazing. So we just want people to have a really good time enjoying Magic as it's growing so much. And so we put that effort in and we're being rewarded and everyone's having a great time.
Fantastic. We'll make sure you get plenty of cards from Plenty of Games. I'm here with the Gene from Gene's NTG and Isaac as well. Thank you for joining us at Spotlight this weekend. We're here to ask you what exclusive stuff you've got on display, what you'd like to tell us about.
Sure. Thank you, and it's great to be here today, guys. I've already lost my voice, to be honest, so we've had a very interesting time, extremely busy day. We've had a record-breaking day for us. We've done a lot of trade days in our time of running this and doing singles, and this has by far been the biggest experience, and that was day one. The main event's today, so who knows what's going to happen. But yeah, we've just got heaps of cards here, basically. Lots of Magic singles, a lot of sealed. People know us for what we do. We do a lot of trades as well. One of the things I think people love about us and what we do, and I just want to share with people that don't know us, is that we will take just about every card that's worth a little bit in the game. So we're very, a bit different. We're open-ended in the way that we buy cards. So for anyone out there that's looking to sell cards, it makes it very convenient for them. Yeah, so.
Brilliant, and I heard you did a very cool sell today.
Oh yes, we had someone message me on Thursday to say, I want to buy your Black Lotus. I said, cool. And he said, all right, I'm thinking about it. And then later that day, he made the decision, booked a ticket, and he's here today playing in the main event, and he's trading in all his cards. He's got a Time Walk, some Jewel Lands, and a bunch of other really nice cards, and he's getting a Black Lotus today, which is really nice.
All right, that is amazing. What would you like attendees to take away from visiting the booth today?
Hopefully cards, please.
Of course, the basics.
Cards that are paid for as well would be preferable, but we hope that people will get a lot of cards from us that they need, and just hopefully from everyone else out there too. Honestly, we're just enjoying this whole experience, so we're really, really grateful to be here today.
All right, come and grab your cards, sell your cards, Gene's MTG.
Thanks, guys.
and welcome back. It's round number 8 here at Spotlight Brisbane. I'm Kira Turetsky, and I am joined by the incomparable Andrea Mingucci. How are you?
I'm great, and I'm excited to watch one more round of Magic here, Spotlight Brisbane. This event is super cool. The players are almost finishing their day one. This is very high-stake games. The players that are finishing very strongly, the players that are making the cut at 6-3. Yeah, a lot on the line.
It's been a huge day. Round 8 here at Spotlight Brisbane. $50,000 prize pool. 8 Pro Tour invites. Let's get on into it. We've got a really interesting match down on the table. We've got Dimir Midrange.
Yes.
What do we say? Dimir Frog?
Yeah, Ivan Sanchez is actually a player that I personally know. I was at his house a few weeks ago in New Zealand to play Cube, and he's also wearing the T-shirt of my team, Heavy Play Worldly Council, and yeah, so I'm rooting for him, if you can say that as a commentator.
I was going to say, this is going to be such a good round of commentary because you are Team Worldly Council. This is my teammate, Cordell Volmer, on Team Quality Lines on the Devoted Druid combo.
All right, so your teammate has a very good start. He won the die roll and started with the Line of Abundance, which is a free card that you can put into play. And then the Dried Arbor, if it survives, is going to be able to produce 2 green mana next turn. But the Watchword Grave tapped makes me think that Ivan has a Fatal Push.
Or a Thoughtseize.
He does not have a Fatal Push, so Cordell is being rewarded for this probably 1-land keep. No, not so many lands, actually.
Doesn't seem like a terrible keep here. Walk me through. It's called Devoted Druid combo. What's the combo here?
Wow, I'm so surprised by this hand. Not because it has spells, but because it has a foil Vooded Foothills, and he just put into play a white border Dried Arbor.
Oh, don't let you disagree with his taste.
The questionable choice, like, he has like literally one of the most beautiful cards that you can play in a modern event, which is a, original foil Onslaught fetch lands, followed by a white border Dried Arbor.
I'm sorry, I'm going to upset you further. I love white border cards because I love the tilt factor.
Yeah,
that's what I love.
Yeah, definitely. And it definitely works on me. I'm definitely tilted by the combination of those 2 cards. Because even if it was like a Council of Tarkir Vooded Foothills, that would have been fine. You can play a white border or Dried Arbor. But look at that. Look how beautiful it is. I love to see it. All right. Yeah, Greenstone's Zenith was the right discard. That hand did not look very good, so you definitely take the card that was recently unbanned in Modern Greenstone's Zenith, which is a card that can tutor anything in this deck, but would have probably gotten the Devoted Druid here.
I love as well. I love when a Dryad Arbor attacks. What a moment.
Yeah. The Dried Arbor attack is definitely not supposed to happen, but, Cordell did not have very much going on here. And Ivan has in hand the Edict, but also, look at that, he has the Orcish Bowmaster, which he's going to play on the Dried Arbor as soon as Cordell finishes surveilling, the Dried Arbor is going to die.
Really lucky as well that we had a whole handful of lands.
Yeah.
Because if this Dryad Arbor dies, not much else we can do going forward, because that Dryad Arbor right now is producing an additional green mana.
Yeah, so we're surveilling here, and then again, after surveil, you pass priority back to Ivan, who will, in end of turn, kill the Dried Arbor.
Inevitably. You said this was Dimir Midrange, as we're saying, was your pick for the weekend.
Yeah, this is the deck I like to play. This is my deck of choice right now. I call it Frog Tide, but again, you can call it mid-range controlled. If you want the the SCG labeling of just a color combination and tempo control mid-range. But I personally just like to say a card name like Devoted Druid or Frog. I like to say the card that is the most important, rather than just being like very
broad strokes.
Yeah, exactly. So this is just a branding type of things here.
It totally makes sense. Looks like as well we're back on Cordell's turn.
This is turn 3, despite Cordell only has 2 lands, because one of the land drop was a Dried Arbor that died. It's really not common that your land dies in Modern. So it is, Dried Arbor is one of those. But yeah, Cordell does not have a very strong start here. He still hasn't played a single spell because, well, Leyline comes into play and Dried Arbor is a land. No Kaito here, just an attack by the Orc and its friend, and now a tapped Quantum Riddler.
We're going to warp it out.
Yeah.
Warp the Quantum Riddler. And Subtlety was the draw.
Yeah, and passing through with that Fatal Push up. Quantum Riddler, there is one way Ivan can stick it into play from a Warp Zone, which is consigned to memory, but mostly in that deck is just going to be a recursive card draw when you're going to pay 5 mana for it.
Shocking in the Overgrown Tomb this time around for Cordell. And Green Sun's X equals 2.
Yeah, the exchanger is going to be insane for Ivan because Cordell is now getting a 2-drop, spending 3 mana for it, and that 2-drop, the Devoted Droid, is going to be matched by a Fatal Push, which is only costing 1 mana. So a very good tempo play by the Dimir deck, which still, though, needs to find the namesake card of its deck, Psychic Frog, which is the recursive way to gain card advantage.
Ooh, why would we grab an Undercity Sewers and not a Shock to Shock in and Fatal Push the Druid?
Yeah, I mean, it's a choice. At the end of the day, Ivan is gonna kill that Devoted Druid. He just decides that he's gonna kill it next turn. Personally, I would have gone Swamp Push. Next turn, Land Go with Subtlety up for 4 mana. That would have been the way I would have played it, but, you know. Surveilling a land to the graveyard now, it's basically just equal drawing an extra card because Ivan has too many cards in it. Maybe he saw the second card now, and this is a pretty common mistake in paper. 2 cards get stacked, so you just warning for drawing an extra card, you shuffle your deck, and then you just resolve your surveillance again.
Something that doesn't happen online is they don't online accidentally show you the second card.
Yeah, for sure. This is super common and super easy to fix as well.
This is a high-stakes, high-stress environment. There's $50,000 on the line from tomorrow onwards. These players are in a pretty healthy position where looks like both of them before round 9 are going to be able to make day 2 at this point. But you want to go into day 2 with the highest possible breakers, with the best record as possible.
Yeah. I don't know why it's taking so long. Maybe the mistake was something else, but we'll see what happens over here.
So tell me why you love the Dimir midrange and the Frog so much in this metagame right now, because we've seen Dimir Gorios and like Esper Gorios. We've got these decks that are really, really strong right now that have kind of foregone just the mid-range plan to play a more combo-focused game. What is the preference to playing something just like, you know, Frog Tide, as you're calling?
It looks like the ruling is different than the one I said. The player are revealing the top 2 card, letting the opponent choose one. Maybe they just updated the rule set, the judges. I don't know. This is a new way to resolve looking at an extra card, which is interesting. Maybe Ivan saw both cards. I don't know. Don't exactly know what went on. Of course, it is impossible for me to give a proper things on what happened over there. Anyway, Bloodstained Mire stays on top and gets surveilled to the graveyard with the Sewers, and now we are just continuing.
Ooh.
With you need to push that Druid now. You have to.
Oh, is it like part of the namesake combo?
Devoted Druid combo, indeed. Yeah. Let's see. So Ivan needs to push that Druid, and I believe he has a Shielded Edict. So he drew another. No, he drew another land.
There's
it
looks like another Quantum Riddler
yeah.
Fatal Push, Shieldred's Edict. Ivan's in a good place to handle Cordell's threats going forward, and we are going to Edict the Devoted Druid. Is this a nod towards making sure that the Fatal Push lines up better against something like a Cub or a Halfling?
Yeah, on turn 5 you can go Subtlety plus Push, but I would have kept the Edict because that's an answer to a Planeswalker, and Cordell is playing 4 copies, of course, of Tivar, the Jubilant Brawler, which is that Planeswalker that returns the Druid into play.
Really tense back and forth. And there's that Planeswalker you just said, Tyvar, Jubilant Brawler. Maybe we're wishing we hold on to the Shieldred's Edict now.
Yeah, look at that picture there. Let's show the printing. This is a huge look at this huge fist from the Tivar over there. I'm not a fan of the frame. I don't like that like full art white-black frame, but I do love the huge punch that Tivar is packing.
This is too similar to a white border card, is what you're saying.
That's true. That's true. You're right. And now Tivar minuses to reanimates the Devoted Druid, which is going to be able to be tapped immediately because, as Tivar says, activate abilities of creatures as those have haste.
So we'll put a neg 1 counter on the Devoted Druid, and with the Leyline of Abundance?
No, just tap it for 2 mana.
Even better.
Yeah, you don't need to put a counter. You can now if you want to get up to 4, but you can respond to the -1/- counter by playing push now. Ivan has the priority now, but he doesn't want to use the priority. And now using those 4 mana to play a Nature's Rhythm for 2. So if there's a Vizier of Remedies now, we go infinite mana. So it is time now for Ivan to respond, because if he doesn't respond here, Cordell gets infinite mana. So we have to respond, Ivan.
Please.
Please, play push.
We have to push.
All right, here's the push from the Assassin's Creed set. So it's okay. I believe the right moment to play this push was in response to putting the -1/-1 counter.
Because that'll prevent you from casting the Rhythm this turn.
Yes, it would just mean that Cordell only has 2 green mana, and the Nature's Rhythm is in end. Whereas, you know, the way it happened, Nature's Rhythm was able to be cast. Potentially, like, it can do the same play now. It can replay Devoted Druid, tap it for mana, and then go on.
We had the Subtlety in hand as well. Was there a way to potentially put the Subtlety on the Tyvar?
Yeah, exactly. You can put the Subtlety on the Tyvar, but you have to pitch the Riddler, which you already care because you have a Riddler in play, so maybe that play would have actually been the right one. But honestly, I think it all came down to the last turn. You know, we would have just pushed the Druid, Devoted Druid to a basic swamp, and then the Druid could have hard cast Subtlety on the Tyvar. So I feel like it's very important to just spend your mana immediately. This is like, you know, Magic the Gathering 2026. You just spend your mana when you have the chance. Just throwing this card on the battlefield because the powers are so powerful. You know, the Quantum Reader replaces itself, draws extra cards, so you're going to get more. But yeah, we're choosing not to go for the Devoted Druid, but instead we're going for Badger Cub here.
Badger Cub seems like a really great grab here. The interaction between the Badger Cubs adding additional mana and the Leyline of Abundance, we're tripling up on mana.
Yeah, the next turn, Ivan has the chance to chump attack with one of those 1/1s and kill the Tyvar. And then you can play the Quantum Riddler from the Warp Zone and draw 1 extra card.
Tough spot to be in. It definitely sounds as well like something that's really needed in kind of these tempo-weak matchups is making sure you're hitting the combo player at the moments where they're threatening combo pieces, being able to respond at critical moments and mitigate threats, because Ivan's deck plays better into the late game.
Yes, indeed. We are warping another Riddler here. Probably because we want to Artcast that Force of Negation and then still have access to Subtlety. Drawing one of my favorite card ever. The card that I signed the most out of all, Merc that Regent.
Ooh. And this is going to be something, this strikes me as a finishing card in this deck. Something for the late game, really good to just create an overwhelmingly large flying threat.
Yeah. We are chump attacking, as I said, on the Tyvar, and there's nothing to do here. The Orcish Bowmaster will die, and the Tyvar will die alongside it. But now we have to think, do we want to play land and pass the turn, or do we want to deploy that Merc, that Regent?
Looks like as well Cordell elected not to block with the Badger Cub.
Yeah, to place around a second Orcish Bowmaster.
Very smart. Heads up play.
Yeah, the drawing extra card doesn't really matter. I don't think the Devoted Druid deck draws any extra cards. So the effect of Orcish Bowmaster is not very good. You just basically use it as a 2-mana 1/1 that killed the Dryad Arbor.
Yeah, Cordell now effectively on, I believe it's 5 mana here with both of the Badger Cub and the Leyline of Abundance's effects.
Yep. Ivan decided not to deploy the Murktide, holding up the Artcast Force of Negation because of that Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard.
Because we can harmonize and essentially flash back the Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah, and we can tap 4 green, or in this case 5 green. Is this a Zenith? Oh, it's a Walking Ballista. X equals 3.
Walking Ballista, X equals 3.
Interesting card. This is, of course, a win condition for once you have infinite mana, but it's not even a card that many build of the Devoted Druid play. So it's kind of a spicy technology.
I feel like we often see Walking Ballista more in the Brood Scale combo decks when they're generating infinite mana as well.
Yeah, and the Maru Scale is very nice because you can trigger the Devoted Druid equipped immediately the same turn. Sometimes you don't have mana, you don't have a spawn, and the Walking Ballista can do that, can start a chain. Here, it's just a way to essentially just win the game once you have infinite mana. Or in this case, it's a payoff for when you have so much mana.
Swinging in with the Badgermole Cub, Yvonne down to 11.
Yeah. Yeah, attacking here, I mean, it's fine, sure, we attack. But last turn, we played around Orc, so we, could have kept on playing around Orc. But yeah, so personally, I would have blocked last turn, the Orcish Bowmaster. Looks like we drew a Preordain, so once again, we're not deploying the Quantum Riddler.
Is playing the Preordain here just a nod to the Murktide Regent in hand? We're putting more instants and sorceries into the graveyard, bigger flying threat.
Yeah, and also just, you don't mind just filtering a little bit your draws. Here, fortunately, Van saw 3 lands in a row. 2 were bottom, then 1 was drawn, and it's a tap land, so he can't even go Murktide holding up Force of Negation.
Really tough spot to be in now.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that Ivan is favorite in this spot, but he was definitely very favorite a couple of turns ago.
Back to Cordell.
Yeah, we don't deploy. We keep on holding up the 3 mana for the Nature's Rhythm.
What is the draw here for Cordell? Because we do have the 5 mana, and the Walking Ballista as well threatens to just ping the Orc army and the Bowmasters and just clear the way.
Yeah, Walking Ballista can kill the Bowmaster. It was actually a way last turn if Ivan had a Orc to be able to basically just play around it, because it deals 1 damage to the Badgermole Cub, and then when they try to block with the Orc, you ping them. So Cordell plays well, and now went outside the table a little bit, maybe ask a question to a judge.
Asking a quick question away from the table. In this matchup, where Yvonne is right now, what are the outs we're looking for? Obviously, we're preordaining. We're trying to find some solution to the board state. What are our outs?
Yeah, the out is, sorry, for a second. You asked from the Dimir side?
Yes,
or for the, okay.
from the Dimir side.
Yeah, so if I was playing the Dimir side, I would have just pressured. I would have deployed Murktide last turn, I would have deployed Riddler this turn, because you need to end the game, because the green-black deck has like a lot of mana right now, so they'll be able to deploy more threats at the same turn, at the same time, and you just need some flyers here. Murktide, if you had play Murktide, it would have been a 6/6, so in 2 attacks it wins the game, you know? So you need to, sorry, 7/7. So you need to just kill the opponent in few turns if you want to play this tempo deck.
Killing your opponent, really important to winning the game, usually.
Yeah, well, it depends, right? Because you're playing a strategy that's like a Wrath of the Skies deck or an Orim's Chant strategy, so you don't actually need to kill the opponent. You can just prolong the game and eventually you kill the board. But that's not how the Dimir deck works. The Dimir deck wants to control, but then they need to play creatures and attack.
We had Yvonne quickly checking out the Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard, but instead it looks like Cordell is going to go ahead and swing in. Debating whether we're going in with the Badgermole Cub.
Yeah, let's see now. We are attacking, and now Ivan has to choose whether they want to double block. But the problem with double blocking is that the Ballista can just ping one of those 1/1s, and then you just chump blocking, basically. But yeah.
We do also have the 4 mana ability. We can sink 4 mana into the Walking Ballista, put another counter on. Not necessary in this spot. But the option is there with the amount of mana we have access to.
Yeah, and you can't even say no blocks, actually, I just realized. Because putting a counter on Ballista, 6 damage, I guess it would put the opponent to 1 life. Yeah, all of a sudden, Ivan is just in danger of dying after being, firmly ahead for a while.
So, Cordell, it looks like we have decided to attack with both the Ballista and with the Badgermole Cub as well. Just looks like Yvonne now deciding where we're going to put these blocks.
Going to chump block the Walking Ballista. And Cordell, of course, has no effect, so 2 damage only. And now, let's see what happens, because we have the opportunity to outcast the Subtlety there.
I was going to say, we also have the option, we could have flashed in Subtlety as another blocker, potentially.
Yeah, okay, Delighted Halfling. Let's see if Ivan wants to counter this. It's quite a unassuming creature, but it does make so that the legendary creature is uncounterable. Not too relevant against the subtlety, of course, but it is relevant against the 3 counterspell deck that are in Ivan's deck.
Important math being done. I'm happy to sit on the Druid side of the table right now. This looks like a really tense position.
And wow, Cordell passes the turn. So Ivan chose not to subtlety this halfling to play around a second creature, but there was no second creature, and Ivan wastes his mana once again.
Land off the top. Now do we deploy Riddler? Do we deploy Subtlety?
Please
Murktide.
play that Murktide. Should have come to play turns ago.
Blue looks like we could be getting ready to delve on the Murktide.
Yes, indeed. We're going to make it a 7/7, which is going to be big enough to be able to block the Walking Ballista next turns. And now we still have Subtlety up. That's one of the strengths of the Devoted Druid deck. It's just threatening the combo, making so that Ivan is just scary to the flashback rhythm, to just, you know, casting one of the creatures and etc. In the meanwhile, the Land Abundance activation for 8 mana, you can put a +1/+1 counter on each creature. So end of turn, Cordell is going to pay 4, put a counter on Walking Ballista. Next turn, he can just tap 8 mana, put 2 counters on 1 counter on Walking Ballista, 1 counter on Bajamo Cub. Maybe survive this Murktide region in the meanwhile, and then just shoot the opponent.
It's so funny looking at a board state like this and realizing your opponent, even though they're on 8 life, is a lot closer to losing than they might realize.
I mean, Walking Ballista is a scary card.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We're tapping out here, so it's finally time to push the button. You know, and deploying that Quantum Riddler, which is still not lethal, though. Next turn, we only have 11 flying damage.
We're going to pump mana into the Walking Ballista up to 4. So it's at to 4. Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, so the Halfling produces 3 mana, and the Mortuary produces 3 mana. Remember that. So we have access to 9 mana right now from Cordell with a Rhythm in the graveyard.
9 mana, Rhythm in the graveyard. How do we attack into Ivan's board here?
Yeah, you can't really attack, but Ivan, and I don't think that's very cool, is that Ivan really wants to play one of these blue cards this turn so that in the next draw step he's going to draw 2 cards instead of 1.
We can see Ivan has a Fatal Push in hand, was the draw off of that Quantum Riddler that we tapped out for as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe the sequencing last turn was first you play Riddler, you draw a card, and then you decide what to do. And if you draw push, maybe you don't deploy the Murktide, but you keep push. So it's always better whenever you play a card draw that doesn't empty your mana pool. First, you play the card draw.
More
and
information.
then you reevaluate your game plan based on what you draw.
Makes total sense. And we still have that Nature's Rhythm in the bin that we can just sink a ton of mana into. Of course, Ivan has the Force of Negation backup.
We're tapping 4 mana here. Let's see what happens. We're harmonizing, it seems.
So we are going to harmonize.
What are we getting? I'm curious here for 2. Ivan, is he going to play Force of Negation? I think so.
It feels like you're priced into it at this point. If this is going to be how Cordell leads, we're priced into playing the Force of Negation. And we do. Pitch Subtlety, Force of Negation, targeting Nature's Rhythm.
And next draw step, we're going to draw 2 cards because of the Quantum Riddler.
Look, and this is where the strength, again, this Dimir Frog deck just goes long really well.
We only drew 1 card. I believe that this is not even, the games is unfortunately slightly delayed, so we can't interrupt, but this is actually like infraction.
Yes.
It's not a mistrigger.
Yeah.
I think, you know, if
it's not a May.
Yeah, it's not a May. If I was watching this game, I would have needed to stop the game and call the judge. All right, let's see what happens here. We are playing Fatal Push on the Walking Ballista, and Halfling can pump it up to 5 counters.
Pump it up to 5 count. So is play here, pump up to 5 counters, shoot Ivan with 5, and put Ivan to 3?
3, and then if Cordell draws a Agatha Soul Cauldron, is lethal.
Yep.
But
so
no, instead we're pinging Orc first.
Orc first, then put Ivan to 4.
Yeah, and I don't know if... Maybe it's still lethal, the
Because we have a 7/7 Murktide Regent and a 4/6 Quantum Riddler. Puts Cordell to 2 if we swing in. We're going to play the other Quantum Riddler.
Draw a card.
Draw a card. Draw another card. Another Bowmaster.
You would need to draw 3 now.
You would need to draw 3.
Because you have 2 Riddler, so there's 2 card draws.
Oh boy.
Missed. And now we attack with 7. Okay.
Attack with 7. Can we get a Cauldron off the top for Cordell?
Don't know if Cauldron would be lethal at this point. With Pinged Face, maybe. But anyway, draw step from Cordell. Let's see what it is. And there's also no... Maybe Tivar would be the best draw, because Tivar not only reanimates the Druid, but also gives it haste.
Yeah.
Nope. Pack it up. And Dimir Frogtide wins game number 1. Big fan of the deck. It definitely showed the power. Whenever you line up all these like removal spell, like 1 mana removal spell against you know, this deck that just taps so much into casting those creatures, it is very nice. And Ivan didn't even draw the best card of the deck, Psychic Frog.
We didn't say, we talked a whole bunch about how good Psychic Frog is. We talked about calling the deck Dimir Frog, Dimir Frog Tide, and we didn't see Psychic Frog, and it ended up not really mattering at this point.
Yeah, Psychic Frog is nice. It is a nice card, and Ivan even has those showdown promo that you got at some point from playing a standard event in the past months. And I have one of those in my cube, so I love to see that.
That's a fancy cube. Well, let's dive into game number 2. We've got Ivan up on Dimir mid-range Frogtide.
All right, looks like the player are still resolving their mulligans.
Cordell on Devoted Druid combo, Ivan up top on Dimir Frog.
Whenever I watch coverage, I love to see tattooed arms. It gives me a little bit of like some, you know, a way for players to express themselves on stream, you know, showing their tattoos on their arms. That's very cool. I don't have any tattoos personally, but I enjoy watching them on other people.
Would you get a Psychic Frog tattoo?
No.
No.
I remain near mint.
Near mint.
Near mint. I don't wanna signatures. I don't wanna damage my deck. Yeah.
I like that. I like the way you think of that. That's fun. I can't. I'm gonna pull my sleeve further down. I'm gonna pull my.
You're slightly damaged.
Like, was it lightly played?
Lightly played. Yeah. They.
And we had a Wooded Foothills into a forest, Delighted Halfling, which did meet the Fatal Push end. And we can see in Ivan's hand, we've got a Sink into Stupor, it looks like, Orcish Bowmasters, Thoughtseize, Gloomlake Verge, and an Undercity Sewers and an island.
Yes, indeed. We see another Grand Tomb, but let's see what's the 2-drop of choice. The best play would probably be the Bajamo Cub. And there it is, the recently banned cards in Standard. But very much played in Modern.
It was a long time coming in Standard, I think, the Badgermole Cub ban.
Yeah, I still think that they should have banned Llanowar Elf instead of it, but yeah, that's my opinion.
Really? Llanowar Elf ban?
No, that was a hater.
Oh, okay.
All right, looks like we are playing a Orcish Bowmaster in the upkeep. This is a very fancy play. That means that forest comes into play tapped.
Ooh. I love the sequencing and timing of some of these plays. I always love that it's very heads up to just short your opponent on mana in moments where it's quite critical.
Yeah. And now Cordell sees himself, maybe basically this Bajamo Cub kind of turn it against him.
Delighted Halfling, Dryad Arbor, Say Go. These are some impressive follow-ups to losing the Earthbent land.
Yeah. Let's see. We're gonna take a look at the hand of Cordell. Let's see what it is. It's a Tivar with his big fist. Wow, this is a very hard to attack hand.
We've got a Tyvar, Green Sun Zenith, and a Nature's Rhythm. What are you taking?
You know what? I don't mind taking here. You can take the Zenith, yes, or you can take the Radium and then exile with Cling to Dust and draw a card right away.
Oh, it's the Cling to Dust. Very nice.
A lot of good choices here. Honestly, I wouldn't fault Ivan for choosing any of these.
Yeah, because Cordell next turn is going to have access to 6, potentially 7 mana, which that's going to be an impressive Nature's Rhythm if we need to grab anything.
Okay, Fatal Push on top of the deck. Very good.
That's a card we love to see if we're playing Frog right now.
Yeah.
Especially against, like, Fatal Push against a Dryad Arbor. Chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Draw for turn for Cordell. We know that the 2 of the remaining cards in hand, we have a Tyvar and we have a green Sun Zenith. Delighted Halfling adds an additional green thanks to the Badgermole Cub.
Yeah, and that's uncounterable, which is relevant for some negation. Would have been able to counter that Tibar if it wasn't for Halfling. So Delighted Halfling, very strong, showing definitely, why is it played in this decks.
Another Onslaught foil down there.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Hey.
I don't have those. I have many fancy Magic cards, but I never bought the foil Onslaught fetch lands.
Really?
Yeah, that's one of the cards in my missing. That I'll never get it. So it just misses. I will never have it.
Maybe if you ask Cordell very nicely.
No. That's fine. He probably doesn't wanna.
The lands will beautifully match as well.
Yeah,
All
although
the old borders.
a lot of his deck mismatches. I've seen at least 3 different Delighted Halflings so far.
Here's something I feel like I haven't seen in ages. We're grabbing a Dryad Arbor off of a Windswept Heath.
Yeah, why are we doing that?
Well,
Let's see.
we can activate the abilities of the Dryad Arbor thanks to the Tyvar. So we've got still a ton of mana here thanks to the Badgermole Cub. We're going to have 5 mana still, so we could even Nature's Rhythm.
Yeah, we're minusing 3,
Ooh.
reanimating the Delighted Halfling, and now we'll be able to get the Nature's Rhythm and flash it back. And this, Kira, was the reason why I would have discarded the Nature's Rhythm. Because what happens is that you're able to play Nature's Rhythm, and then you hold priority, and you're able to flash back. Whereas if you toss the Nature's Rhythm, and then you Cling to Dust it, Cordell only has access to Green Sun Zenith. So this is the reason why I would have discarded Nature's Rhythm instead of Zenith.
Yeah.
But it's a very minor thing, but it is an important thing. Now, basically, Cordell, if he plays Devoted Druid, there is no window for Ivan to Cling to Dust it. And
we're going to ask
that. But basically, when the card is on the stack, you can only say it resolves. And when the card resolves, well, it's in the graveyard. If Cordell puts an ability on the stack, let's say he puts a Badgermole Cub into play, then you put something on the stack, and now you have a window to play Cling to Dust. But if he puts into play a Devoted Druid, like he's going to, there's no way, no window for Ivan to Cling to Dust that one.
The rules around priority do my head in circles sometimes. The way in which we have to sequence properly. And again, like knowing those little windows and knowing where the spells are, when you can cast, when you get priority, when you can respond.
Oh, wow. We talked about Tivar, Jubilant Brawler, but we haven't talked about the other Tivar here, the Pummeler. One of the strongest card in the Duskmore Limited. I definitely remember losing to this card a lot, and it's now somehow seeing play Modern. Definitely did not see this coming. What does it do?
Tyvar the Pummeler. Tap another untapped creature you control. Tyvar the Pummeler gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. And then for 3 green, creatures you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control.
All right, looks like we went for that and passed the turn. So Ivan has a window to Cling to Dust, the Nature's Rhythm, drawing an extra card here, which is very important. And now we have that final push that we left on top of the deck. And let's give a read to this card, which says, you mentioned, gets indestructible. But there isn't 5 mana available. Sorry, tap another creature. You don't have to tap any mana to make it indestructible. That's why we went for it.
We tap another creature that we control, but instead we're going to Fatal Push on the Badgermole Cub, which is going to cut Cordell off of this excess mana.
Yeah, we are definitely tapping a lot of mana here. Sorry, tapping down a lot of mana here.
Tyvar as well, this 5 mana effect. Ooh, we're gonna go into the Tyvar. So we're offering the Devoted Druid and the Tyvar to see if we want to protect.
Yeah, so the trade is, do you want to kill the Dryad Arbor or the Tyvar? I think I'm gonna say the Dryad Arbor. No.
The Tyvar?
Wow, he's sacrificing Tyvar over Dryad Arbor.
Because he can still tap the Dryad Arbor to give it indestructible.
Yeah, well, I believe...
And we're sacrificing the Planeswalker.
I believe this turn, Tyvar is already indestructible.
And then sink into Stupor.
After block.
After block. So we'll keep the Orcish Bowmasters. We'll lose the Planeswalker Tyvar. And Tyvar Pummeler will go back to hand.
I wish these two cards were named differently.
Tyvar number 1 and Tyvar number 2. We're going to replay him. We're going to add 4 mana.
No, 4 damage. Boom.
Oh, we're swinging in?
Yeah.
Hey, you never want to see mana dorks attacking.
Yeah, I would have left maybe 1 creature back to give Tyvar the Pummeler indestructible.
Do you think that decision comes from knowing that either Ivan has a potentially Shieldred's Edict or the Fatal Push isn't going to be active because we won't be able to revolt on the Tyvar?
Yeah. Ooh, Orcish Bowmaster is the draw.
Oh boy.
Which is, I mean, so weird. And not a single Psychic Frog yet. Whenever you play those Mirror Control deck, you always have it. I feel like you always have it.
I wonder if Ivan's even playing Psychic Frogs at this point. Back to Cordell.
Yeah. Cordell manages to untap once again with so much mana, 7. And now Tyvar the Pummeler can be used, its ability. For 5 mana, creatures you control get +X/+X or X to the greatest power. That is an effect that, we old player would call Overrun.
Oh, yeah. It reminds me, I was going to say, it makes me think of a smaller Craterhoof Behemoth.
Well, both these cards, Crater Behemoth and Overrun, grant Trample. This card doesn't. So it's just +3/+3 to your board. Maybe I can say Trump the Domain. And I guess another boomer card. Anyway. But I think that one gives Trample as well. I don't think there's a way to pump your creatures without giving in Trample in green, but I don't know. Maybe there is. Anyway, we're pumping.
Yeah, it looks like we're attacking with 2 Delighted Halflings. Ivan blocked with the Orc army, and then Cordell has gone, great, I am going to activate Tyvar's ability, and now my Delighted Halflings are 4/4s.
Yeah, and now Ivan is going to do a very awkward play. He has to play Orc to kill a Dryad Arbor, but the 1 damage is going to go on the Orc that's chomping. So basically, yes, he kills a Dryad Arbor, but he also kills his own token. Because Orcish Bowmaster doesn't create a token, it amasses an Orc.
Yes. And so the extra one goes on top of the Orc army. We're still going to end up losing it in the exchange. And then Ivan will take 4 from the Delighted Halfling.
Yeah. I would have maybe played the Orc in my turn. And, but yeah, not much would have changed, honestly. That Cordell could have just fetched and topped that land. Instead, he's just going to surveil end of turn. But anyway, Ivan needs something powerful. I would think of maybe Quantum Riddler.
Quantum Riddler, Murktide Regent.
Yeah, Frog is too late now, I think, because it's too small now.
Too small, and Ivan doesn't have enough cards in hand. Even though Frog and Riddler are often best friends, you can really abuse the ability to draw more cards between Frog and Riddler. It's another land off the top. Ivan's stunned right now.
Well, it's not lethal yet. No, it is.
It is. Yeah, I was saying, I believe it is lethal. We're going to activate the Tyvar's ability next turn. It looks like it'll be a swing for at least 12.
Oh, no, I guess it's not lethal because we can cling to dust, but then you don't have enough graveyard, I believe. But anyway, the game was won by Tyvar the Pummeler. So Cordell's choice of zenithing it instead of a Devoted Druid paid off. And he was rewarded for it. So yeah, very well played by your teammate. Where is he from?
Cordell's from Melbourne.
Melbourne?
Melbourne.
Where are you from?
I live in Melbourne. I'm from California.
Oh,
yeah.
I should have known it by the accent, or did you develop a very strong Australian accent?
I don't think I have I can't do an Australian accent because the Australian accent is so casual.
Yeah, I don't.
And you can't pretend to be too casual. But look, this is a really tense match going on. We are 1-1 going into game 3.
Let's go deeper on the accents here.
Okay,
because,
okay.
Yeah, because I'm in Australia, of course.
Yes.
I know Riley Nat for a long time, and he is my, the embodiment of an Australian accent. Would you say this, the South Australia is different than where we are here, Brisbane?
Well, so I have heard that a lot of the different regions, like I've heard the Queensland accent is quite different to the Melbourne accent and the Adelaide accent, and then Western Australia, and even Tasmania I've heard is a bit more.
Can you spot where they're from their accent?
I can't. I cannot.
All right.
But like, if I'm in America and I can hear people, I can hear New York accents a bit better, the Boston accent a bit better, Texas. But I think when you're in the melting pot, you can hear those things a little bit better.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's talk about Magic now.
Okay, we'll go back.
I love to travel a lot, and I love to learn all the different places, and I love to bring back some gift that they gave me.
Oh, this is the most delicious gift.
I'm gonna keep it here.
We're gonna keep that sealed, actually.
I hope to forget it tomorrow. And like, oh, sorry, I forgot it. I forgot it. It's there. That I appreciate it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, look, this is a really tense matchup between we've got Dimir Frog and we've got Devoted Druid combo, and this is a really good. There's oftentimes a rock paper scissors between your aggro decks, your combo decks, and your mid-range decks. Where are we feeling in this kind of matchup going into game 3?
I think the Dimir deck is favorite. He has what it takes, a lot of removal spell and pressure. And I finally see the Psychic Frog in hand for Ivan, who has access to Fatal Push and the Psychic Frog. So a very strong hand. I wonder why would he play Taplin here? I would honestly go Swamp here.
Swamp here and keep open the Fatal Push?
Yes. Because Cordella has 2 copies of Leyland of Abundance, but instead we're going for a Swamp and an Explosives Engineered.
Ooh, Engineered Explosives to start.
Yeah.
And is that just largely a nod to the overwhelming amount of like 1-drops and just making sure that we're going to be able to clean up the board should we need to? Like we can see one of those here now. We've got the Delighted Halfling on board, and we did start with 2 Leyline of Abundances in play.
Yeah. And now we're gonna go for the land that we've seen briefly there, the blue, that land that deals you 3 damage, followed by Psychic Frog.
Look, and this is the fancy Psychic Frog, the store champ Psychic Frog as well. He's got good taste.
Yeah, Ivan has 4 copies of this little frog. Then again, it was a standard showdown promo. If you top 8'd, and then if you won, you would have gotten an Abhorrent Oculus.
Yes.
All right, looks like Halfling is gonna make 3 mana. Wow, that Overgrown Tomb is gonna make 4 mana.
3 mana, Badgermole Cub, Overgrown Tomb. And look, Ivan has the Fatal Push in hand and cannot do anything right now about it.
Yeah.
Overgrown Tomb shocked in as well.
And Devoted Druid.
And Devoted Druid. Is there a bit of a risk kind of taking this line? We started with 2 ley lines on the battlefield, which is 2 fewer cards to start in hand with. Is there kind of a risk to these decks that go all in on the ley lines? Like, obviously, it's necessary to the combo, but is there a risk to starting with 2 cards fewer?
Well, they got their value back already, producing so much mana, right? I just go back to turn number 1. I think I would have gone Swamp Go, push the Halfling, Frantic Frog. The opponent plays Cub instead of all these things. And then you can go even like discard Explosives, you know, and like a few other cards to jump the Frog and draw an extra card, and then trying to get a little bit deeper into the deck.
Because each of these, the Halfling, the Devoted Druid, the land, these all add 4 mana now?
Yeah. But wow, Cordell decided not to block with anything. He could have even like jumped with a Dried Arbor if he wanted to.
Jump with a Devoted Druid?
No, because you can fetch Dried Arbor.
Ah, this is true. Yes. Okay. So Damnation in hand for Ivan. And are we going to Nihil Spellbomb?
Yeah, Nihil Spellbomb, which good at times. It cleans the Tyvar minus and a flashback Nature's Rhythm, but here it's just a 2 mana cycling card here.
Cordell now going to fetch into a Dryad Arbor, so now we're going to have how much mana? 16 mana it looks like going to Cordell's next turn?
You're right, 16, wow.
Ah,
Yeah,
just a cheeky 16.
Yeah, just each of these land or whatever mana dork produces 4.
Oh no, we're down to 12 mana.
Yeah.
what a setback for Cordell.
All right. Let's see now. A Nature's Rhythm is probably lethal.
Nature's Rhythm for a...
No, I guess it's not lethal. No, never mind.
Nature's Rhythm for Crater Hoof Behemoth could put you pretty close.
Yeah. Anyway, we're tapping 3 green and 1 white for, or whatever, I don't know the color. Yeah, 1 white to play Agatha's Soul Cauldron, because Delighted Halfling is not just, it's not like Cavern of Souls. It's a legendary spell.
Yeah.
And Agatha's Cauldron is a legendary spell. So we can now tap the Cauldron and give the ability to Devoted Druid ability. So now we can just untap the oh, yeah.
And we can respond with the Nihil Spellbomb
That's
in
nice.
response to the trigger.
Yeah.
And depending on how the Cauldron is worded, we'll still put a counter?
No.
No, if we don't, we didn't exile.
Yeah.
Nope.
All right, one counter on everything, activating the Line of Abundance, a card that honestly was just nowhere to be seen, ignored by everyone, and very recently is just everywhere now.
Hey, this is a pretty good thing to sink all that mana into right now.
Yeah. Gemstone Cavern, go, let's see. Because I hyped it up because the Damnation would be a very powerful play here. Psychic Frog attacks. Does Ivan find a 4th land?
Can we find a land in Damnation?
We can't.
Spell Snare off the top.
All right, we can use the explosives to kill one creature. Well, it's better than nothing, and then you can use the Fatal Push to kill another creature.
Fatal Push on the Badgermill Cub. Now everything only produces 3 instead of 4.
Yeah, the Cauldron makes it kind of awkward, because if you are pushing like a halfling, then the Cauldron can... I guess not really, because every other card in play produces extra mana anyway. All right, so the killing the Cub shut off 3 mana at least.
9 mana here for Cordell.
10 if you count the Gemstone Cavern. But
10 for the Gemstone Caverns.
now would be is the Crusher with Behemoth lethal? It's still not, I think. Because the thing is that you have to tap, all these creatures to get the hoof into play. Oh.
Walking Ballista.
For 5.
Walking Ballista for 5?
I think so, right?
Yeah, for 10, because it's 10 mana, X
Yeah.
equals 5.
Let's see. And with the Cauldron, could actually... Well, it's not lethal, but because the Cauldron... So you have 5, you have 10 damage, because you can shoot Ballista, and then you can activate the Cauldron, and then you can shoot 5. So it's not lethal.
I wonder if a moment here before it went back to Yvonne's turn, if there was a moment to either target the Psychic Frog and encourage Yvonne to discard the hand. Obviously, Cordell does not know about the Damnation in hand, but you could clear the Psychic Frog, prevent from drawing. Polluted Delta is going to be the land.
Yeah.
We're still obviously able, in response to the Damnation, able to take the counters off of the Walking Ballista.
Yeah, so what's going to happen here is that Ivan is going to exile 3 cards, giving flying to the frog.
Jump the frog.
Exactly. And then drawing an extra card here. I love to see Damnation here, because if Ivan instead of Damnation had Toxic Deluge, well, it costs 1 less mana, so it could have played last turn, but it couldn't have played them, because again, Cordell has 10 damage on board. So Toxic Deluge wouldn't be good enough, but that's not the card Ivan has. There's a good old Damnation.
There is also a Quantum Riddler in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be for the future.
Yeah, that's for later.
Yeah. And boom, the big ball.
Damnation.
Big black ball is, of course, a throwback to Wrath of God, one of the cards from the first set of Magic. Plane Shift was a very crazy set where they just changed the color of a lot of Magic cards. We've had, I don't know, think about the Giant Growth in green. We've had the Ball Lightning in green. I don't know, just like all sort of like crazy different colors, and Plane Shift, and Damnation is one of them.
Looks like as well.
Yeah, we are shooting now. Shooting 10 damage. Actually, no, I wouldn't shoot the... yeah, I guess you can shoot. You can shoot the Overgrown Tomb, because if you shoot the last counter, it comes into play...
As the Damnation is resolving?
As a land.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can shoot 10 damage here.
10 damage across.
Yeah. But... And those creatures, of course,
and
die.
These creatures go. Your turn, Cordell.
Let's see.
Draw for turn. What have we got? Now, of course, we're in a spot where Cordell's pinched for mana now. Without all of these, well, I take it all back. It's a Birds of Paradise.
Yeah, Birds of Paradise, and has the Walking Ballista ability as well.
Yeah, we'll be able to exile a card from the graveyard to put the counter on the Birds of Paradise.
See what it is.
Polluted Delta for Yvonne.
We can. I think we definitely need to kill the birds with the explosive. So end of turn, we need to save 2 mana for that.
Looks like we're going to play another engineered explosives. This one looks like might be off for 2.
Yeah, to kill the cauldron along the way. But yeah, we're definitely just passing here because we need to kill that bird. That bird's on taps for 3 mana.
Taps for 3, leaves us with 6. Depending as well on how many Dryad Arbors we're running, we can fetch for another Dryad Arbor. But I think these decks, we can fetch for another Dryad Arbor.
Yeah, so we put the counter, exiling a card, and then we can shoot the 1 damage. No, we're not going to shoot. But the Birds of Paradise could have shoot 1 damage there.
Yeah.
But instead is remaining with 1 counter. These has been called.
Time has been called.
Sorry.
Time has been called, so we are in turns for these players now.
It was written so nicely, and I still managed to not read it properly. I apologize to the judge who wrote it.
It was sideways, don't worry.
Yeah, I was like, I tilt my head. I look like, you know when you look those like magic cards that are
the split cards
like, I don't know, far, or whatever.
The battles.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to like tilt your head. All right, draw step.
We've got 7 mana here.
A little bit 8, right?
8 mana?
Yeah, because each of these is 3, plus the 2 lands.
Oh boy, yeah. So 8 mana.
How did you mix a 7?
That's a great question.
I'm curious.
That's curious. I think I went 3-3-1.
Oh, okay.
But then there's another land. So
passing the turn, so Cordell wants to activate Leyland of Abundance here.
Risky as well, because we've got the engineered explosives on 1.
Wow, look at that. Turn 1, turn 2. That's cool. I've never
it's
seen
fun,
it before.
Right?
Yeah, usually they just put a dice.
It's a bit more legible this way.
Yeah, no, I like it. You can also just, a dice could be anything. If someone just showed up on stream, they wouldn't know what it is.
Warp a Quantum Riddler. And it looks like we're going to draw 2 cards now.
Yeah. I like how, the production was wondering if this game was lasting too short. There would have been some issues. And instead, it's just they literally went to time. It's like, yeah, don't worry.
Looks like we drew a Fatal Push and an Orcish Bowmasters off of this Quantum Riddler so we can take care of both the Dryad Arbor and the Birds of Paradise.
All right, we are using the explosives, which is killing the birds. The Dryad Arbor is a 2/2 now. And I think we're just going to push it now. Push it to the...
Push, because we've got 2 Polluted Deltas in play, so Yvonne will need to fetch first.
Yes, and he will need to fetch for a 3 damage land.
We're just making sure we are resolving abilities in the order in which they happen, so we understand when we have time to respond to things. This might be Yvonne trying to make sure to see if he can respond to the counter going on to the Dryad Arbor to cast the Orcish Bowmasters.
The thing is that Ivan can't even play an Orcish Bowmaster because he doesn't have the lands. He can't fetch Island and Watery Grave to play Orcish Bowmaster.
This is true, because we're on 4.
Yeah, so...
depending on the amount of basics we have...
They're resolving the judge call. They just want to know the timing of the explosives here.
Yeah. Just making sure we understand at what point we can respond. And this is, again, this is the great interaction of when do we get priority? When do we have a chance to respond? At what point can I respond to this trigger being put on the stack? Hey, it turns out this game is a little bit complex.
Yeah. The basics, there's only 1 swamp. Usually the blue-black deck plays 1 swamp, 2 island. Let's see, Ivan... 3 islands in Ivan's case. But yeah, definitely 1 swamp, so you can't play Orcish Bowmaster.
Really tough spot.
Yeah. Let's see how they handle this. But again, we are 2 turns, so, this game has been definitely very long.
Down to the wire. Look, and this is what I expect from from players at the top tables. Both of these players, 6-1. We're in round 8 here at Spotlight Brisbane. We're playing Modern. There's Pro Tour invites. We're going to cut to day 2 at the end of round 9. It's been a long day of Magic, so we're just making sure that we take care of everything properly. Yvonne here is going to fetch. Instead of the Orcish Bowmasters, this just could be Fatal Push.
Yeah, I think, the judge goes... pretty useless because there's just no way we can orc the Dryad Arbor anyway.
Really difficult, yep. And we're just counting to make sure here.
Yeah. And also one more thing is that the Walking Ballista is in exile zone. So not even a second Agatha Soul Cauldron would be able to save him because he can't ping anymore.
Yvonne down to 1 on the watery grave here.
So we're pushing the Dread Arbor, and the birds died to the explosives.
Yeah.
So those creatures are both dead. So yeah, I believe you know, Ivan wanted to play Orc on the Dread Arbor, but he figured out that he couldn't.
Yeah. Draw for Cordell here. Another Birds of Paradise.
That's a beautiful Birds of Paradise. 7th edition foil. There's really not that many of that card. I swear, this card might even be more rare than the Voodoo Footers we've seen before.
Orcish Bowmaster is going to take care of the Birds of Paradise. We'll amass Orcs 1. Look, and Yvonne has a bit of ground to make up right now.
No, it's over. The game is it's a draw because this is turn number 4. Ivan has the time. He has the advantage. He has the cards. He has the creature. He's missing one important resource: time.
Time.
It's one of those like billionaire at 80 years old. You know, they've accomplished everything. They have all the money in the world, but
no time.
They have no time. They have no time.
Surveil an Overgrown Tomb into the bin. Final turn.
Final turn. Not even turn 5.
Wooded Foothills.
And that's a draw. You definitely, you know, you don't concede in the spot because a draw is really important to get that 1 extra point for next day, because this is a 2-day event. The players have already made day 2 being a 6-1, so they're going to be now 6-1-1 and, you know, playing for that scoreboard for tomorrow.
It's really, really exciting. There's a lot on the line. Spotlight Series Brisbane. We've got $50,000 on the line, 8 Pro Tour invites. It's a cut to day 2 after round 9. It's been an absolute pleasure to be in the booth with you, Andrea.
Yes, thank you so much. Likewise, we'll be together again tomorrow. So, yeah, we're going to see round number 9 soon, and stay tuned.
We'll be back soon.
I'm here with April Prime, Winds Fury at Spotlight Brisbane. April, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Beautiful. I have some burning questions about your artist journey. Obviously, The Hobbit is all about an unexpected journey. So tell us about what influenced the very beginning of yours.
Yeah, so I think like most of the artists here, when I was a little kid, I just started drawing and just never stopped. When I was actually in high school, I wanted to be an English professor. So very, very different. But I went on, like, I'm from Darwin originally, but we went on an art trip to Melbourne and we met a bunch of street artists. And then I was like, oh my God, I could actually do this. And then, yeah, I went to Sydney University of the Arts for a bachelor's. And then I sort of fell into concept art. And then in 2018, I started working for Wizards on D&D. And then in 2020, I started on Magic.
Beautiful. As you have had a massive career in Magic with a lot of anthropomorphic creatures, Kaika kind of looking like a bin chicken. I have another question for you. What Australian animal would you like to make an anthropomorphic card?
Oh, that's a good question. I guess I would really like to do a kangaroo or like a frill-neck lizard man or something. That'd be really fun. Yeah, doing the frill. Yeah, that'd be good.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's get a little bit more personal. Which of your cards represent you the most?
Ooh, represents me. I really like the Wrathful Raptors, but I think it might be the Lizard Wizard, the inspired Sky Painter. I mean, he's having fun and he's covered in paint and he's got a big dragon behind him, so.
Very, very cool. What is the most unexpected thing about becoming an artist?
Oh, unexpected thing about becoming an artist. I mean, I guess it's how much you have to be your own business person. Like, you kind of end up doing all of it, like money, taxes, business, inventory. Like, yeah, you kind of really learn a ton of that stuff, like, on the job, so.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of work, so. Thank you so much. What is your favourite thing about Australian Magic the Gathering events?
Oh, what's my favourite thing? It's meeting the fans for sure, and it's always like people who continuously like travel across Australia for every event, because like you get to know them. Like, I recognise faces all the time, and it's just really nice to have that support from everyone.
Absolutely, it's great to see you at all of the events.
Thank you.
Is there anything you're working on that you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, so Kamigawa was announced, Titan Breach, which is coming out just after MagicCon Tokyo, which I think is insane, but that's not my decision to make. But I have 2 cards coming out on that I'm really, really proud of, so I hope everyone really enjoys them when they come out, and please look forward to it.
Ooh, Well, I will very much look forward to that. Thank you so much to all our inspired sky painters for coming along today, and we'll hopefully see you at the booth.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Welcome back, our loyal viewers, for another round, the final round today on day one of Modern Swiss here at Spotlight the Hobbit in Brisbane, Australia. It's been a delight to be with you today. I'm Thomas Anderson, joined once again by my loyal comrade, Kira Turetsky. Kira, that was a mammoth game last round, but these players still have one more win in to see if they can make the cut for day two. We're joining players on the precipice.
This is super exciting. I love the decks that we're looking at as well. $50,000 on the line, 8 Pro Tour invites. We're here in beautiful, sunny Brisbane, Australia.
It's very sunny.
Let's dive right in and see where we are. This is the end of day number 1.
Yeah, and these players have really fought through it. We've got Ben Nielsen here on Samwise combo. So if you thought, I'm getting tired of new archetypes, I'm very sorry for you. We have yet more displays of the depth and diversity of Modern. And down on the bottom, we have Damien Cooper. There's a lot of Eldrazi in the room today, but this Gruul Eldrazi deck is a little bit more a flavor different than most of the others. We've seen Trudge, we've talked about Eldrazi Tron. This is almost a throwback in some ways, although it does have a lot of Modern Horizons 3 cards, Kira.
I was going to say, I looked at this deck, and I think I'd like to call this deck Modern Horizons 3. It was a great Magic the Gathering set.
Really? I mean, I think so. It has such good cards. It has cool cards like Null Drifter. I like that one. That's a fun card, right?
Well, we've imprinted the Null Drifter under Ugin's Labyrinth, so both of these cards shaking hands, having been in the same set.
Fancy seeing you here. Modern Horizons 3 class reunion would be like such a fun comic sketch to draw. It's all of the Eldrazi shaking their many, many hands.
Well, and look, we've got Ben Nielsen on Samwise combo, which is a food-related combo, and we're seeing Gilded Goose. You know what one of my favorite things about Gilded Goose is?
What?
If you play Gilded Goose on Magic the Gathering Arena, it honks when you play it.
Oh, I see. I play Magic Arena exclusively with the sound off, so I've never noticed that, but that is a fun little goose egg, Easter egg kind of thing. Food, it's a food thing. So... Kira, to save me from that joke,
yes.
It's the end of the day, folks. Would you like to talk about the positioning of these green toolbox decks in the meta, because it's its own deck for sure, and I'm sure we'll see that, but there is sort of a family of decks here. We've seen the Devoted Druid deck, there's the Yawgmoth deck, and this one, they share a lot of cards.
Look, Samwise has been a deck that's been moving in a lot of interesting ways. It's been refining, it's been growing, and I'm loving to see this as like a Birthing Ritual style Samwise deck as well, which is super exciting. We've got lots of good card selection off of Malevolent Rumble. We've got our good old friend Cauldron Familiar, if anyone in the audience knows or is familiar with Cauldron Familiar, and I'm sorry for how old we all are for knowing.
Frenemy, object of great dislike, depending. It's a very difficult card to interact with, and if you haven't had the fortune or misfortune, it's a black cat, of interacting with the Cauldron Familiar before, Ben Nielsen will hopefully show it off for us today. I don't know, it's fun to see standard cards crop up in Modern.
Meow or whatever. And we are going to...
or whatever,
We're going to use the food and the Gilded Goose ability. We're going to play a Badgermole Cub, and we're going to Earthbend onto Temple Garden.
Okay, so this is an explosive start. Again, this is the part of the deck that feels like Devoted Druid, but then immediately we are going to diverge from that more popular creature combo deck by playing out Birthing Ritual. And I was about to say, well, it looks like on one side, we have Modern Horizons 3, and on the other side, recycled standard cards. But, well, Modern Horizons 3 is going to show up on both sides of the table.
Look, and we're going to Birthing Ritual. We're going to look at the top 7 cards of our library. We may sacrifice a creature, and if we do, we may put a creature with mana value X or less from among them onto the battlefield, where X is 1 plus the sacrificed creature's mana value. This is nearing a paragraph of text. It is a wall.
But it's very specific wording for a reason, right? Yep. It makes the card playable because you get to look and then decide what to sacrifice, and indeed if you want to sacrifice. So it would be pretty nasty if you had to gamble like by sacrificing a creature and not know whether or not you had a hit. However, in this deck, you very rarely don't, because this deck is very consistently 1 and 2 mana creatures. That is one of the points of difference between Samwise combo and the other green Sun Zenith creature combo decks.
We are indeed going to play, we're going to choose to sacrifice the Gilded Goose, and we're going to play Cauldron Familiar.
The food combo, from one food creature to another food creature, and Cauldron Familiar, it doesn't do a tremendous amount on its own, but Samwise also has something to say about food, Kira.
He does indeed. The food tutor ability is going to be really important, but first we're going to resolve this Thought Knot Seer. We're going to see 2 Goblin Bombardments and a Haywire Might. The Goblin Bombardment sacrifice outlet is going to be really key to the Cauldron Familiar and the Samwise Loop that we can get through.
Yeah, and the second copy is going to be even more key because it gives the first one protection from being Thought Knot Seared.
Exactly, but it does look like we took the
Haywire Might, yeah. Well, I guess it makes sense. If you don't, I mean, maybe you have a follow-up Thought Knot Seer, in which case maybe you could try and take the Goblin Bombardment, but then Ben Nielsen is almost certain to play the second one out onto the battlefield to keep it relatively safe, and it feels like you haven't achieved very much, right? If there's one Goblin Bombardment, that's all you need.
Indeed. So we are going to play out Goblin Bombardment. Looks like we have a mana floating from the Temple Garden.
Yeah, due to the Badgermole Cub ability.
Look, and we saw that really well in round number 8, just how quickly it can stack and get out of control.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's not quite as explosive in this deck because that is the advantage, I think, that has most people excited about Devoted Druid is the density of mana dorks. This deck has, Gilded Goose instead of the Delighted Halfling, but there's just not as much that Badgermole Cub does. It still does plenty enough.
Now as well, we've moved straight to our end step. We're going to Birthing Ritual, sacrifice Cauldron Familiar, and we've pulled Samwise Gamgee to the front, and that's going to be, ironically or not ironically, that's the name of the combo.
Yeah, so I think we are almost all of the way here because Samwise says whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, you create a food. And of course, every food is worth sort of 1 life of the Cauldron Familiar from the graveyard. And obviously when you cash that in and bring the Cauldron Familiar back, Samwise is like, well, that's a creature entering, here's another food. And since you have Goblin Bombardment to get the cat back into the graveyard, you can see the loop forming.
Indeed. So it looks like we've got Cabal Therapy?
That's Carrion Feeder.
I was like, there's no way I'm reading that correctly. No. Carrion Feeder and the other Goblin Bombardment. But we are staring down. If we can draw another creature, which is like we took the Carrion Feeder away.
Yeah.
If we are able to draw another creature, we're good.
Yeah, 1 food token away right now, which of course any non-token creature would represent, but the Thought Not Seer, better late than never, taking away that creature.
Malevolent Rumble is going to be the go. We're going to look for a permanent card, and if we are able to find a Gilded Goose, if we are able to find, even if we find a Dryad Arbor or a...
Any creature, and in a deck full of creatures as well, right?
Well, look, we don't want to find Viscera Seer because we don't have black mana.
Oh, true.
But a lot of our other, like Sylvan Safekeepers, any of our other 1-mana, Young Wolf, any of those, and we'll be quite happy to see it.
The other thing is, yeah, even if you got any creature into play, the Birthing Ritual could also represent the combo, right? Because this, if we sack this spawn token and find a 1-drop, the combo is at instant speed.
It is indeed. We can just keep infinitely killing the cat, as it were.
It sounds worse when you say it that way. But sometimes hard things must be done, and it does seem like the cat is effectively immortal, so it probably doesn't mind. It gets a lot of food.
We've taken Samwise Gamgee off the Rumble. The Rumble did not hit the way that we wanted it to, unfortunately. We can move to our end step and go Birthing Ritual, look at 7. Look, the number of times you're just going to look at the top 7 cards of this deck, high.
Yeah, and it's so thick with creatures that, if not redundant in effect, they're all very similar in cost and in being creatures. So you've got a great density of the kinds of card that you need right now. Ben thinking about his options.
We're going to...
sack the Earthbend. No, I think we are sacking the Eldrazi after all.
We're going to choose to sacrifice the Eldrazi spawn so we can get a 1-mana or less creature. We've taken a Dryad Arbor, and that is going to trigger the Samwise Gamgee. A non-token creature has entered. We're making a food. We're going to infinitely recur and kill the cat, making food, killing the cat, making food, killing the cat, which incidentally will also ping Damien for 1 every single time.
I think that this is an apt demonstration of the power of this combo. I understand the Devoted Druid deck is really good, but every time I look at this list, I don't see it that far behind, Kira, and that was a fast game 1 for Ben Nielsen.
Really awesome to see the combo go off like that. Obviously, of course, really frustrating not to hit a 1-mana creature off of your Malevolent Rumble. And I've been singing the praises of Malevolent Rumble, and I will continue to talk about how unbelievably powerful that card is, but that's just the power of the Samwise combo.
Well, if you think about it, the Rumble was so good that even when it missed, it actually didn't miss because it still generated a body that then turned into the creature. So actually, Malevolent Rumble, blameless and perfect.
Yet again, Modern Horizons 3 remains a fantastic Magic the Gathering set.
It's so good, Kira. But, I mean, both players have access to it, and actually the other deck has way more Modern Horizons 3 cards, so there should be every chance for a big comeback from the red-green Eldrazi deck in Game 2, which I assume we can go back to pretty soon.
Look, 100%. I can't wait to see how we go back into a game like this on Gruul Eldrazi. We'll take you back on down to the table and continue with the action because I just can't wait to see where we end up next.
Absolutely.
Look, Kozilek's Command. Hey, have you heard of that card?
A couple of times today. I haven't actually cast it yet. I somehow have been getting all of the quirky oddball decks and no Eldrazi until now. But something is happening right now to Kira.
I'm literally so excited to see this. I looked at the opening hand for 5 seconds and I was like, oh man, Chalice is going to be great. Ugin's Labyrinth. We're going to imprint a Sire of 7 Deaths, which means we can tap the Ugin's Labyrinth for 2. We're going to Chalice of the Void, X equals 1.
Yeah, that's... I mean, whenever you make that play, it really says a lot about how you feel you are in the match. You must think that's pretty good in the matchup.
Look, against a deck like Ben's, where we're not going to be able to cast Haywire Might, Sylvan Safekeeper, Young Wolf, Cauldron Familiar, Carrion Feeder. There's a lot of 1-mana spells. This is going to be a really back-breaking start for Ben. And we've got Glaring Fleshraker to follow it up.
Yeah, the way the deck is constructed around Birthing Ritual means it is so concentrated on 1 and 2 cost creatures that this is sniping a huge percentage of the Samwise combo deck, but it only stops you casting those spells, so there are other ways to get the creature onto the battlefield. It doesn't feel quite as brutal as it sometimes is against like an Is It Prowess deck or other decks where, you know, you're very straightforward in playing those 1-drops.
Yeah. Look, to be fair, and we can see evidence of what could a Chalice not do. It can't check from the graveyard because we're just returning the Cauldron Familiar to
you're
play.
not casting it from the graveyard, you're just putting it straight on the battlefield. But Damien obviously is not going to just rest on his laurels and assume the Chalice wins the game. This is going to be Eldrazi beat down around that Chalice.
Look, and it starts Glaring Fleshraker because a majority of the spells, if not almost every single one of them, is going to be colorless.
Yeah, it's a common tendency of Eldrazi to be colorless, and not just when you cast a colorless spell, it also has that other trigger, which works so well with Kozilek's Command.
Yes, indeed. Whenever another colorless creature you control enters, Glaring Fleshraker deals 1 damage to each opponent. So both of these decks in their own ways are going to try and ping each other. And look, here we go. This is exactly the setup that Ben needs at this moment. We've got Samwise Gamgee, we've got a Cauldron Familiar in the bin, a 2-mana creature entering is going to create a food token. We need something like a Goblin Bombardment, and we're going to be back in business.
I feel like I don't need to say very much about the resiliency and therefore like playability of this combo deck when we see it suddenly just like a Goblin Bombardment away from winning through that exciting turn 1 Chalice.
It That Heralds the End. Yet
Oh.
another beautiful Modern Horizons 3 card. This is going to be colorless spells you cast with mana value 7 or greater, cost 1 less, and other colorless creatures get +1/+1. So the Eldrazi Spawn is now a 1/2. The Glaring Fleshraker is now, I believe, a 3/3. We're feeling pretty good.
This feels different to the other Eldrazi list. I don't think that the Trudge deck is playing It That Heralds the End, and it shows a real difference in philosophy here for Damian Cooper. That's it's very aggressive.
It is indeed. Birthing Ritual is another great way to get around this Chalice of the Void. Because again, we're not casting these things. We are just putting them into play.
I mean, Ben is really, despite the Chalice, kind of just having the cards you want around that Chalice to kind of effortlessly navigate this matchup. And I mean, Damian at least has this fast-ish board of creatures, but you are going to have to really turn up the pace here to keep up with the Samwise combo deck. As Ben is now, I mean, really just a creature away. If you can find a Birthing Ritual into, say, a Carrion Feeder, that would both produce a food and provide a sacrifice outlet. You bring back the Cauldron Familiar once, the game ends immediately. Like, it's such a quick combo to come together.
Looks like as well we're considering, and we're going to sacrifice the Samwise, put a Badgermole Cub into play. We're going to Earthbend onto the Underground Mortuary.
Yeah, not completely uncommon. Of course, Samwise is a legendary creature, and you only need one of them for the combo. So sometimes, especially if you have another one in hand, you're willing to feed that into the Birthing Ritual to see more cards from your deck and then play from there. Some of these lists do also run, say, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, and then you can, say, recycle your sacrifice outlets. But this one is just redundant on creatures with similar abilities. And so, we'll find our way back into a lethal combination.
Unclaimed Territory is going to be the land for turn. Null Drifter, and we're going to be able to cast that for 6 because of It That Heralds the End, and we're going to draw 2 cards. You know what other line of text Null Drifter has that's really rude?
Is it Annihilator 1?
It is indeed Annihilator 1.
I mean, on top of everything, I would have thought almost the cost discounting is the rudest part, but you're right. Having to sacrifice permanents when you only have 4 in play is quite rough.
Look, to be fair, the first time the Annihilator 1 comes around, if we choose to sacrifice the Earthbent land, not a bad play, comes back tapped, but really difficult position to be in now. We're going to swing in with the Glaring Fleshraker and It That Heralds the End.
I mean, even getting the land back still means you don't have a creature to put into Birthing Ritual next turn, and you really need to Birthing Ritual next turn because you do not have much more time to assemble this combo for Ben Nielsen.
100%. Ben dropping down to 4, just taking it.
I like the brave double thumbs up, like, yep, I'm on 4, all good, man. But, I mean, you can only put on a brave face for so long. This is a lot of colorless power coming across the red zone towards you.
This is a Kozilek's Command in hand for Damian, and I can see there's a Devourer of Destiny and a Thought-Knot Seer. So this is a grip of intimidating cards.
But even with the Eldrazi Spawn, can we Kozilek's Command in a way that matters to interact with the combo if Ben has it this turn? It seems like maybe Ben has at least a small window.
There's a really small window to interact. The difficult thing, we could Kozilek's Command.
We have 2 mana and It That Heralds the End,
It That Heralds the End, so it could be Kozilek's Command for X = 1. Oh,
Which
sorry, it's for
matters?
value 7 or it's mana value 7 or greater.
Oh, okay,
No.
yeah, okay, no, we can't. Okay, so but if this has to be Ben's turn to put it together, right?
You could, again, Kozilek's Command for X = 0, sacrificing the 2 Eldrazi Spawn, because then you'd be able to exile the land. Because it's mana value X or 0.
Yeah, there are zero mana value creatures abounding in this deck, apparently.
It's just not the best value play. Your Kozilek's Command is best spent dumping a lot of mana into it to give yourself a ton of spawns, scry and draw. You're better off kind of holding it for a little bit longer.
Right.
Especially because Ben's quite choked at this point. A lot of the 1-drops are going to be dead in hand. There is an Endurance in hand, which we're not loving to see at this moment.
Another Samwise comes down, thanks to that Badgermole Cub again, helping Ben find the mana despite this quite small board state. And we're going to pitch this 1-drop, which, thanks to the chalice, isn't much good to us. And there's that endurance you were a little bit uncomfortable with.
Endurance.
A non-token creature appears to be about to enter the battlefield.
Yeah, and this is a good way to do it as well. And we do have Cauldron Familiar into the graveyard. So a creature will enter. Samwise will make a food.
But this is not the combo yet.
We don't have a sack outlet.
But we do have a birthing ritual. So now in this position, Ben's on 4 life, Damien's on 20, huge army, combo may be the only out for Ben. I know you said it wasn't a great play, but are you tempted to fire off that Kozilek's command on that land before there's the opportunity to birthing ritual it? Or does it not matter because there's these other creatures in play?
Well, I think that the question will be asked and answered by our player. We're going to indeed Kozilek's command, X is 0. We're just going to take away an option of 1 fewer thing for Ben to choose to sacrifice.
Yeah, as the players are
trying to figure out. Did we have 3 Eldrazi spawn? Might have been X is 1.
Yeah. Is the timing? This appears to be in response to the endurance, right? Yeah. So the players are resolving the stack, but
yeah. Sorry, we made the reason. The spawn was made off of the Glaring Fresh Strike where we cast a colorless spell.
Oh, of course.
Sorry. So
okay,
it is
so we
X
could
equals
not
0.
pay.
Yeah, X is 0. Guys, it turns out reading the card explains it.
Sometimes it's a little, we're quite a way off from the card to try and read from here, but you figured it out in the end. That's the format expert at play.
Ooh,
so wow,
Chord of Calling.
That is that. Sometimes this deck goes down as Chord Toolbox. So this is another namesake card of the deck. Obviously, when you're in the Devoted Druid deck, you have the luxury of playing Nature's Rhythm as your secondary tutor because your deck is so good at making mana. In a deck like this, where fewer of your creatures naturally tap for mana, you go with the Convoke spell. But it does mean you have instant speed tutoring.
Indeed. Also looks like as well, this is, again, a great way to get around Chalice of the Void because we're just going to put it onto the battlefield. We can grab something like Carrion Feeder. Here it comes.
Yeah, it's another way to play a 1-mana creature effectively as a 3 or 4 mana spell.
All right.
This does appear to be the combo.
We'll just have to, because we have the Evoke trigger still on the stack for the Endurance.
Yeah, was the Kozilek's command, because it does have a graveyard interaction mode. I wonder if this, but the Kozilek's command appears to have resolved. But you can do this in response to graveyard interaction. This is all instant speed.
It is indeed, but unfortunately, because we couldn't cast the Kozilek's command for X equals 1, we can't target.
Exile 0 cards.
We can exile 0 cards, which unfortunately is not enough cards to get the Cauldron Familiar out. And again, we would have the ability to bring it out at least once and start setting up again going forward. So a little bit of a tough situation, but that's the power of the Samwise combo, and that's going to send Ben into day 2.
Yeah, that was an absolute tour de force there. There was that little bit of hesitancy, and I thought maybe the Eldrazi deck still has something in the fight, but unfortunately there is so much, that once you have the pieces in play, you are so free in how you sequence your actions around Cauldron Familiar. It's just as good as it ever was in Standard or Pioneer.
Unfortunately, Modern Horizons 3 deck did not go the distance this time around, but really well played to both players. We're going to head on back down and see what our other players on our backup are up to, and here we go. Look, there's a familiar face down here, someone I'm really excited to see, Tom. Who's that down on the bottom?
Well, okay, I was going to say, well, we've seen Lucia Clark before, and always a welcome. No, it's Quincy Cohen, our sometime co-commentator, and, marvelous on the mic, but also quite a dab hand at actually playing Magic the Gathering. Not all of us can claim such impressive results, but I'm very proud of Quincy, and it's great to be able to feature Quincy now in potentially a disappointing knockout match where he goes home and has to watch the rest of the event.
I'm cheering for Quincy. Quincy as well, up 1 game here against Lucia. Lucia on Domain Zoo, Quincy on Brood Scale combo. 2 decks that are well understood within the modern metagame. Domain Zoo has fallen off a bit. We don't see it played very much anymore. I do remember back at RC, I believe it was RC 9 or RC 10 down in Melbourne, was one of the dominant times that we saw Domain Zoo running around. But it's not been super popular at the moment.
Well, as the format expert here, I'm happy to be able to ask you, because we saw Lucia early in the day and I couldn't really speak to this, but why do you think it has fallen off a little in popularity? Is it a response to the metagame, or are players just not feeling the deck like they used to?
I think there's a combination of forces at play. With Ponza getting really, really popular, the domain decks don't tend to play a lot of basics, and they can fold really, really easily. On top of that, a lot of green is running around right now. Force of Vigor is a really good card that can target a lot of enchantments and artifacts, and that can hit a really beautifully, that can hit a Leyline of the Guild Pact, it can hit a Scion of Draco. It's really difficult. I think the domain deck, while really popular, has just fallen off in popularity based on the decks that are around it.
Right, so even if it's not being targeted, it just takes this collateral damage from other things that are in the meta where it's suffering a lot more than other decks. I do like Lucia is on, there's sort of like 2 builds, right? And we've seen both on coverage. This is the Psychic Frog version instead of the Failure Flicker version. Do you prefer this one? Does this feel like it's slightly better position? I mean, Lucia is still in with a shot for day 2.
I love Psychic Frog and Quantum Riddler. The two are best friends. They're holding hands and skipping through the warp zone because they love drawing cards together. Look, this version is still really, really strong. I think there is a benefit as well. I think your colors are a little bit better aligned. Obviously, in a Domain Zoo style deck, you have access to pretty much every single color. I like this version. I think you're priced into playing a card like Psychic Frog. I think it's just really, really strong. The flicker effects on Failure just not as good, I think, going forward right now. Quincy is going to go ahead and grab a beautiful Eldrazi Temple, Grove of the Burn Willows. We've got 3 mana here.
That's also beautiful. I love that Grove of the Burn Willows foil. And I also, maybe not love, but I respect Glaring Fleshraker. This is a formidable card. Been doing a lot of work in a lot of decks today, Kira. And it's not like it will single-handedly win the game against Lucia, but it certainly helps you in the race against these, you know, nasty Domain Zoo creatures.
100%. Haywire Might as well is going to threaten to exile a Leyline, a Scion of Draco. We can see in hand, we've got a Quantum Riddler. Obsidian Charmaw as well is a wonderful sideboard piece against these Eldrazi decks.
Yeah, it's the non-basic land catch-all answer, well known by Tron players and feared by them, but pretty good against Eldrazi Temple too.
100%. This Obsidian Charmaw was only going to cost 3 mana instead of 5 because we have 2 lands that can produce colorless. And as well, it can destroy that Eldrazi Temple and just put Quincy a little bit farther behind because it turns out a lot of Eldrazi spells are expensive.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? You can't really say it's a weakness to build your deck around having a land that just taps for 2 mana with basically no drawback. But I guess it does mean that if someone is able to then take you off that 2 mana land, you are struggling to cast your spells more than a more normal deck would.
Yep, we're attacking in with the Frog. Looks like we exiled cards from our graveyard to jump the Frog as well. Quincy is going to go down. I believe it's going to be to 16 here.
It looks like a 2/2 Frog coming in and follow up with that Charmaw. Ouch.
Here comes Obsidian Charmaw, and we're going to, I'm going to guess, elect to destroy Eldrazi Temple.
Yeah, I mean, heavily discounted there by Quincy's own lands. You hate to see that. And no, going to take you off the colored mana source.
To be fair, this is it. This is why Lucia is on coverage and I'm talking on coverage. This cuts Quincy at the moment off of cards like Delighted Halfling, Sowing Mycoscon, and Basking Broodscale, as well as Ancient Stirrings and Malevolent Rumble. So choking the colored mana at this point, it also means that the Haywire Might, and look, here we can see, Lucia very sardonically says, I tried.
Yeah.
But sometimes you're Quincy and you just have it and you have the green. But obviously, of course, losing access to green would mean that you can't activate the Haywire Might ability. It's kind of a bleeding on thing.
I mean, you can't say that this was like 100% all according to Quincy's plan. He had the whole match in his head, but sequencing lands does matter, right? Like, you make your opponent's decisions with a card like Charmaw harder by not showing the second colored source until now.
Here comes Blade of the Blood Chief. This is one incredibly important half of the Brood Scale combo. Whenever a creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on equipped creature. Look, the fact as well that we've got the Glaring Fleshraker out, we're in a pretty good spot to set up the combo. The only thing that's missing is a Lizard.
Yeah, the namesake card of the deck, perhaps, Basking Broodscale. It's so cute to be that this card of all the cards in the intimidating Eldrazi family is the actual Stone Cold Killer, but it's quite a menace. It's so cheap, it's so flexible. With these Eldrazi spawn that are lying around from your other creatures, it makes the combo extremely easy to turn on as soon as you have the requisite cards, and now you're just a Malevolent Rumble away.
warp Quantum Riddler and we can hear trigger on the stack, we're probably going to discard some cards to Psychic Frog to make sure we can draw 2 cards.
What do you say about those 2 creatures holding hands, skipping through the warp zone?
It's been said before and I'll say it again. Psychic Frog and Quantum Riddler are best friends.
There's like a tree somewhere on some strange planet in the void with a big heart carved into it. You know, Psychic Frog, Quantum Riddler, forever.
Look, one of the cards that Lucia drew as well is a Leyline Binding, and we do have Domain unlocked because we've got every basic land type you could want, grabbing a basic plains off of the Flooded Strand. We have a moment to, if we would like to, before we go to combat and this resolves, we can use the Leyline Binding on anything.
Yeah, I was about to ask whether there is a pressure to hold up the Leyline Binding because you want to respect the possibility of a Brood Scale appearing and the game being over. But Lucia also tipped the hand a little and showed us on coverage a Lightning Bolt there. So you seem to have actually spare removal and maybe you can get proactive and still hold up something for the Lizard.
We're jumping the Frog again as well. Looks like we might even be electing to discard more cards. We have a Territorial Kavu is going to be the 3rd card in hand. We're going to cast, we could cast Leyline Binding and Lightning Bolt, and before the Frog deals combat damage, we'll be able to then draw 2 cards off of that.
Would you be willing to risk then losing, like, being rid of both of those in-hand removal spells and just hoping to draw into another?
I think it's an okay trade at this point. You have a Frog that is going to essentially become unblockable. As long as Lucia has enough cards to put in the graveyard. And going into Lucia's next turn is going to have the ability, if we... Ooh, we're missing actually double blue to cast the Quantum Riddler next turn. Look, and that's the thing. With Flooded Strand, we could have potentially grabbed a different land, but I think if we had too many tapped sources, we were going to constrain ourselves a little bit.
I guess this is the thing about the Domain Zoo deck, and something I did want to ask at some point in this coverage. We saw Lucia on coverage in an earlier round. In neither game did we see a single Leyline of the Guild Pact, and there was no attempt to mulligan to find it. Once again, we see her on coverage, not perfectly satisfied with no Leyline, and the deck's been looking fine, right? Like, this is a pretty solid start. How important actually is Leyline of the Guild Pact to your mana or to your creatures and plan in general?
The biggest thing that Leyline of the Guild Pact does is it interacts really favorably with Scion of Draco, and it just makes your other permanents more difficult to deal with. When everything is every color, and you, with the Scion of Draco, can give your permanents hexproof, it's just really backbreaking. And again, like, you know, there's a lot of, in Lucia's deck, if we're going to continue the metaphor, there's a lot of cards that are shaking hands, skipping through, and they're best friends. Leyline of the Guild Pact and Scion of Draco are best friends. This Psychic Frog and Quantum Riddler are best friends.
So it seems like if you have one pair of best friends in the Frog and the Riddler, maybe you don't need the others. But Quincy is going to try and break up that partnership, perhaps. Kozilek's Command can do some nasty things to low mana value creatures like the Frog.
Kozilek's Command X for 1. We made we had to sacrifice the spawn to do so. We made another spawn off of the Glaring Fleshraker. We scryed and drew as well.
Yeah, maybe just trying to use the available mana on the cards in hand to accelerate a little bit as Lucia turns out the pressure. I mean, Lucia did do the sardonic "I tried" after that charm or land got replaced, but it does seem to have done some pretty significant damage to Quincy's mana base.
Absolutely. And as well, if Quincy's not able to grab...
Oh.
This is going to be Lucia's going, I tried again with Leyline of the Binding on a Blade of the Blood Sheaf.
Seems to be some strange bug. I just destroyed that card, and yet here it's appearing on the battlefield again. What's up with that?
Quincy just keeps drawing the cards that I try and get rid of.
Yeah, it's a strange ability.
We are indeed going to make another spawn, and Lucia is going to lose a life. We can sacrifice... This is going to be a Basking Brood Scale.
Oh, no.
Oh, and we can sacrifice. Holy smokes. So I think I have to count this, and I think this, if we're able to sacrifice a spawn to equip the Blade of the Blood Sheaf onto the Basking Brood Scale, this will...
So you equip for 1.
We equip for 1. We're still missing...
You sacrifice the other spawn, and that triggers the Blade.
Yep, and then we...
Trigger the Brood Scale?
Ad infinitum. Quincy has a 999,000.
Here's what I prepared earlier. Pulls a maximum integer value Eldrazi spawn token that he just had in the deck box. What a bit. You can see the showman in Quincy.
He goes, almost, here is my almost infinite.
Here is an arbitrarily large number of Eldrazi spawn. How would you like to respond? And unfortunately for Lucia, it is with a handshake.
Well, look, huge congratulations to Sometimes Commentator Quincy Cohen advancing to day number 2.
Woo, go
this
Quincy.
is the end of our Swiss rounds here at day number 1, Spotlight Series Brisbane. What a day it's been.
It's been absolutely incredible. I don't think I've seen a single deck twice, at least in my rounds on coverage. All of the players have been great sports and really showing off like all the little intricacies, not just the obvious parts of the deck, but really showing the depth that all of these different modern decks have in them. And I'm so excited to see the quality of play somehow rise again on day 2. We have, I think, another 6 rounds of Swiss, Kira, and then the top 8 for those Pro Tour spots and all the prize money.
We have a cut to day 2, 6 rounds of Swiss, and it's open deck list tomorrow.
Yes.
All the information is on the table for our players. It's going to be so incredible. It's been an amazing day. Thank you so much for joining us today for our Swiss rounds. What a day.
And just all I can say is come back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time for more Modern.